Chapter 74. Li Zishuan asked someone to bring the dusty Qingchumo to the second floor to clean up. Then he turned to look at Xiaohang and the others and said with a smile, "Xiaohang, your performance today was very good. You will all be rewarded. 3 treasures, 20 coins each." The 6 children quickly stepped forward and bowed to thank him. "Thank you, young master." Li Zishuan waved his hand with a smile and said, "This is what you deserve. Go back and tell your leader that I am very satisfied. If there is a chance next time, I will look for you to cooperate." The children happily received the reward, handed in the scooters and were about to leave. However, they couldn't help but look back at the scooters a few times. Anyone could see the reluctance in their eyes. Although they had only played with the scooters for a day, they were completely fascinated by this novel toy. However, they definitely couldn't afford it, so they could only look at it a few more times. "Brother, those scooters are a little old. Anyway, we can't sell them. Why don't we give them to Xiaohang and the others?" Lan gently tugged at Li Zishuan's arm and whispered, "She had a lot of fun with these little friends today. Everyone took care of her." At this time, seeing that Xiaohang and the others were reluctant to part with the scooters, Lan thought of an excuse to ask her brother to give them the scooters. However, how could Li Zishuan not see through this little trick? However, he didn't care about this small amount of money. If he gave it to them, then so be it. So he rubbed Lan's little head and called Xiaohang and the others back. He smiled and said, "Xiaohang, this scooter is already old. It definitely can't be sold. I'll give it to you." The children were surprised, but Xiaohang was more mature. He quickly bowed and said, "Young master, this is too expensive. Xiaohang doesn't dare to accept it. My brother already said that he would give it to you. Take it quickly. My brother doesn't lack this little money." Lan finally persuaded her brother. Seeing that Xiaohang refused again, the little girl quickly ran over and pushed the scooter to Xiaohang's feet. Li Zishuan smiled and shook his head. In fact, he felt quite good. It felt good to be thanked by others. It was still good to be a tycoon. When Xiaohang and the others saw that Li Zishuan did not object to Lan's words, they hesitated for a moment before taking the scooter. Xiaohang happily bowed and thanked them. "Thank you, young master. Thank you, Miss Lan. The next time young master opens the shop, we will perform for young master for free." Okay. The others nodded in agreement. Li Zishuan smiled and waved his hand. "Go back quickly. Be careful on the road." The children rode their scooters and left happily under the setting sun. Li Qingqian and the others saw that there was nothing else to do here, so they left. When Chengel left, Li Zishuan specially gave her a pink scooter, which made the girl very happy. Yunxi Restaurant in a private room on the 3rd floor. "Your Imperial Highness, the crowd surrounding the Pavilion of Wonders has dispersed. The Crown Prince and Princess Chengel have already left." A black-clothed imperial bodyguard bowed and reported to a luxuriously dressed little fatty seated at the head of the table. This little fatty was Li Tai. Today he had come to capture Li Zishuan and bring him back to write a story. However, he had never expected that the Pavilion of Wonders would be surrounded by so many spectators. Immediately, Li Tai felt somewhat terrified. Although he was Li Er's most beloved imperial son, if he caused trouble in front of so many people, and if an imperial censor were to bring this matter to court, Li Er would definitely not let him off easily. Moreover, his elder brother and younger sister were both there. If they were to speak up for Li Zishuan, it would be difficult for him to do anything. As a result, he had imperial bodyguards keep an eye on the Pavilion of Wonders, while he himself went to the Yunxi restaurant across the street. He ordered a table of dishes and sat there, eating as he waited for news. To his pleasant surprise, the Yunxi restaurant actually had gnawed chicken. Although the taste was slightly inferior to that of the drunken Immortal, compared to the other dishes of the restaurant, this knockoff version was clearly more delicious. The little fatty was so engrossed in eating that he had nearly forgotten the reason for his visit today. Only now did he hear the imperial bodyguard's report did he remember that he had come to capture Li Zishuan. Li Tai belched and rubbed his round belly. With a sinister smile, he said, "Hee, since they've all left, it's time for us to take action. Zhao Yu, take a few men and quickly follow this prince. Don't let him escape." "Yes, sir." Pavilion of Wonders. Seeing that the eastern marketplace was about to close, Li Zishuan packed up his things and had the head steward support the bruised and battered Qingchumo. He was about to close the door and return home. Just at this moment, a group of burly men blocked their path. Following this, an arrogant voice sounded out from behind them. "Which one of you is Li Zishuan? Hurry up and stand out for this prince." As soon as the voice fell, a fair and clean little fatty slowly walked out from behind the group of burly men. When Li Zixuan heard the child in front of him refer to himself as this prince and his tone was obviously unfriendly, he was shocked. However, he was not someone who was afraid of trouble. He squeezed Lanner's small hand to reassure her, then stepped out from the crowd and said in a clear voice, "Your Highness, I am Li Zixuan. May I know why your Highness is looking for this humble one?" At this moment, Cheng Chumo recognized the person. He asked in surprise, "Prince Wei?" When Li Tai heard that someone recognized him, he hurriedly looked in the direction of the voice. After a long while, he finally recognized that the bruised and battered person in front of him was Cheng Chumo. He turned his head and glared at Jianghu. Cheng Chumo was also here. How could the guard not report such important information? This was an injustice to the guard. Cheng Chumo had injured himself while skateboarding and had been recuperating on the second floor, not daring to come out and embarrass himself. How could the guard know whether Cheng Chumo was here or not? Although Li Tai was a prince, he was still quite wary of Cheng Chumo. He thought to himself, "It seems like I can't take her by force today." This was because he had heard that Li Zixuan had a good relationship with Cheng Chumo. If he took her away in front of Cheng Chumo, Li Er would definitely not let him off easily. "Oh, so Chonyo is here too. Ah, what a coincidence," Li Tai said awkwardly. Cheng Chumo could tell from Li Tai's first words that he did not come here with good intentions. He was probably here to cause trouble for Li Zixuan. Of course, he would support his brother at this time. Cheng Chumo walked to Li Zixuan's side and patted Li Zixuan's shoulder hard. He laughed loudly at Li Tai. "Today is the opening of my brother's new shop. Of course old Cheng, have to come to support. Ah, may I know why Prince of Wei is here today?" The crown prince and the princess just left. He pretended to be close and deliberately mentioned Li Chengqian and Chang'e. Naturally, he implied that he wanted to intimidate Li Tai and remind him not to deliberately make things difficult for Li Zixuan. He was usually a simple-minded person, but that was just because he did not want to use his brain. But today his good brother was in danger. He had to use his brain to help. Although he could defeat this group of people, he would definitely cause trouble for his father after the fight. How could Li Tai not hear the hidden meaning in Cheng Chumo's words? Even though he knew that Cheng Chumo was speaking the truth, he, Li Tai, would not be threatened by anyone other than Li Er and Changsun. At this moment, Li Tai said with a fake smile, "Oh? Chonyo, are you representing your Cheng family to stand against this prince?" Cheng Chumo was momentarily speechless. Regarding the issue of a prince's side, he naturally could not represent his father. He did not know what to do when Li Tai used his power to suppress others. "Your Highness Prince of Wei must be joking. Brother Chonyo was only joking. Your Highness Prince of Wei should not take it to heart. May I know why your Highness is looking for this commoner today?" Li Zixuan could not sit still when he saw his good brother stand up for him. Thus, he stepped forward to help Cheng Chumo out of his predicament. Chapter 75. East Market, in front of Strange Interest Pavilion. When Li Tai saw someone come forward to admit it, he looked at Li Zixuan and asked proudly, "Did you write Journey to the West?" What did this have to do with Journey to the West? Li Zixuan was a little puzzled, but he still nodded and admitted, "Journey to the West was indeed written by me." "What does your Highness mean by this?" "Well, I'm here to find you. There's a good job here. I want you to be my guest. In the future you will write stories like Journey to the West for me. Your monthly salary will be 20 strings of coins. How about it? This is much more promising than your shabby shop," Li Tai said with a look of superiority and pride. In his opinion, the shabby shop in front of him could at most earn 10 strings of coins a month. How could it be as good as writing stories for him? He was not like that poor Li Chengqian. Li Er and Zhang Sun had always doted on him and gave him a lot of rewards every month. Therefore he had the money to keep a guest. Cheng Chumo was speechless. Although he did not directly participate in the operation today, he saw everything. The daily turnover of Strange Interest Pavilion was more than 100 strings of coins. After deducting the cost, the profit was at least 40 to 50 strings of coins. He really did not know where Li Tai's confidence came from. Li Zixuan looked at the little fatty who was flaunting his wealth and superiority in front of him, and the corner of his mouth twitched. He wanted to tell Li Tai that he would give him 40 strings of coins a month as long as he stopped bothering him. But after thinking about it, he felt that this would be too hurtful. Li Tai would probably be angry, so he did not say it. Li Zixuan could only say tactfully, "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint your Highness. This humble one is undisciplined and only wants to stay at home and open a shop. I have no intention of becoming a guest of the prince's residence." Li Tai was standing there waiting for Li Zixuan to agree, but he did not expect Li Zixuan to reject him without hesitation. He was very angry and secretly thought that this brat really did not know how to appreciate favors. Li Tai, who had been living a smooth life since he was young, was a little embarrassed at this moment. He said with an ugly expression, "Are you sure?" Li Zishuan knew that this little fatty was going to get angry, but he was sure that Li Tai did not dare to do anything to him. He was doing legal business and did not do anything to steal chickens and dogs. Tang Chu's governance was relatively clear, so he was not afraid that he would use his identity to avenge private wrongs. Moreover, Ching Chumo was still standing next to him, so his heart was not afraid. Li Zishuan nodded affirmatively. "I'm sure." When Li Tai heard this, he was so angry that he laughed. "Good, very good. Do you think this king can't do anything to you? This prince heard that you and Yin Xiaoning, the son of Minister Yin, have a workshop. The craftsmen in the workshop were all from the General Works Directorate. Tell me, if this prince were to ask Imperial Father to bestow those craftsmen to me, do you think Imperial Father will agree?" "You?" Cheng Chumo was angry when he heard this and was about to step forward to argue, but Li Zishuan quickly pulled him back. Cheng Chumo had already helped him enough, so he could not drag Cheng Chumo down with the rest of the matter. What Li Tai had just said was indeed the weakness of Strange Taste Pavilion. The status of craftsmen in this era was very low, so Li Er would not refuse Li Tai's pleas for a group of craftsmen. If that happened, the foundation of Strange Taste Pavilion would be shaken. Even if Li Zishuan had countless inventions that could make money without craftsmen, he could not make them. Everything would be in vain. Strange Taste Pavilion was very important in the future, so Li Zishuan absolutely would not allow this to happen. This little fatty's move was really ruthless. Li Zishuan's mind raced. Since force did not work, then he could only use soft methods. This Prince of Wei was actually making things difficult for him today just because of a book, Journey to the West. It was clear that he was still somewhat of a child. Moreover, it was said that Li Tai was full of talent and was extremely arrogant. Li Zishuan suddenly thought of a plan and smiled. "I can write a book for your highness, but I have heard that your highness is very knowledgeable. You are proficient in calligraphy, painting, the classics, and arithmetic. I wonder if your highness can answer a few questions of this commoner?" When Li Tai heard Li Zishuan praise him like a flower, a trace of pride flashed across his face. This was where he, Li Tai, was more awesome than the crown prince. He was full of talent, so Li Tai doted on him. When he heard that Li Zishuan wanted him to answer a question, Li Tai frowned. Even though he was very talented, who knew what questions Li Zishuan would ask? He was not stupid. Why would he agree? Now that he had the absolute advantage, there was no need to complicate matters. "Why should this prince answer your question?" Li Tai's face was full of arrogance. This little fatty was not old, but he was quite smart. Li Zishuan had already guessed that he would not agree so easily. He clasped his hands behind his back and smiled. "If your highness insists on forcing me to write a story, even if I write one, it will definitely not be as exciting as Journey to the West. Your highness will not be satisfied with it. How about this? I will ask 10 questions. As long as your highness can answer one of them, I am willing to write for your highness for 3 years without any salary. Furthermore, the story I write will be even more exciting than Journey to the West. However, if your highness cannot answer a single question, then please do not make things difficult for Strange Taste Pavilion in the future. How about it?" Disdain. This was blatant disdain. Even though Li Tai knew that Li Zishuan's questions would be extremely difficult, he was proud of his talent. How could he not be able to answer even one question out of 10? Li Zishuan had successfully angered him. Furthermore, Li Zishuan's first half of the sentence was reasonable. Even if he used his power to force Li Zishuan to write a story for him, if Li Zishuan was unwilling, then the story he wrote would definitely not be good. Then everything he did would be meaningless. "Alright, then it's a deal. If you lose, then you have to write a story for this prince for 3 years. But your question must have an answer, otherwise it won't count." Although Li Tai was enraged, he still retained his rationality. If Li Zishuan asked questions that he had no answer to, such as how many hairs a person had on his head, how could he answer? This little fatty doesn't know that, as the saying goes, virtue is 1 foot tall, the devil is 10 feet tall. He was still too inexperienced. Li Zishuan simply nodded and agreed. "Of course, how would this humble one dare to maliciously make things difficult for your highness?" At this time Lan pulled Li Zishuan's arm worriedly. Li Zishuan smiled at her and shook his head, indicating that he was fine and not to worry. He was someone who had experienced the information explosion of the 21st century. He didn't believe that this little fatty would be able to answer a few random questions. Li Tai nodded his head in satisfaction and called for the guards behind him to bring him a stool. After standing for so long, he was a little tired. He sat down on the stool and raised his chin at Li Zishuan, saying, Li Zishuan, if that's the case, quickly ask any questions you have. This prince is anxious for you to write a story for me. Ah. Li Tai was confident that he would not lose. Just thinking that he would be able to read a story better than Journey to the West made him happy. However, he never expected that he would soon be tortured to the point of doubting his life. Chapter 76. Since Li Tai couldn't wait to be abused, Li Zishuan naturally had to satisfy the little fatty's wish. Li Zishuan walked 2 steps with his hands behind his back and slowly said, Then, Your Highness, please listen to the first question. What are paper and paper afraid of? Li Tai laughed and said, Such a simple question. Li Zishuan, you're bound to lose. Haha, paper and paper are of course afraid of fire. It seems that you're bound to be a follower of the prince's residence. Li Zishuan shook his head and said lightly, Your Highness, you've answered incorrectly. Li Tai said in disbelief, Is there another answer? I think you're deliberately acting shamelessly. If you can't give a convincing answer today, I won't forgive you. Li Zishuan ignored his threat and said with a smile, Haha, I don't know if Your Highness has heard of the saying, don't paper, fear 10,000, only paper, fear what if. The answer to this question is in this sentence, so I said that Your Highness has answered incorrectly. Cheng Chumo was stunned for a moment when he heard the answer. Then he almost laughed out loud. He didn't expect Li Zishuan to be so mischievous and come up with such a tricky question. The people of the Tang dynasty had never heard of a brain teaser. Li Tai was stunned for a moment before he reacted and said angrily, You're playing word games. It's just a small trick. I've already understood the trick of your question. Quickly come up with the next question. Haha, you think you've understood, but you don't know that you've just fallen into a big hole. Li Zishuan disagreed and continued, Then, Your Highness, please listen to the second question. From 1 to 9, which number is the most hardworking and which number is the laziest? Li Tai stood up and scratched his head. After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't think of anything. Li Zishuan reminded him from the side, Don't worry. Your Highness, hurry up. It's getting late. Li Tai waved his hand and said impatiently, This king can't think of anything. You win this question. Quickly tell me the answer. Replying to Your Highness, the answer to this question is 1, the laziest, 2, the most hardworking. As for the reason, I don't know if Your Highness has heard of the saying, 1 does not do, 2 does not rest. Hee. Another word game. Li Tai slapped his head in annoyance. He didn't think that he would make the same mistake twice. These 2 questions were very simple. He just had to start from the words themselves and find some idioms related to the questions. Then, he would be able to relate them to the questions. Li Tai warned himself that he could not give Li Zishuan another chance. After summing up the lessons of his 2 failures and making up his mind, Li Tai regained a bit of his confidence and said, Let's continue with the next question. This king does not believe that I will make the same mistake a 3rd time. Li Zishuan chuckled. He also knew that these 2 brain teasers were very easy for people to find a way to solve the questions. With Li Tai's intelligence, he must have found a way to deal with such questions. However, he did not plan on continuing with this question with Li Tai. He wanted to change the topic. He did not believe that Li Tai would be able to guess it. Since Your Highness is so confident, then please listen to the 3rd question. May I ask why frogs can jump higher than trees? After Li Tai heard the question, he quickly searched his mind for an idiom or idiom related to frogs and trees. However, he could not think of anything. He could not help but feel anxious. Seeing that Li Zishuan was about to rush him again, he said angrily, This king does not know. Quickly tell me the answer. Seeing the little fatty in front of him so anxious, Li Zishuan found it quite interesting. He chuckled and said, Why can frogs jump higher than trees? That's because frogs can jump. Trees can't jump. Of course they can jump higher than trees. Cheng Chumo's face turned red. He could not hold it in any longer and finally laughed out loud. Li Tai was furious. You are twisting words. You are clearly asking why frogs can jump higher than trees. Li Zishuan spread his hands and said with a smile, Yes, that's what I asked. Is there a problem with the answer? Li Tai carefully thought over Li Zishuan's question twice. Only then did he realize that there were actually 2 ways to understand the question. He had walked into the wrong line of thought from the beginning. This was another word game. However, Li Zishuan changed the way he played and he was tricked again. However, he could not say that there was a problem with Li Zishuan's answer. If you agree to bet, you must accept defeat. Li Tai still had gambling morals. At this moment, Li Tai was somewhat like a gambler. He said unwillingly, You win this question. Continue to the next question. Li Zishuan originally thought that this little fatty was going to act shamelessly. He did not expect him to admit defeat so straightforwardly. He could not help but look at him in a higher light. He continued, "Well then, Your Highness, please listen to the fourth question. May I ask what part of a person's body is hard to lick and hard to not lick? If you want to sleep comfortably, you must first rub it." When Xianxia heard this, he staggered and almost fell to the ground. The first thing he thought of was a man's little brother. He really did not expect Li Zixuan to be so dirty. However, Lana was still here. Was it really appropriate for Li Zixuan to ask such a question? Xianxia looked at Lana worriedly. Li Tai's first thought was also a man's little brother. Although he was not even 10 years old, he was a member of the royal family. At this age, what did he not know? At that moment, he wanted to blurt out the answer. However, when he saw Lana beside Li Zixuan, he could not bring himself to say it. He could not help but curse Li Zixuan's shamelessness in his heart. In order to win, he actually came up with such a dirty question. If there were only the few of them here, Li Tai would definitely not have any scruples. However, there was also a delicate little girl like Lana. He really could not bear to say it out loud. Li Tai's face turned red. In the end, he could only say angrily, "You are shameless. I can't answer, but I don't believe that you dare to say the answer." Looking at Li Tai's and Xianxia's reactions, Li Zixuan knew that these two fellows had misunderstood. The thoughts of these ancient people were not pure. Li Zixuan thought in his heart, "Haha, Your Highness, what are you saying? Why would I not dare to say it? The answer to this question is teeth." Looking at Your Highness and Choax's reactions, could it be that you have misunderstood? Lana asked curiously, "Brother Choax, what answer were you thinking of?" Xianxia's face turned red as he said awkwardly, "I didn't misunderstand. The answer I was thinking of was teeth." "Yes, teeth." Lana looked curiously at Li Tai. Li Tai hurriedly waved his hand and said, "This king did not think of an answer. This question is my loss." Li Zixuan quickly come up with the next question. This made it seem like he was trying to hide something. Lana's gaze turned even more suspicious, but she did not dare to ask. The impression Li Tai gave her previously was too fierce. Li Zixuan said with a smile, "Your Highness has already lost 4 questions. Do you really want to continue?" He was afraid that if this carried on, Li Tai would fly into a rage out of humiliation. That would not be good. The best outcome would be for Li Tai to take the initiative to end the bet, allowing everyone to reconcile. However, he had underestimated the persistence of a gambler. Li Tai said with reddened eyes, "Continue? What? Are you afraid that this king will go back on his word?" Li Tai had never suffered such a huge loss. He had to turn the tables, otherwise it would be too embarrassing. "All right, in that case let's continue," Li Zixuan said helplessly. Chapter 77. Looking at Li Tai's attitude, it seemed like he would not turn back until he hit a wall. Li Zixuan could only give him a hand and let him hit his head until he bled. "Your Highness, please listen to the 5th question. Before I ask, I want to know if Your Highness has heard of Ode of Mulan?" Li Tai nodded. "Of course I have." Ode of Mulan, also known as Poem of Mulan, was a narrative poem written during the northern and southern dynasties in China. It told the folk story of the heroine Hua Mulan, who replaced her father in the army. The poem was written in the northern Wei dynasty. It was originally recorded in the southern Qin dynasty's ancient and modern music records. It was about 300 words long and was later embellished by scholars in the Sui and Tang dynasties. Li Tai was well read, so of course he had seen this poem before. "It's good that Your Highness has heard of it." The 5th question is, why was Hua Mulan, who had been in the army for 18 years, so surprised when she changed into women's clothing? Li Tai replied matter-of-factly, "Wasn't it because her companions had never seen her in women's clothing before?" Li Zixuan shook his head. "Wrong, it was because her companions thought that it was more appropriate for her to wear men's clothing." Li Tai was speechless. He really wanted to curse in his heart, but he did not know if he should say it. Tisk, Xianxia could not take it anymore. He laughed loudly, but tragically the wound on his face was torn. Lana covered her mouth when she heard this funny answer. She could not help but giggle. Li Tai said with a dark face, "Continue, next question." Next question. Next question. As time passed, Li Tai's face became darker and darker. However, he couldn't help but listen to the next question every time. Putting aside the gambling, Li Zixuan's questions were all very novel, and the answers to each question were even more unexpected. He was like an opium addict. Although he knew that he would lose if he continued like this, he could not help but want to listen to the next question and the answer to the next question. "Your Highness, this is the last question. Please listen carefully. After Li Zixuan finished, he sighed in relief. He was finally going to get rid of this troublesome fatty. Wait. Hearing that this was the last question, Li Tai was startled and quickly interrupted. He frowned, thought for a moment and said, "That's right. For the last question you are not allowed to come up with such a crooked question. You must come up with a proper question." If he really couldn't answer a single question, then wouldn't his reputation be ruined? Although Li Tai liked those strange questions, it didn't mean that he was willing to lose the bet. Li Zixuan looked at Li Tai's face, which was as black as the bottom of a pot. He didn't want to push this little fatty too far. "I heard that your highness is also proficient in mathematics. How about I give you an arithmetic question for the last question?" "Hey, since this little fatty is looking for a beating, then don't blame me. I can also play you to death with a proper question," Li Zixuan thought insidiously. Li Tai was energized. He was quite confident in mathematics. He didn't believe that Li Zixuan would be able to stump him. "Okay, then it's an arithmetic question. Quickly give me the question." "Your Highness, please listen to the 10th question. Let's say that our Tang Empire wants to attack the Turks. We need to transport 100,000 dan of grain from Qin province to the front line of Feng province. If we travel by water, we will lose 300 dan of grain for every 100 li. If we travel by land, we will lose 500 dan of grain for every 100 li. If the grain transport army travels a total of 1,000 li by water and land, they will have 95,800 dan of grain left. May I ask your highness, how many li did the grain transport army travel by water and land?" Li Zixuan casually came up with a two-variable linear equation. As for higher-order equations, he didn't bother. He was afraid that Li Tai wouldn't be able to understand it. Although this question wasn't as strange as the previous one, it was still difficult for the ancient people. The people of the Tang dynasty didn't have the concept of equations. Li Tai furrowed his brows. This question was open and aboveboard. He tested all the hypotheses in his mind one by one. Gradually, sweat appeared on his forehead. After a long time, he still couldn't find the correct answer. Li Zixuan reminded him, "Your Highness, the East Market will be closed soon." Li Tai looked at the sky and said unwillingly, "If I have another 2 hours, I will definitely be able to find the correct answer." Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Your Highness, the correct answer to this question is 400 li by water and 600 li by land. I can find the correct answer in 3 breaths." Li Tai subconsciously put Li Zixuan's answer into the question to check. He found that it was correct, but he still couldn't believe it. "You must have calculated the answer in advance. That's why you can say it so quickly. If your highness doesn't believe me, you can change a few numbers in the question. Let's see if I can find the answer in 3 breaths. If I can't, I will lose today's bet." "Alright, that's what you said. Then this prince will change the remaining provisions to 96,500 dan. You can calculate how many li we have traveled by water and land respectively." Li Tai changed a number casually. He didn't believe that Li Zixuan could find the answer in 3 breaths. Li Zixuan's mental strength was far beyond that of ordinary people. As soon as Li Tai finished speaking, he immediately got the answer in his mind. "Your Highness, the soldiers traveled 750 li by water and 250 li by land." So fast. It didn't even take a breath. Li Tai was shocked. He quickly put Li Zixuan's answer into the question to check. A moment later, Li Tai's eyes widened and he muttered, "It's completely correct. How is this possible? Even Dr. Liu from the Imperial College can't do it?" Although Cheng Chumo didn't know how to calculate, seeing Li Tai's reaction, he knew that his good brother had calculated correctly. He couldn't help but change his understanding of Li Zixuan. He thought to himself, "It's fine if his martial arts are better than mine, but why is he smarter than me? How am I supposed to live in the future?" When Li Tai wanted to compete with Li Zixuan in mathematics, Lan wasn't worried at all. She still remembered Li Zixuan's heroic performance in the clothing store. "Your Highness, what about today's bet?" Seeing Li Tai in a daze, Li Zixuan asked worriedly. Li Tai had been tortured miserably today. He waved his hand dispiritedly and said, "I lost. A bet is a bet. This king will not make things difficult for your strange interest pavilion in the future." "Thank you, Your Highness, for keeping your promise. We'll take our leave now." Li Zixuan admired this little fatty's character of being willing to admit defeat and keeping his promises. "Wait, are you really not willing to write a story for me? If you have any requests you can tell me. I'll consider it." Li Tai was still unwilling to give up, but his tone was no longer as arrogant as before. Not only was this person in front of him good at writing stories, he was also quite talented and had strange ideas. He was a smart and interesting person. Li Tai really wanted to rope him in as a guest of the palace. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, "Sorry, this humble one's ambition does not lie in this." Looking at the little fatty's disappointed expression, he also felt that Li Tai's tone was no longer as arrogant as before. He thought to himself that this fatty was just a child spoiled by his parents. Li Zishuan then added, "But in my free time I'll write some stories. When the time comes I'll engrave them into books and sell them at Strange Interest Pavilion." Li Tai's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, "Okay, I'll definitely get someone to buy a few books. But you must tell me about your learning skills in the future. I'll definitely treat you well." Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Of course." The few of them bade farewell. Li Zishuan looked at the sky and estimated that the market would close in a few minutes. He let Wang Zhong take Lan back first. He quickly walked to Strange Interest Pavilion's workshop and happened to meet Faubert, who was preparing to go home. He asked Faubert about the progress of the curved plows. Faubert smiled and said, "Young master, the 20 curved plows you wanted have all been made. They're just waiting for you to send someone to take them away tomorrow. I'll go to the manor with you tomorrow to see how effective the curved plows are." Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Okay, that's good. I'll send someone to take these curved plows away tomorrow." At this moment, Faubert seemed to have thought of something and said, "Oh, that's right. Young master, the roller bearings you mentioned before have been made in the workshop. Now we can make roller bearings of various sizes." Li Zishuan was overjoyed and said with a smile, "That's great. After I'm done with this I'll give Faubert a blueprint. Faubert can help me build a carriage with roller bearings for all the parts that need to be rotated." Li Zishuan was very happy that there was finally hope for the luxurious carriage that he had been longing for. Faubert smiled and said, "Okay, no problem." Chapter 78. As night fell, all of Chang and was shrouded in darkness. Because of the curfew, all the streets were dark except for the brothels. After dinner the people of Chang and went to bed. The entire city seemed to have fallen asleep, but some people were still awake. The Taiji Palace in the Imperial Palace was still brightly lit. Since the dynasty had just been established, there were many things that Li Er needed to decide. He would read memorials until very late every night. But what he was holding now was a memorial written by a courtier. He not afraid of 10,000 but just in case. Why does this kid have so many strange things in his head? Li Er looked at the secret report in his hand and shook his head with a smile. Li Zishuan would never have thought that he would enter Li Er's sight again after the nibbled chicken incident. Haha, Chinke has been talented since she was a child. I didn't expect that she would suffer such a big loss today. But it's good for her to suffer some setbacks. But Li Zishuan is really interesting. Of course, Li Er wouldn't hold a grudge against Li Zishuan for his son's humiliation outside. His daughter was raised in a rich family while his son was raised in a poor family. Li Er had always adopted a let nature take its course attitude towards his sons. They could compete with each other, they could fight each other, but they couldn't cross that red line. Even if one of his sons was bullied, they could find a way to get back at him. Li Er would never stand up for him. Looking at the novel questions and unexpected answers on the secret report, the smile on Li Er's face grew wider and wider. However, when he read the last question, the smile on Li Er's face suddenly froze, and his face gradually became solemn. Li Er's face darkened and he asked the guard in black in front of him, "Li Zishuan really calculated the answer in one breath?" The guard quickly bowed and said, "Your Majesty, it's absolutely true." Li Er waved his hand and asked the guard to leave. He turned around and clenched the secret report in his hand. The last question had touched the ambition that had been hidden in his heart for a long time. After the incident at the Xuanwu Gate last year, the Great Tang was in a state of turmoil. The Turkic Khaganate sent out an army of 100,000 and took advantage of the situation to invade. Like a hot knife through butter, the Turkic Khaganate actually managed to reach Jingyang, which was only 40 li away from Chang, and shaking the entire capital. At that time the enemy was strong and we were weak. Li Er was forced to set up a deceptive tactic. He personally led Gao Shilian, Fang Xianling and the others, 6 riders, to the Wei River and spoke with Shelly across the Wei River. In the end the Turks retreated. Not only did they take away 30,000 Han slaves, they also received the promise of non-aggression from Emperor Li Er. All the treasures in Chang'an's treasury were emptied. These smug bandits left Yuanzhou state and fled into the vast grassland from Huayuan. Perhaps later generations would praise Li Er for not being afraid in the face of danger and crafting a clever plan to set up the Wei River Alliance, winning a chance for the Great Tang to breathe. But in Li Er's view, the so-called Wei River Alliance was the shame of his life. All those years ago Li Er, had followed his father to Taiyuan County and experienced 100 battles before finally conquering the world. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Li Er still remembered that after the Turks retreated, Qing Yaojin held his handwritten letter and knelt on the ground like a child, wailing loudly. Tens of thousands of soldiers put on their armor and knelt in front of the commander's tent. Several valiant generals requested to go to war, determined to wash away the humiliation brought by the Wei River alliance with blood. Although the Great Tang had just been established from the emperor to the people, there was a pride in their bones, a pride of being a Tang person. If the emperor was humiliated, the officials would die. If the emperor was humiliated, the people would die. In an instant, the entire country from the generals to the people was filled with fighting spirit. They all swore to take revenge for their emperor. But at that time the Great Tang army was weak. Their equipment was not complete, their provisions were not sufficient, and there were many rebellions. Tufan and Tuyuhun were eyeing them covetously. Li Er could only grit his teeth and swallow it down. For a gentleman to take revenge, 10 years was not too late. He swore in his heart that once the rebels in the country were wiped out and the soldiers were strong enough, he would hunt the grassland with everyone and fight to the death with the Turks. Today, seeing Li Zishuan give the last question to Li Tai, Li Er's heart was unable to calm down for a long time. Speaking of Li Zishuan, Li Er could not help but think of the conversation he had with Qing Yaojin 2 days ago in Taiji Palace. Jijia, how has second brother Qin been recently? Li Er sat on the dragon throne, his face full of concern. Qin Shubao had followed him on many bloody campaigns and had saved his life several times. Thus, Li Er had always been very grateful to Qin Shubao. Even after he became the emperor, he still called Qin Shubao's second brother Qin in private. Your Majesty, second brother Qin had many hidden injuries in his early years. Now that he is old, the injuries have flared up and his body is getting worse by the day. A few years ago, second brother could still beat me in martial arts, but a few days ago I went to the Qin residence to see second brother. Second brother Your Majesty, I am heartbroken. As Qing Yaojin spoke, he could not help but beat his chest and cry. This old general of the Great Tang had once faced countless powerful enemies without batting an eyelid. Now that he saw his best brother's body getting worse, he could not help but cry. Men did not cry easily, but they had not yet been deeply hurt. Li Er's eyes were also moist. He was silent for a while, then said in a low voice, Jijia, do not be sad. I will have Daoist's son go to the Qin residence to take a look at second brother Qin. As long as it can alleviate second brother Qin's pain, I am willing to have people find it, no matter how precious the medicine is. Qing Yaojin hurriedly expressed his gratitude. I thank your Majesty on behalf of second brother. Li Er sighed and said, time flies. Time is unforgiving. Seeing all of you brothers who had followed me to conquer the world grow old day by day, I don't feel good in my heart. When our generation is old, who can help Qingqian protect the Great Tang? Your Majesty, there are talented people in every generation. The children and grandchildren have their own fortune. There are also many loyal and brave people in the younger generation. Qing Yaojin spoke a rare literary sentence. Li Er shook his head and said, Jijia, the younger generation is relying on their parents' influence. How many of them are successful? Qing Yaojin thought for a while, then suddenly smiled and said, Your Majesty, I met a young man a few days ago. I sparred with him and found that his martial arts were on par with mine. Li Er's eyes lit up and he asked with interest, Oh, how old is that young man? He should only be 14. What? Li Er was truly shocked. Although martial arts depended on talent, it could not be without the accumulation of time. Qing Yaojin had been through hundreds of battles, and his martial arts were at least in the top 10 of the generals of the Great Tang. Now that Qing Yaojin said that a 14-year-old young man was on par with him, how could Li Er not be shocked? How can a 14-year-old young man be on par with Jijia in martial arts? How come I have never heard of such a young talent in Chang'an? Your Majesty, it is true. This person is called Li Zishuan. He lives in Chang'an's Yongla Lane. He was on good terms with my son, so I met him. Li Zishuan? This name was so familiar. Li Er stood up, frowned, and walked 2 steps before he suddenly remembered. Is it Li Zishuan who invented the chicken nibbling technique? Hearing about the chicken nibbling technique, Qing Yaojin subconsciously licked his lips and said, Yes, it is him. Your Majesty, do you know him before? Li Er did not answer him and said, I only heard that he went to Mount Longhu to learn martial arts for 8 years, but I did not expect his martial arts to be so strong. Qing Yaojin explained, Your Majesty, Li Zishuan was spiritual master Lingshu's disciple. so it is not strange that his martial arts are so outstanding. Li Er was a little absent-minded and muttered, I see. Your Majesty, it is late. I beg your Majesty to rest early. The old eunuch Zhao Song cautiously came forward to persuade him. Li Er collected his thoughts, nodded, and was about to leave when he suddenly turned his head and ordered, Zhao Song, ask Baichi to pay more attention to Li Zishuan. I want to know more about him. Yes, your Majesty. This young man's martial arts were strong, but he was also very smart. He was quite accomplished in mathematics. If he was a talented general, then he should be nurtured. The younger generation of the empire needed a leader. Even if he was not a talented general, he could be transferred to the army as a clerk. If he was in charge of the allocation of provisions, it would probably reduce a lot of losses on the journey. It was time to find an opportunity to transfer this young man into the army and train him well. Li Er thought so. Chapter 79. The next day, Li Zishuan didn't laze around in bed. He got up early. He still had to go to the Han village to deliver the plow today. As for the business of Chitsu Pavilion, Li Zishuan had already told his father last night to send a reliable shopkeeper to take care of it today. Chitsu Pavilion's reputation had already spread yesterday, so the rest of the work just had to be done step by step. Li Zishuan didn't need to stay there every day. It was best for him to be a shopkeeper who didn't do anything. Before Li Zishuan ate breakfast, he asked San Bao to quickly go to the carriage house to hire 4 carriages that were specially used to transport goods. San Bao didn't go with Steward Wang to buy chicken seedlings today. Li Zishuan asked Wang Zhong to take Fu with him. He wanted San Bao to go with him to the village today. After breakfast, he went to the door to see if San Bao had returned. In the end, he didn't see San Bao. Instead, he saw Cheng Chumo. Hey Chonyo, why are you here? After Cheng Chumo went back with a bloody nose and a swollen face last night, he naturally couldn't avoid being interrogated by Cheng Yaojin. When old Cheng saw him like that, he thought that he had run out to fight with someone again. Cheng Chumo explained for a long time before Cheng Yaojin reluctantly believed him. He glared at him angrily. Useless thing. How can you fall like this from playing with a lousy carriage? You're really embarrassing me. Cheng Chumo also knew that he had lost a lot of face this time, so he stood there silently and didn't dare to talk back. Who knew that Cheng Yaojin would continue to say, another day ask Xiao Shen to make one for me. I want to see what kind of carriage can make you fall like this. Cheng Chumo cursed in his heart. I'm afraid that when the time comes, you'll fall even more miserably than me. Cheng Chumo suddenly remembered something this morning. Yesterday he had planned to ask Li Zishuan why his family was buying so many chicken seedlings. However, he fell down and forgot about it. Therefore he came to look for Li Zishuan right after breakfast. At this time he saw Li Zishuan at the door. Cheng Chumo wanted to pull him to a corner and ask him about it. What are you doing? What are you doing? Pulling in broad daylight, what kind of scandal is this? Li Zishuan saw that Cheng Chumo didn't say anything and came to pull him. Suddenly his chrysanthemum tightened. He was not gay. He quickly slapped away Cheng Chumo's claws. Cheng Chumo's face was full of black lines. Little Xian, what are you thinking? I have something important to discuss with you. Come here quickly. Oh, you should have said so earlier. Come in and talk. It's not appropriate to talk outside. Li Zishuan tidied up his clothes and brought Cheng Chumo to the front hall. After the two sat down, Cheng Chumo couldn't wait to say, Little Xian, I'm here to ask you something today. Don't fool me. Li Zishuan took a sip of tea and said casually, What's the matter? Cheng Chumo leaned over and asked in a low voice, Little Xian, why did your family buy so many chicken seedlings yesterday? How do you know? Li Zishuan was shocked and asked hurriedly. Hey, there are only so many things happening in Chang, and all year long. How can you hide such a small thing? Those who are observant will know as long as they pay attention. Little Xian, tell me honestly, why did you buy so many chicken seedlings? Will the price of chicken increase next year? Do you know that you've almost emptied all the chicken seedlings in Chang'an? Cheng Chumo laughed sinisterly. As long as there was profit to be made, he also wanted to go back and ask his father to buy a batch of chicken seedlings. Hearing Cheng Chumo's question, Li Zishuan fell silent. He couldn't tell anyone about the locust plague prophecy. Not only would no one believe him, but his family would also be in trouble. However, he couldn't tell Cheng Chumo nothing. This guy was the first brother he had made since he came to the Tang Empire. From the previous few things, Cheng Chumo was the kind of person who would sacrifice himself for a brother in a critical moment. Maybe he could give him a hint. After hesitating for a long time, Li Zishuan asked, Chonyo, how many fields do you have in your family? Cheng Chumo was stunned by the question. He didn't know why Li Zishuan asked him this, but he still answered, I'm not too sure about this. It should be about 5,000 mu. Little Xian, why do you ask? So much. This was a big landlord. Li Zishuan sighed in his heart. He estimated that the locust plague next year would cause even more losses for his family. At this moment, he suddenly looked at Cheng Chumo seriously and said in an extremely serious tone, Chonyo, if you really believe me, then go back and ask Uncle Cheng to buy more chicken seedlings for your family to feed. As for the specific reason, I really can't tell you now. In June next year you'll know why. In short, if you really believe me, then do as I say. Don't worry, I, Li Zishuan, will never harm my own brother. Cheng Chumo was also shocked by Li Zishuan's serious expression. After Li Zishuan finished speaking, he carefully pondered over Li Zishuan's words in his heart, but still couldn't figure out the reason. However, the second half of Li Zishuan's words did make sense. Cheng Chumo also firmly believed that Li Zishuan wouldn't harm him. Little Xian, since you have difficulties that you can't tell me, I won't force you. When I go back, I'll try my best to persuade my father. I believe that you won't harm your own brother. I, Cheng Chumo, may not be as smart as those literati, but I'm quite good at judging people. Li Zishuan smiled. Thank you for your trust, Chonyo. In June next year you'll definitely be rewarded generously. Young master, the carriages are here. Young master Yen is also here to look for you. San Bao suddenly came in to report. Li Zishuan nodded and quickly walked out. As expected, 4 carriages were parked in the courtyard. Yen Xiaoning was also here. Brother Xiaoning, you're here. Yes, I shouldn't be late. Chonyo is here too? Yen Xiaoning was surprised when he saw Cheng Chumo coming out with Li Zishuan. Little Xian Xiaoning, where are you guys going with so many carriages? Cheng Chumo couldn't help but ask curiously when he saw so many carriages and heard Yen Xiaoning's words. It seemed that they were going out today. Li Zishuan explained to Cheng Chumo since there was nothing to hide about the curved shaft plow. Little Xian, is this curved shaft plow really as amazing as you said? No, I'll go with you guys today. If it's really that amazing, Little Xian, you have to take care of me first. My family's farmers also complained that they didn't have enough cattle this year. Some of them might miss the spring plowing. No problem, let's go to the workshop now to pull the curved shaft plow. Since Cheng Chumo wanted to go with them, Li Zishuan naturally wouldn't reject him. Li Zishuan let the 4 coachmen drive the carriages while he, Cheng Chumo, and Yen Xiaoning rode behind them. The group rushed to the workshop. What surprised Li Zishuan was that he actually saw a few naughty kids on the road. They were riding on scooters and racing with each other. The other naughty kids around them were looking at them enviously. Li Zishuan smiled knowingly. All of this was within his expectations. The naughty kids who bought the scooters would spontaneously promote the Strange Taste Pavilion. In the following period of time, the sales of the Strange Taste Pavilion scooters would snowball and experience an explosive growth. The title should be Persuading People to Buy Chickens. I'm too lazy to change it now. It should be more interesting this way. I don't care if you guys believe it or not, I believe it. This isn't a clickbait, right? Chapter 80. After Li Zishuan and the others got the plows from the workshop, they brought Faubert to the Han village. Han Lijing remembered that Li Zishuan said that he was going to give them a new type of plows 2 days ago. Early in the morning he brought Old Hu to the village entrance. The 2 men stood there and looked forward to it. A villager passed by and asked Old Hu what they were waiting for. Old Hu said that the young master was going to give them a batch of better plows today. When the villager heard this, although they didn't believe that there was a better plow in the world than the current straight plows, they thought that the young master had brought a series of benefits to the village recently. There was no reason for him to lie to them. Therefore, the villager who had nothing to do in the morning accompanied Han Lijing and Old Hu to wait at the village entrance. They looked forward to the stars and the moon, and they were about to turn into Amma stones. Finally, a group of carriages came into their sight. The person in the lead was Li Zishuan. Han Lijing quickly led the others to welcome them. Young master, you must have had a hard journey. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Uncle Han, it's okay. You guys came at the right time. I brought a total of 20 new plows. Help me move them to Uncle Han's house first. Li Zishuan stopped the carriage at the village entrance and called a few villagers to move the plows. He also introduced Cheng Chumo, Yen Xiaoning, and Faubert to Han Lijing. Han Lijing was shocked and quickly greeted the 3 of them. They exchanged greetings for a while. When Li Zishuan saw the eagerness in Yen Xiaoning in the other's eyes, he said, Uncle Han, leave one of the plows. We'll go to the field now and see if the new plows are good or not. Uncle Hu, let's go to your family's field and try it out. Old Hu grinned and said, All right, young master. I, Old Hu, used to be a blacksmith. I, Old Hu, will be able to use your plow after studying it for a while. I'll try using this new plow later. Everyone followed Old Hu to the edge of the field. At this time, a farmer had already brought over an ox. Li Zishuan gave Old Hu a brief introduction of the use of the curved plow. Old Hu had been a blacksmith before and he was also good at farming, so it didn't take him long to understand. He couldn't wait to tell Li Zishuan, and then he took the curved plow and led the cattle to the field. Old Hu tied the reins of the curved plow to the ox. He held the plow with one hand and drove the ox with the other. Old Hu was taken aback the moment he started the plow. It was obviously more effortless than before. It was completely different from the previous plow, which had to plow the land with a lot of potholes. If it weren't for the fact that it was his own field, Old Hu would have suspected that someone had filled the field with water before. It was too easy to plow. When he reached the end of the field and was about to turn, Old Hu experienced another benefit of the curved plow. At this moment, Old Hu gently turned the shaft of the plow, and the entire plow easily turned around. It was not like the long and straight plow in the past, which had to be tilted and expended a lot of effort to turn around. It was obvious that the curved plow was more flexible, effortless, and time-efficient. Old Hu was so excited that his hands were trembling. He had lived for more than half of his life, but he had never used such a good plow. The Han village was saved and no one would miss the spring plowing. At this time, there were already many farmers surrounding the embankment. When they saw how fast Old Hu was plowing, they couldn't help but be shocked. The farmers who had some experience quickly understood the superiority of this new plow. Everyone couldn't help but discuss spiritedly. This plow seems to be more effortless. Look at the ox leading the plow. Why does it seem effortless? It seems to be true. At this speed, won't they be able to plow 6 or 7 mu of land in a day? Haha, it's not just 6 or 7 mu. Han Xiaodong, you're already an adult, but you still don't have any eyesight. Can't you see that the plow is more than twice as fast as the previous plow? In my opinion, this new plow should be able to plow 10 mu of land in a day, and it doesn't even use the ox. A slightly older villager analyzed. 10 mu? So much? Old Hu increased the speed of the ox and quickly plowed a round trip. At this time he pushed the plow to a place slightly closer to Li Zishuan and the others. He shouted excitedly, "Young Master Li Zheng, this plow is really good. The plow is more than twice as fast as before. Old Hu even feel that a slightly stronger adult can pull this plow." Hearing Old Hu's words, everyone on the ridge was shocked. They all thought that Old Hu was bragging. Who could pull a plow? Han Lijing also said suspiciously, "Old Hu, it's not as exaggerated as you say, right?" Old Hu anxiously said, "Li Zheng, if you don't believe me, come down and help me hold the plow. Old Hu will pull it." Han Lijing also wanted to experience it. He excused himself from the people on the ridge, rolled up his trousers and went down. Old Hu pulled the ox to the side and let a farmer lead it. He hung the rope of the plow on his shoulder, leaned forward and pulled one end of the rope. He shouted behind him, "Li Zheng, are you done holding it?" Han Lijing replied, "Yes, you can start." Everyone held their breath and stared at Old Hu without blinking. In history they had never heard of people pulling the plow. At this time the muscles on Old Hu's arm bulged. Old Hu shouted and the plow began to move slowly. It moved, look, the plow actually moved. It's true, it's actually true. God, what kind of plow did young master bring us? An old farmer trembled as he knelt on the ground and muttered, "A divine plow, a divine plow. This is the divine plow of our Tang Empire." Faubert was also trembling with excitement. 2 days ago, when Li Zishuan explained the advantages of the plow to him, although Li Zishuan's words were clear and logical, he still had some doubts. But today the facts were in front of him. He had no choice but to believe. The plow in front of him was even better than what Li Zishuan described that day. "Young master, facts speak louder than words." This old man is convinced. This plow can really be called the divine plow of our Tang Empire. In the future, millions of people will be grateful for young master's kindness. Faubert looked at the excited farmer in front of him and couldn't help but say. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "This is also thanks to Faubert's help. Without Faubert's exquisite skills, how could we make such an efficient plow?" Yan Xiaoning was breathing rapidly as if he had taken drugs. He grabbed Li Zishuan's arm and said incoherently, "Xiao Xian, this is a divine plow. This plow must be widely promoted. When I go back, I must tell my father to let the Ministry of Works purchase this plow. This is the good news of our Tang Empire's people." Li Zishuan was speechless. It was just a plow. Did these people have to praise it so much? Ching Chumo jumped out excitedly at this moment. He patted Li Zishuan's shoulder and shouted, "Xiao Xian, if you treat me as a brother, then supply my family with 100 of these plows first. My farmer needs them urgently." 100? Why don't you go rob a bank? Li Zixuan was furious. This guy was really asking for too much. The Han village only got 20. Moreover, even if he gave Qing Chumo 100, did his farm have so many cattle? Wasn't this a waste of resources? Then let's start with 50 no less. My family's farmstead has 50 cattle. Qing Chumo said with a flattering smile. Li Zixuan nodded. This was more like it. At this moment he said to Faubert, Faubert, when you go back to Chang, and ask all the craftsmen in the workshop not to do anything but focus on making the plow. In addition, you are in charge of finding a group of skilled and reliable craftsmen. I wouldn't mind even if there were 40 or 50 of them. Don't worry, I don't lack money. Li Zixuan expressed that he was rich and could do whatever he wanted. Faubert nodded and agreed, yes, young master. This is an important matter. I will arrange it well. Chapter 81. After the villagers on the ridge saw the magic of the curved plow, some of them quickly spread the news back to the village. One person spread to 10, 10 spread to 100, and then the entire Han village was in an uproar. As soon as Li Zixuan and his group returned to the village, they were surrounded by enthusiastic villagers. Young master, is this divine plow for sale? Yes, young master, where can I buy this divine plow? I want to buy one too. But I don't know if this divine plow is expensive. Li Zixuan waved his hand to stop the noisy crowd and shouted, this plow is called the curved plow. I have already sent 20 plows to the Han village today. They are considered the public property of the village. If you can't afford a curved plow, you can rent one from Han Lijing. The rent is 5 copper coins a day. If you want to buy one, you can go to the Strange Interest Pavilion in the East Market of Chang and City tomorrow. They sell one for 170 copper coins. If you want to buy one, please come early tomorrow. The other villages don't know about this plow yet, so no one will fight with you. The cost of a curved plow was about 150 copper coins. Li Zixuan didn't want to earn money from these poor villagers, so he set the price very low. He only wanted to earn money for his hard work. He didn't want the villagers to be grateful to him, he only wanted to feel at ease. As soon as Li Zixuan finished his words, the crowd started to discuss. Master, it's only 170 copper coins. It's only 30 copper coins more expensive than the straight plow we bought before. Why don't we buy one too? Yes, it's better to buy one. You have to wake me up early tomorrow morning, or else we won't be able to buy it. Xiaodong, is your family buying it? Of course, only a fool wouldn't buy such a useful plow. Didn't you hear what young master said? When the other villages know about it, you won't be able to buy it even if you want to. Yes, that's right. Young master is really good to us villagers. Of course. Li Zixuan walked out of the crowd with Cheng Chumo and the others when he saw that they were having a heated discussion. At this moment, Yan Xiaoning and Faubert both said goodbye. Yan Xiaoning had already achieved his goal of coming to the Han family manor today. Now, he only wanted to return home as soon as possible and report to his father how efficient it was to use the curved plow to plow the land. It would be able to solve the urgent problems of the imperial court to a large extent. Today, Faubert had witnessed the miraculous power of the curved shaft plow. He wanted to return to the workshop as soon as possible and recruit more craftsmen to mass-produce the curved shaft plow. Time waits for no man. If he builds one more curved shaft plow, there would be one less family missing the spring plowing. Faubert felt that his body was filled with passion for work. His waist was no longer sore and his legs were no longer painful. His entire body was filled with energy. Li Zixuan saw that Qing Chumo seemed to want to leave in advance, so he hurriedly pulled him back and said, Chonyo, don't go yet. I'll bring you to see the Han family manor's chicken farm. If your family's farm also wants to raise chickens on a large scale, then do it like this. Otherwise the chickens will easily catch the foul plague. Cheng Chumo thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. All right, then we'll listen to little Xian and go take a look. The two of them followed Li Zixuan to the back mountain of the manor. Compared to the first time Li Zixuan came, the back mountain had changed a lot. In the forest, the farmers had used bamboo or tree branches to form chicken farms one after another. Each farm was about half a mu of land. Moreover, there was a sign hanging at the door with the name written on it. Li Zixuan nodded in satisfaction and turned around to ask, Uncle Han, how many chicken farms are there on this mountain now? Han Lijing smiled and replied, Young master, because the farmers know that these chicken farms are for themselves, and because young master is paying them wages, everyone in the manor is very motivated to work. In 2 days we have already surrounded more than 20 chicken farms. Young master, the 8,000 chickens that you sent before have all been settled down. The farmers have all used their own hens to raise these chickens. Everything is going smoothly. And then I'm relieved. Uncle Han, follow me in to see the chicken coop. Li Zishuan chose a chicken farm next to him and directly pushed the door open. Cheng Chimo and Han Lijing also followed in. They saw a few old hens and a few groups of chickens. There were about 300 to 400 of them. They were looking for food everywhere. The chicken farm was noisy and lively. There was also a row of neatly arranged chicken coop inside. It was spacious and airy. Li Zishuan nodded in satisfaction and said, "Uncle Han, this chicken coop is very well done. Uncle Han, this chicken farm is done very well. Just build the rest like this. You have to hurry up. Now we've only delivered 8,000 chickens to you. There are still 72,000 left. Steward Wang will continue to deliver more to you in the next few days. Uncle Han, I suggest that you pick some people to manage the farm. It's best if you pick those who have learned the ability to control chickens. Let them get familiar with the chickens as soon as possible. These chickens are very important to me. Nothing must go wrong. Later I will give you another 1,000 strings of cash. Go to Chang'an City and buy more quicklime. You have to sprinkle quicklime around the chicken coop regularly." Han Lijing nodded solemnly and said, "Young master, don't worry. I will arrange it well." Then Uncle Han, you go ahead. Chonyo and I will walk around here." Han Lijing nodded and smiled. "Okay, young master, I will go back first." After Han Lijing left, Li Zishuan did not hear any movement from Cheng Chimo for a long time. He could not help but turn around and found Cheng Chimo staring at him in shock. Li Zishuan touched his face strangely and asked in puzzlement, "Chonyo, what happened to you? Were you struck by lightning?" Cheng Chimo wanted to kick Li Zishuan angrily, but Li Zishuan easily dodged it. "Damn you, you are the one who was struck by lightning. I say, Xiaoxian, from what you said before, are you planning to buy 80,000 chickens?" Yesterday he received news that Li Zishuan had bought at least 7,000 chickens. He was shocked by this number at that time. He never thought that it was just a drop in the bucket. Li Zishuan was playing too big, far beyond his imagination. "Yes, what's wrong with this? What's wrong with this? Are you crazy? 80,000 chickens? Chang'an City consumes less than 80,000 chickens in a month. Who are you going to sell these chickens to when they grow up?" Cheng Chimo said angrily. Li Zishuan touched his nose and said awkwardly, Chonyo, actually the most valuable part of a chicken is not its meat, do you know?" Cheng Chimo heard him and looked at him as if he was an idiot. He was speechless, but what he wanted to say was written on his face. He was clearly saying, "I am not educated, don't lie to me." Li Zishuan also knew that he could not explain it clearly, so he could only say vaguely, "Chonyo, you will understand what I mean next year. Your family's chicken farm must be built like the Han family's. Take a good look. Your family cannot buy so many chickens like me, but you must buy them or you will regret it next year." Seeing that Li Zishuan was serious, Cheng Chimo could only nod and say, "Okay, I will tell my father tonight. P.S. Regarding the issue of updating, I would like to clarify. Swordsmen were surprised when I saw that many readers were urging me to update the book in the comments section. I can finally say goodbye to the single-player game. Swordsmen are honored that everyone is urging me to update the book. Swordsmen would like to clarify the issue of updating the book. Usually the book will be updated at least 2 times a day, and occasionally 3 times. This book has been open for more than 40 days and it has never stopped updating. Usually, a chapter will be updated at noon, and a chapter will be updated at 10 p.m. Due to the lack of popularity of his new book, there were fewer recommendations. Therefore, Vigilante A could only release his new book at certain times, hoping that others would be able to read his new book amidst the sea of books. Although this method was stupid, Vigilante A had no other choice. If there are many people reading the book, Swordsman will release 2 or 3 chapters at once to prevent people from waiting in the middle. In the end, it's all about understanding. I hope that everyone can understand. Also, if you find out that your comments on the bookstore's book review section have been deleted, don't blame it on Vigilante A. That's because your comments contain sensitive words that are automatically deleted by the system. Vigilante A, Vigilante's own comments have been deleted many times. As for which sensitive words are Vigilante A, Vigilante doesn't know. Everyone will ask why you did not put this paragraph in the comments section or put it in the author's words section. Are you trying to increase the word count by putting it there? First of all, Vigilante A tried to post it in the book reviews and comments section, but it was instantly deleted by the system. Then I also wanted to put it in the author's words section at the bottom, but there was a word limit there, so I couldn't put it there. I'm also in despair. I can't even post in my own comments section. Chapter 82. After visiting the chicken farm, Li Zishuan and Cheng Chimo left the Han family village. He originally wanted to see Hu Jing and his younger brother, but after thinking about it, he realized that he had been busy with the affairs of Strange Interest Pavilion these past few days and had forgotten to ask Li Qingqian to help him inquire about Sun Simiao's whereabouts. Even if he went to Old Hu's house now, he wouldn't be able to treat Hu Jing and his younger brother, so he left with Cheng Chumo. In his heart, he planned to find out Sun Simiao's whereabouts after these 2 days of work. Previously in Zhongnan Mountains, Sun Simiao had saved his life, and he hadn't thanked him yet. It wasn't Li Zishuan's style to not repay a favor. Chang, an East City, Curious Pavilion. It was noon and the sun was shining brightly. Although it wasn't as hot as summer, the midday sun still made people sweat a little when it shone on their bodies. In front of the Curious Pavilion, the hot sun overhead couldn't stop people's enthusiasm, and there was already a long line in front of the door. Shopkeeper, how many scooters do you have today? Yeah, there were only 300 scooters yesterday and I didn't even get one. Last night when I got home I was disturbed by that brat for the whole night. Shopkeeper, you're too unkind, can't you prepare more? Aren't you cheating people? Yeah, you're cheating people. Last night I was disturbed by that brat at home for the whole night, and I didn't sleep well. Hearing the commotion outside, a skinny, dark-skinned middle-aged man walked out of the Strange Interest Pavilion. He looked like a scholar. This man was the new shopkeeper that Li Jingmo recruited for his son. His name was Sun Huayuan, and he was the cousin of Sun Huaiming, the new shopkeeper of Li Ji clothing store. He was quite talented. Previously, he was the shopkeeper of a calligraphy and painting store in Chang'an City. Later, because he offended the owner's son, he was fired and had been idle at home. Yesterday, when he heard that Li Jingma wanted to recruit a shopkeeper for his son, Sun Huaiming strongly recommended his cousin. Li Jingma had always been very satisfied with Sun Huaiming's performance in the clothing store, so he gave Sun Huaiming some face and let his cousin try out the Strange Taste Pavilion first. However, before Sun Huayuan was appointed, Li Zishuan called him to his side and gave him some instructions. In the end, Li Zishuan handed him the future development plan of Strange Interest Pavilion written by Li Zishuan and asked him to follow it. Sun Huayuan originally had the arrogance of a scholar, so he was disdainful of the development plan written by a 14-year-old boy, who knew that when he opened it, he would see business plans that he had never seen before. He couldn't help but be shocked. He thought to himself, could it be that the boss's son is a monster? At the same time, he also made up his mind to follow the plan. Otherwise, if he didn't do a good job and got fired, not only would he fail to live up to his cousin's good intentions, but his wife would also fall out with him. Sun Huayuan walked out of the Strange Interest Pavilion and shouted to the crowd. Everyone, please don't be impatient. Today there will be 500 scooters. Please don't cut the queue. Also, I just received a notice from the master in my workshop. For the next 5 days, Strange Interest Pavilion will stop selling scooters. Because of my young master's order, Strange Interest Pavilion's workshop will focus on manufacturing a more important tool in the next few days. The scooters will be sold next time. Please forgive us. Sun Huayuan gracefully cupped his hands and apologized to everyone. He was actually quite helpless. After Uncle Fu came back this morning, he immediately sent someone to the Strange Taste Pavilion to inform him that the workshop would not be producing scooters for the next few days. It was said that they were going to focus on producing a batch of more important tools. For Faubert, a national treasure like the curved plow was obviously more important than a child's toy like the scooter. At this critical time, how could he be distracted? Naturally, he would give up on the scooter first. However, the crowd in the queue didn't think so. They were originally happy when they heard that there would be 500 scooters available today. Who knew that Sun Huayuan would tell them that Strange Interest Pavilion would stop selling scooters for the next few days and that it was unknown when they would be able to sell scooters again. If they couldn't buy scooters for their children today, wouldn't they not have peace for the next few days? Sun Huayuan's last sentence poked a hornet's nest. Shopkeeper, how can you do business like this? We're going to boycott your shop. We'll never buy scooters again. Yes, we're not buying anymore. Brother, if you don't want to buy it, can you give your seat to me? Ba, who said I'm not buying anymore? Didn't you just say that? I didn't say that. Go away. Hey, why are you scolding me? I'm scolding you. What, you dare to look at me? I'm looking at you, so what? Why don't you try looking at me again? Fine, I'll try. What can you do? At first, there were people who wanted to put pressure on Sun Huayuan to cancel the suspension of the scooter sales. Sun Huayuan panicked when he heard the commotion. Who knew that the commotion didn't get everyone's response? Instead, there was an internal conflict. There were already signs of a big fight. Sun Huayuan was stunned at the door. It was the first time he saw such a weird customer. However, he couldn't let them fight. If Wu Ho was alerted, it would probably implicate Strange Fun Pavilion. Sun Huiming quickly went down to mediate. Please calm down. Please don't fight. Although we will temporarily suspend the sale of the scooters for a few days, you can use our membership card to reserve the scooter first. When we have the scooter, we will send it to your home as soon as possible. Membership card? What membership card? The burly man who wanted to boycott the Strange Interest Pavilion asked in surprise. The rest of the people also looked over curiously. At this time, Sun Huayuan loudly explained to the crowd, "Friends, in order to save everyone's time, our Strange Fun Pavilion will introduce a membership system. We will also arrange a corresponding membership channel. Customers who pay 500 coins in one go will receive a white membership card. Those who pay 1,000 coins in one go will receive a green membership card. Those who pay 1,000 coins in one go will receive a blue membership card. Those who pay 20 coins will receive a purple membership card. Those who pay 100 coins will receive an orange membership card. Those who pay 500 coins will receive a red Supreme membership card. Our Strange Fun Pavilion's membership levels from low to high are white, green, blue, purple, orange, and red. In the future, all members can line up in the membership channel. Of course, the higher the membership level, the higher the priority you will receive when you line up. Correspondingly, you will receive better discounts when you buy products. The Red Supreme membership card will give you a 40% discount when you buy products. Every membership card that we give out is special and requires a fingerprint. It will not be counterfeited. Every sum of money that you deposit and withdraw from Strange Fun Pavilion will be recorded in detail. There will be no mistakes. Friends who didn't buy a scooter today can apply for a membership card to reserve it. Everyone, don't miss this opportunity. Our Strange Fun Pavilion will have even more novel products in the future. There are only things that you can't think of. There is nothing that we can't do. Sun Huayuan introduced the business plan that Li Zixuan had written for him to the crowd. Li Zixuan had used the color of the character cards and equipment from the online games in his previous life to Strange Fun Pavilion's membership cards. He wanted to tell the people of the Tang Dynasty that life was like playing an online game. If you want to be awesome, you have to spend money. It was just like the online games released by a certain company in his previous life. If you don't spend money, you won't be able to play. The audience was stunned by this membership system that they had never heard of before. The people who bought the scooter yesterday were secretly glad. They only spent 360 copper coins yesterday, and they actually got a white membership card that was worth 500 copper coins. This wave of people did not suffer a loss. Most of the people in front of the line were watching. They were in front of the line and should be able to buy a scooter today. Therefore, they were not in a hurry. They were waiting to see if anyone was willing to apply for a membership card. However, the people at the back of the line could not sit still. "Shopkeeper, I want to apply for a green membership card. I want to use your members channel. I also want a green membership card." Green was the color that protected the environment. Everyone liked it. Behind the crowd, there was an elegant young man wearing white clothes and holding a folding fan in his hand. He was looking at the noisy crowd. The corners of his mouth were raised into a meaningful smile. He ordered the manservant beside him, "Don't worry. Lu Yun, go and apply for a Red Supreme membership card for this young master." "Ah, young master, this?" The servant suspected that he had misheard. "Oh." The white-clothed young master frowned. He naturally had a dignified aura. He did not want to repeat himself. "Yes, young master. This servant will go now." Seeing the young master frown, Lu Yun was so scared that he did not dare to ask any more and went to apply for a membership card. Only then did the white-clothed young master relax his frown. He muttered to himself, "Strange Fun Pavilion, hee. How interesting." Chapter 83. Outside of Strange Interest Pavilion, there were dozens of people crowding around Sun Huayuan to register for a membership card. Sun Huayuan hurriedly helped these people register, but he was pleasantly surprised. He didn't think that there would be so many people willing to buy a membership card. These people would most likely become loyal customers of Strange Interest Pavilion in the future. At this moment, some of the people at the front of the line couldn't sit still. Originally, according to the order, they would be able to buy a scooter today, but now there were so many people who wanted to buy a membership card. According to the membership system that Manager Sun had just introduced, these members could use the member channel to cut the line. If this was the case, then the people at the front of the line would most likely not be able to buy a scooter today. Thinking that if they couldn't buy a scooter today, they would definitely be disturbed by their naughty children for several days. These people couldn't help but shiver and clench their teeth. "Isn't it just a membership card? I'll buy it." Thus, more and more people wanted to buy a membership card. Seeing this, Sun Huayuan smiled like a flower and quickly called a few employees to help him register. In fact, most of these people wanted a green membership card. Sun Huayuan had been registering for a long time, but the highest number he saw was 10 blue membership cards. There wasn't a single purple membership card. People were greedy. At first, Sun Huayuan was worried that no one would be willing to buy a membership card, but now he was hoping that someone would buy a few purple membership cards. He was disappointed in his heart when he heard a young man's voice. "Manager, buy a red Supreme membership card for my family's young master." Schwa. The noisy crowd instantly quieted down and looked at the person who spoke. Sun Huayuan also suspected that he had misheard and asked with uncertainty, "Dear customer, what kind of membership card did you say you wanted?" "I'm not the one doing it, I'm just doing it for my family's young master." "He wants a red Supreme membership card." "Manager, hurry up, we're in a hurry." "This is the membership fee, see if it's enough." Lu Yun tossed 5 golden pancakes to shopkeeper Sunday. After all, 500 strings of copper coins could be pulled by an ox cart. It was really inconvenient to carry them when going out. In the Tang dynasty, gold could be used for large transactions, but silver could not be used. In fact, there was silver in the Tang dynasty, but before the Song dynasty, most areas in China did not use silver as currency. In the Tang dynasty, the annual production of silver was only 15,000 taels. At that time, for ordinary people, there were only 3 sources of silver. The first was a reward from the emperor, the second was a bribe from local officials, and the third was the payment from foreign merchants. Regardless of the source of the silver, no one would use it for trading. In large transactions, gold chains and gold pancakes were more commonly used. That's enough, that's enough. I'll handle it for you right away." After Sun Huayuan confirmed that he didn't mishear, he quickly took the golden pancake and weighed it in his hand. Then he wiped the sweat on his forehead and began to register. "May I know your young master's name? We need to register and press our fingerprint." Sun Huayuan raised his head and asked. Lu Yun frowned and said, "It's inconvenient to reveal the identity of my young master. You can just write the word Wang, and I'll press the handprint." As Sun Huayuan was a little confused. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. However, this person wanted to apply for a red card, so he should take care of him. He could only nod and say, "Okay, we'll do as you say." The 500 scooters of the Strange Interest Pavilion were all sold out in 4 hours. Those who applied for a membership card had all bought one. Many people in front of the line who thought that they would be able to buy one didn't. They couldn't help but beat their chests and stomp their feet. They definitely wouldn't have a good time in the next few days. Including the scooters that were sold yesterday, there were currently 800 scooters in Chang'an City. The naughty kids who owned scooters naturally formed groups and began to show off in all kinds of fancy ways in Chang'an City. They were all risking their lives. For a moment, the streets and alleys of Chang'an City were filled with naughty kids on scooters chasing each other. Naturally, all kinds of accidents were caused. The entire Chang'an City was in chaos. People and horses were thrown off their feet. Yongxing City. Nay, a coachman suddenly pulled the reins tightly. The horse raised its front hooves high and neighed. The speeding carriage behind suddenly stopped. The people in the carriage staggered and almost fell out of the carriage. "Lai Fu, what happened?" There was a hint of anger in the middle-aged man's voice. He had just come out of the palace and was thinking about the deeper meaning of Emperor Lier's words. He didn't expect to be interrupted by this sudden breaking. "Master, there are a few kids playing on a moving plank in front of us. I was afraid of hitting them, so I pulled the horse. Please forgive me." The coachman named Lai Fu quickly got off the carriage and bowed to the inside of the carriage. At this time, the middle-aged man in the carriage lifted the curtain and looked at the kids playing in the middle of the road. He couldn't help but be curious when he saw that they could easily slide on a plank. He walked forward and asked, "Little kids, what are you playing on?" A little girl with a ponytail answered, "This is a scooter." "Grandpa, don't you know?" The middle-aged man asked, "Where did you buy this scooter?" "Strange Interest Pavilion in the East City. My father bought it for me with great difficulty." The middle-aged man stroked his beard. He silently remembered this Strange Interest Pavilion. He smiled at the kids and said, "Go play in other open spaces. Don't play in the middle of the road. It's dangerous." "Okay, thank you, Grandpa." The middle-aged man turned around and frowned. He muttered to himself, "Strange Interest Pavilion, selling this kind of children's toy that disturbs the order of Chang'an. They don't care about the safety of children. I must report them tomorrow. Lai Fu, let's go back." "Yes, master." The carriage moved slowly again and finally stopped in front of a mansion. The words House of Wei were hanging on the lintel. Li Zixuan didn't know that someone was unhappy with his scooter. He called Wang Zhong when he got home and asked about the purchase of chicken seedlings today. Young master, we bought 10,000 chicken seedlings today. The peddler sent a large batch of chicken seedlings from the vicinity of Chang, and yesterday. Young master, you are very smart. The price of the chicken seedlings today is indeed more expensive. It has risen to 100 copper coins each. Correspondingly, the price of eggs in Chang, and has risen from 2 copper coins each to 5 copper coins. I am afraid that the price tomorrow will be even more expensive, so I bought all the chicken seedlings in the East City today. Li Zixuan nodded and praised, well, Uncle Wang, buy as many as you have now. The price of the chicken seedlings will only get higher and higher. You did the right thing. Send this batch of chicken seedlings to the Han village now. Yes, young master. Chapter 84. Afternoon, Yin Manor. Yin Xiaoning was pacing in the front hall, anxiously waiting for something. Young master, master is back. A servant in green rushed in and shouted. That's great, my father is finally back. Yin Xiaoning walked out of the door quickly and arrived at the front courtyard. He saw Yin Lide had just entered the residence. Father, you're finally back. When he returned to Chang'an with Faubert this morning, he wanted to tell his father about the curved yuan plow. However, the old butler said that his father went to the morning court and had not returned yet. Yin Xiaoning could only wait anxiously. The curved yuan plow belonged to Chitsu Pavilion and he had a share in Chitsu Pavilion. Thinking about it, the curved yuan plow must be related to him. He knew that the court was thinking of a solution for the people's spring plowing. Although Yin Xiaoning had some strange ideas in the past, they were just for fun. Now that the curved yuan plow was born, he could help his father. Thinking of this, Yin Xiaoning could not help but feel excited. Ning, you're looking for me? Yes, father. It's very important. Please follow me to the study. In the study. Ning, tell me. Why are you looking for me? You look like you're in a hurry. After Yin Lide sat down, he asked curiously. Although this son of his wasn't like the other hedonistic sons who played cockfights, walked dogs and loitered in brothels, he didn't do any proper work and spent all his time researching strange things. He really didn't know why his son was in such a hurry to find him today. Father, has the court been thinking of a solution for the spring plowing near Chang, and recently? Yin Lide sighed, yes. A few days ago, His Majesty was planning to bring in a batch of cattle from Bing province to Chang, and to solve the urgent problem. However, there was an urgent report today that a group of bandits in Bing province had robbed the cattle prepared by the court. His Majesty was furious. However, the most important thing now was not to eliminate the bandits, but to solve the spring plowing problem for some farmers. After the morning court, His Majesty asked Minister Fong, Minister Wei, and me to stay behind to discuss this matter. That's why I only came back at this hour. Ning, when did you become interested in court matters? Yin Xiaoning smiled. Father, I already have a solution for the spring plowing problem. What? Ning, this is a serious matter. You can't joke about it. Yin Lide widened his eyes in disbelief. Yin Xiaoning saw that his father didn't believe him, so he told Yin Lide about the invention of the curved shaft plow and the effects he saw with his own eyes when he went to the Han family village today. After Yin Lide heard this, he stood up in shock and muttered to himself, a divine plow has descended. The heavens are truly protecting my great Tang. Father still underestimated Li Zixuan. Ning, you've helped the imperial court a lot this time. Father will report to His Majesty tomorrow and ask for a reward for you. The next day, at the first glimmer of dawn, there were already a dozen farmers in coarse linen clothes on the path outside Chang'an City, rushing towards Chang'an City. Oh, isn't this brother-in-law? Why are you so early today? A quick-witted young man saw that the person in front of him looked familiar and quickly sped up to catch up. When he realized that it was his brother-in-law, he greeted him. So it's you, Xiaodong. I heard that the price of eggs in Chang'an City has risen recently. Your sister asked me to get up early today and sell the eggs at home. Later I can buy a new set of clothes for my son. The man carried a wicker basket and answered when he saw that it was his brother-in-law. The quick-witted young man was Han Xiaodong from the Han family manor. Today, his father had woken him up early in the morning and told him to go to the Strange Interest Pavilion to buy a curved plow. A few years ago, his elder sister had married into the Plum Village. This man was his brother-in-law. His name was Mei Jun, but he was big and burly, not handsome at all. Usually, the two families had a good relationship and they visited each other frequently. Well, I also heard about this. It said that eggs in Chang'an City are sold for 5 coins each. Haha, my sister is still as smart as before. Hee hee. The man scratched his head embarrassedly. At this moment he seemed to have thought of something and asked, "Xiaodong, why are you so early today?" Han Xiaodong was a little hesitant. He had seen the efficiency and flexibility of the curved shaft plow with his own eyes. Even if he was not educated, he knew that if everyone knew about the curved shaft plow, the Han family village would definitely not be able to buy it. However, his brother-in-law's family usually treated him very well. Han Xiaodong scratched his ears and cheeks. After hesitating for a long time, he finally made a decision and whispered, "Brother-in-law, come here. I want to tell you something. You must not tell anyone else, okay?" Mei Jun saw that his brother-in-law was speaking so mysteriously and could not help but be curious. He patted his chest and promised, "Xiaodong, who doesn't know that your brother-in-law is the most tight-lipped person in this area? You can rest assured." Han Xiaodong was speechless when he heard his brother-in-law bragging. At this moment he remembered that his brother-in-law was nicknamed Big Mouth Mei. He could not help but regret it. However, since he had already said it, it was too late to make up another excuse. Han Xiaodong could only say, "Brother-in-law, you must not talk about what I told you. Otherwise I will ask my sister to punish you by making you kneel on the washboard. I came to Chang, and today to buy a curved shaft plow at the Strange Taste Pavilion in the East Market. Let me tell you, this curved shaft plow is awesome. It can increase the speed of plowing by at least 3 times. Yesterday my young master personally brought a batch of curved shaft plow to our village to do an experiment. The speed of plowing was witnessed by everyone in our village. My young master also said that the curved shaft plow will be sold at the Strange Taste Pavilion today for only 170 copper coins. Almost everyone in our village will come to buy it today. Now, other villages do not know about it yet. We will definitely be able to buy it. Brother-in-law, if you want to buy one, you can also buy one. However, you must not tell anyone else. Otherwise, if the people in our village know that I am the one who told others, they will beat me to death. You must not trick me." Mei Jun heard that the curved shaft plow was so awesome and could not help but drool. He secretly made up his mind that after selling all the eggs today he must buy one. When he returned home, his wife would definitely praise him for being quick-witted. At this moment, when he heard his brother-in-law ask him to keep it a secret, he quickly raised his hand and swore, "Xiaodong, don't worry. I will definitely not tell anyone about it to trick you. Thank you for telling me all this. Our family's land will not miss the spring plowing. Your sister and I did not dote on you for nothing." Han Xiaodong was still worried and reminded him again, "Yes, brother-in-law, you must remember not to tell anyone. Otherwise, my sister will punish you by making you kneel on the washboard." Han Xiaodong's thinking was a little simple. Which villager in the Han village did not have relatives in other villages? Even if he did not say it, many villagers would secretly inform their relatives. An undercurrent was gradually surging and was about to engulf the Strange Taste Pavilion. The name of the divine plow would soon spread throughout the world. Chapter 85. The morning drum of Chang and city finally sounded. The soldiers on the city walls opened the city gates and let the peddlers in. However, the general guarding Yangxingmen was surprised to see that most of the people entering the city were farmers in linen clothes. In the past, when the city gates opened, it was mostly peddlers from outside the city. He didn't expect so many farmers to come in today. Didn't the farmers need to plow in spring? After entering the city, the farmers went straight to the East Market. They asked around and finally found the Strange Interest Pavilion. The gate of the Strange Interest Pavilion was not open yet, but many farmers were lining up in front of the gate. So this is the Strange Interest Pavilion. It's the first time I've seen it. It's so cool. Old who also came today. His wife thought that it was more convenient and cost-effective to buy a curved plow than to rent one in the village, so she urged him to come and buy one. "Hey old who, I heard from my daughter that the things in the Strange Interest Pavilion are very expensive. 2 days ago they were selling something called a scooter. It's just a wooden board with a few small wheels under it. One scooter costs 400 coins. Oh, then we have to thank the young master. This curved plow is so easy to use, but it only costs 170 coins. I guess the young master didn't make any money from us. That must be it. I Han admire the young master. It's a pity that I don't have a daughter. Otherwise, I would definitely send her to the young master as a concubine." Li Zishuan got up early today to check on the preparation of the curved plow. He didn't expect to hear Han Er's silly words as soon as he arrived. He almost fell to the ground. Han Er's first sentence reminded Li Zishuan of a classic joke from his previous life. "I admire you even if you don't help me when I go to the toilet." As for Han Er's last sentence, Li Zishuan automatically ignored it. Even if Han Er had a daughter, Li Zishuan wouldn't dare to have her. "Hey, the young master is here. Greetings, young master. Old Hu saw Li Zishuan coming. He hurriedly greeted him. Young master. Greetings, young master. When the villagers heard Old Hu's words, they hurriedly greeted Li Zishuan warmly. They were grateful to this young master from the bottom of their hearts. Li Zishuan nodded to everyone and entered the strange interest pavilion. Shopkeeper's son, how many curved plows did the workshop send today? After Li Zishuan entered the room and greeted Sun Huayuan, he went straight to the point. He had also read the report on the number of members that Sun Huayuan had submitted for the first day yesterday. He was very satisfied with Sun Huayuan's ability. Sun Huayuan no longer dared to belittle this 14-year-old youth in front of him. His performance yesterday was all in accordance with the business plan that Li Zishuan had given him. At this moment he bowed and replied. Young master, the workshop sent 150 curved plows today. It is said that they have recruited nearly 40 craftsmen. The production speed of the curved plows will only get faster and faster. Li Zishuan nodded his head. 150 was more or less enough. The Han family village only had a total of about 200 households, so it was impossible for every household to buy a curved shaft plow. The number of curved shaft plows today should be enough to supply the Han family village's households. Coincidentally, the other villages had not received the news today, so no one would fight with the Han family village. Li Zishuan was not a saint. If there were benefits, he would give them to his villagers first. Hey? Father, didn't you say that the Strange Interest Pavilion would not be selling scooters today? Why are there so many people queuing up today? A father and daughter walked past the Strange Interest Pavilion. The little girl saw the long queue in front of the pavilion and stopped to ask her father. Yesterday, the shopkeeper did say that they would not be selling scooters for the next few days. Yuan, let's go and ask your father. The father and daughter pair found a burly man with a rough appearance. Brother, the Strange Interest Pavilion is not selling scooters today. Why are you queuing up here? Old Hu woke up before the sun rose. He was standing in the queue and was about to fall asleep when he heard someone talking to him. He opened his eyes and looked at the person in front of him. The person was well dressed and had a polite attitude. Old Hu bowed and said, Brother, we are not here to buy scooters today. We can't afford those things. Then what are you here to buy? Old Hu looked around and whispered, We are here to buy plows. Judging from your attire, you are definitely not a villager. Let's leave quickly. Mei Jun hurriedly sold the eggs in the East Market and was about to go to the Strange Interest Pavilion to buy the curved plows. Hey, isn't this Big Mouth Mei? You sold out so quickly. Are you going home? At this time, a skinny old man came over with a basket of eggs. He seemed to be here to sell eggs as well. Hey, Second Master Lu, why are you here to sell eggs personally today? I just finished selling my eggs and was about to go to the Strange Interest Pavilion to buy something. It just so happens that you are here at my stall. Mei Jun saw the man and quickly greeted him with a smile. The man in front of him was quite prestigious in the Plum Village. Brat, what can you buy at that place? You are spending money recklessly. Be careful that your wife will beat you when you go back. Second Master Lu chuckled as he placed his eggs on Mei Jun's stall. No way. Mei Jun curled his lips. At this time he looked around and sneakily leaned over and whispered, Second Master Lu, the thing I want to buy today is very powerful. I only told you because you are tight-lipped. Please don't tell anyone. I'm telling you. Okay, Second Master Lu, I have to go quickly. Otherwise I won't be able to buy it. Mei Jun said a lot of things. Seeing that it was almost noon, he knew he was in trouble and hurriedly said goodbye. Wait, I will go with you. Second Master Lu agilely picked up the eggs and followed him. At the Strange Interest Pavilion, more than 100 curved plows were quickly sold. There were only 40 left. At this time, Mei Jun and Second Master Lu finally arrived and hurriedly lined up. Of course, Mei Jun's situation was not an exception. After a while, another 20 to 30 villagers came and lined up. Li Zishuan looked at these people and saw that they did not seem to be from the Han village. He could not help but frown slightly. He did not know how these people knew about the curved plows, but he could not say anything about the situation. Since he was open for business, there was no reason to be picky. In fact, these people's situation was similar to Mei Jun and Second Master Lu's. They were all secretly told by their relatives in the Han village. Some people were like Mei Jun and did not know how to keep their mouths shut. Thus, more and more people knew about the curved plows. Li Zishuan silently estimated that there were about 50 to 60 people outside the Han family manor. From the looks of it, there were still some Han family manor's villagers who would not be able to snatch the Ziyuan plow today. He could not help but feel that it was a pity. But he did not know that at this moment, A storm was sweeping over the imperial court with him as the center. Chapter 86. Taiji Palace, Imperial Palace. The officials arrived and divided into two sides according to civil and military officials. Li Er put down a memorial and looked at a young official in the civil official line. He asked, Minister Yuan, do you want to impeach the son of Li Jingma, a wealthy merchant in Chang'an? The young official hurriedly stepped out and bowed. Your Majesty, I do want to impeach Li Zishuan, the son of Li Jingma. According to the East Market Bureau, this person has been buying chicken seedlings in Chang, and for the past 2 days. Not only has the price of chicken seedlings skyrocketed, but the price of eggs has also more than doubled. This person has disrupted the market and driven up prices. I implore your Majesty to punish him severely. This person was the Taifu Temple's Vice Minister Yuan Wendao. The Taifu Temple was one of the 9 temples of the Tang dynasty's central government. The chief minister of the Taifu Temple was a secondary 3rd-rank official. The vice minister of the Taifu Temple was a secondary 4th-rank official. Taifu Temple was in charge of the country's finances and government decrees. It was in charge of the officials in the 4 cities of Jingdu, Pingzhuan, Zhuozhang and Chongping. In addition to managing the country's finances and treasury, it directly led the 4 cities of Jingdu and Pingzhuan in the market management. It provided macro guidance and used measurement and balance to implement specific regulation. The East Market Bureau was only a 6th-rank official. Of course, he was not qualified to attend court. He could only report the abnormalities in the East Market to Yuan Wendao. Li Er curiously asked, this Li Zishuan is just a commoner. Why didn't Taifu Temple directly punish him? Your Majesty, according to my investigation, this Li Zishuan has a close relationship with the eldest son of Duke Lu and the Crown Prince. I don't dare to make a decision without your Majesty's permission. Yuan Wendao originally wanted to arrest Li Zishuan directly, but then the East Market Bureau reported to him that Li Zishuan had a close relationship with Cheng Chumo and Li Chengqian. Yuan Wendao was not sure about their relationship, so he directly reported it to Li Er. When Li Er heard this, he looked meaningfully at Li Chengqian, who was standing below. At the same time, he was somewhat dissatisfied with Yuan Wendao. This person held a high position, yet he was so timid. When interrogating someone, he actually treated them differently based on their status. He was really unqualified. Li Chengqian hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to look at Li Er. Yen Lide, who was in front of the civil officials, was shocked when he heard that someone was impeaching Li Zishuan. Just as he was about to defend Li Zishuan, he heard an angry shout. Bullsh*T, you're full of nonsense. Is it illegal for Li Zishuan to spend his own money to buy things? Qing Yaojin was so angry that he was the first to jump out and scold Yuan Wendao. Yesterday, when Cheng Chumo returned home, he repeated Li Zishuan's advice to Qing Yaojin about raising chickens. Hearing this, Qing Yaojin thought carefully. After pondering for a while, he waved his hand and slapped the table. Since that's the case, our family will also raise chickens. Tomorrow we'll have the housekeeper buy 30,000 chickens and distribute them to the farmers. Let them raise 100 or 200 chickens per household. The conditions for raising chickens will be the same as Li Zishuan's family. Cheng Chumo was flabbergasted. In his mind, his father would at most agree to raise 7,000 or 8,000, but he never thought that his father would be so bold as to ask for 30,000. Cheng Chumo muttered, That's right. That's right. Father, aren't you afraid that when the time comes, you won't be able to sell the chickens and lose everything? Qing Yaojin patted Cheng Chumo's head and laughed. Chonyo, you're still too inexperienced. You haven't seen through it yet. Do you think that Li Zishuan is someone who is willing to suffer losses? Since he dares to raise 80,000 chickens, why should we be afraid of raising 30,000 chickens? I dare to conclude that there must be a big secret that no one knows. It's just that Li Zishuan doesn't want to talk about it. Our family will just follow behind that kid and make a small fortune. Qing Yaojin's appearance was rough, but in fact his heart was as meticulous as hair. He understood the twists and turns in this matter with a little thought. At this time he proudly pinched his beard, walked 2 steps and continued, Besides, you forgot who that kid's master is. He is an immortal figure of the Taoist lineage. Li Zishuan's unreasonable actions this time may be a heavenly secret revealed to him by Taoist priest Spirit Void when he was alive. Alas, if it weren't for the fact that our family isn't as rich as that kid, I also want to buy 80,000 chickens. This kid is a little interesting. After listening to Qing Yaojin's analysis, Cheng Chumo couldn't help but admire his father. The older the ginger, the spicier it is. In the imperial court, Yuan Wendao's face was tragically sprayed by Qing Yaojin's spittle, and his ears were buzzing because of Qing Yaojin's loud roar. He wiped his face and angrily said, "Hi Duke Lu, how can you deliberately cover up for Li Zishuan just because he has a good relationship with your son?" Li Zishuan drove up prices and affected the people's livelihood. The evidence is conclusive. "Hi Duke Lu, do you want to bend the law for personal gain?" Qing Yaojin was extremely angry. According to Yuan Wendao's words, his family also bought a large number of chickens today. Wasn't that also breaking the law? Qing Yaojin was too lazy to argue with him. He directly hit Yuan Wendao's nose with his uppercut. "I'm your mother. You're a villain who is twisting words and forcing logic. I'm not afraid to tell you that my Qing family also went to the East Market to buy tens of thousands of chickens today. Are you also going to punish me for my crime?" Yuan Wendao was just a weak scholar. How could he withstand Qing Yaojin's big fist? He was directly hit by this punch and flew far away. His nose was bleeding and he almost fainted. At this time, he knelt down to Li Er and cried, "Your Majesty, High Duke Lu maliciously hurt people in the imperial court. He also intended to protect the suspect. Your Majesty, please punish him." Qing Yaojin was furious and wanted to come up and beat him again. Qin Xiong, who was standing next to him, quickly came over and stopped him. "Jijia, you're not allowed to be presumptuous in the imperial court." Qin Shubao's old injury in the past 2 years was acting up. His legs and feet were not very good. Qing Yaojin did not dare to struggle. Only then did he calm down and looked at Li Er pitifully. "Your Majesty, I was rude in front of you just now. Your Majesty, please forgive me." Li Er was angered by this reckless guy. "Qing Jijia, why didn't you think of asking me to forgive you when you hit people before? In the imperial court you actually hit a minister. It's really outrageous." Qin Shubao quickly bowed and begged for mercy. Jijia was just confused for a moment. "Your Majesty, please forgive me." Niu Jinda Yuqigong and the other generals in the army also pleaded for mercy for Qing Yaojin. Although Li Er had a good relationship with Qing Yaojin, Qin Shubao, and the other old generals in private, he could not disappoint the other ministers. He shook his head and said, "Qing Jijia, your salary will be deducted for 3 months. We will see what happens next." Well, he had taken out so much money to buy chicken seedlings. Now his salary was gone. It seemed that he would have to tighten his belt in the future. But Qing Yaojin also knew that this punishment was very light. Qing Yaojin bowed and thanked him. "Your Majesty." Li Er looked at Yuan Wendao and asked, "Shaoqing Yuan, you said that Li Zishuan was driving up prices. Did he use this to make profits?" Yuan Wendao covered his nose and replied in a muffled voice, "Your Majesty, I didn't notice this." Li Er muttered, "Since he didn't use this opportunity to make profits, then he didn't disturb the market. But he needs to explain why he bought such a large number of chicken seedlings." "Guards." A big Han general immediately walked in from outside the hall and bowed. "This general is here." Li Er ordered, "Go to Yongla Lane and bring Li Zishuan here." "Yes." Although the big Han general did not know Li Zishuan, he still bowed and hurried out to find Li Zishuan. Chapter 87. Chang and City, East Market. As the last curved plow was sold, there was a commotion outside the Strange Taste Pavilion. "That's it? I haven't bought it yet." "Who asked you to come so late? Nyo Dahai, you should have come earlier. Those who came early today have already bought the curved plow. I guess old Nyo woke up late because he was sleeping with his wife at home?" "Ah." A man beside him said in a wretched manner. Nyo Dahai's face turned red. He pushed the man and said angrily, "Bullsh *T, I went to sell eggs just now. I thought only people from our village would buy the curved plow, so I didn't rush to buy it. But now it seems that many people here are from other villages. How did they know about young master's curved plow?" "Sai, I'm also puzzled. I saw a few people from Plum Village and Liujia Village just now. I asked them where they got the news from, but they didn't want to tell me. It must have been someone from our village who leaked it out. What a traitor. If Old Ox knew who leaked it out, I would definitely beat him up." Nyo Dahai waved his fists and said angrily. At the side, Han Xiaodong shrank his neck and quickly slipped away with his tail between his legs. "Get out of the way, get out of the way." At this time, a burly general in full armor and a group of soldiers squeezed into the crowd. Beside the general was a servant. Young master, His Majesty sent someone to bring you into the palace." San Bao shouted as she entered the Strange Taste Pavilion. Today the young general brought people to the Li mansion to find Li Zishuan. Li Jingma and Mrs. Li were shocked. They quickly asked the general if their son had caused any trouble. The general shook his head and explained, "His Majesty didn't punish him. His Majesty is not here to condemn anyone. He just has something to ask of your son. Would Master Li please ask your son to come out and follow me into the palace?" Li Jingma and Mrs. Li were relieved. They let San Bao bring them to the Strange Taste Pavilion. Li Zixuan was chatting with Sun Huayuan in the Strange Taste Pavilion. He found that Sun Huayuan's style of conversation was quite good. He wanted to chat with him. At this moment he heard San Bao shouting outside that Li Zixuan wanted him to enter the palace. Li Zixuan subconsciously clamped his legs together to protect his balls. He did not want to enter the palace and become a eunuch. Sun Huayuan was quite knowledgeable. He looked at Li Zixuan and said, "Young master, it should be someone from the palace. You'd better go out and have a look." Li Zixuan had no choice but to walk out of the Strange Interest Pavilion. Along the way he glared at San Bao, who didn't know how to speak. "Are you Li Zixuan, young master Li?" The young general stepped forward and asked. Li Zixuan saw that this man was tall and burly. His posture was tall and straight, and his lower body was steady. He had an imposing appearance. He was dressed in Mingguang armor. When the sun shone on him, he almost blinded Li Zixuan's titanium alloy eyes. This man's kung fu was probably not weak. Li Zixuan quickly cupped his hands and said, "That's me. How should I address you, General?" "I am Dugu Mao. Since you are Li Zixuan, please follow me to the palace to have an audience with His Majesty." Dugu Mao? Li Zixuan was a little familiar with this name, but he couldn't recall it. However, people with the surname Dugu were usually more powerful. Therefore he learned from the TV dramas in his previous life. He quickly took out a golden biscuit from his sleeve and stuffed it into Dugu Mao's hand. He smiled and said, "General Dugu, may I ask why His Majesty is looking for me?" Dugu Mao's expression changed. He quickly returned the golden biscuit and said coldly, "Don't ask too much. Follow me to the palace." Alright, it seemed like this man wasn't greedy. Li Zixuan had no choice but to follow Dugu Mao to the palace with a worried heart. At this moment, a loud shout was heard. "Hold on, General. What crime did our young master commit? Why are you arresting him?" Niu Dahai stopped Dugu Mao and asked loudly. "Yes, you can't leave. Our young master didn't commit any crime. Let go of our young master." When the surrounding Han family manors villagers heard Dugu Mao's cold words, they thought that he had brought people to arrest Li Zixuan. They all came out to stop him. Although commoners were afraid of officials at this time, the villagers of the Han family manor still stood out bravely. Young master had shown great kindness to their Han family manor. Young master could show kindness without asking for repayment, but they couldn't be ungrateful. Otherwise they would be criticized behind their backs by the villagers. Dugu Mao's expression changed drastically when he saw the villagers rushing over. He pulled out the saber at his waist and shouted, "His Majesty has ordered to summon Li Zixuan. Are you trying to rebel by obstructing me?" Li Zixuan hurriedly pulled Dugu Mao back and said anxiously, "General Dugu, please hold on. General Dugu, please wait. These villagers don't have that intention. Please allow me to speak with them." Li Zixuan was truly moved by the villagers' actions. In this feudal era where imperial power reigned supreme, they dared to stand up for him. As for him, he had only done something insignificant for them. What a simple and honest people. Li Zixuan naturally didn't want to see them get hurt because of him. Dugu Mao put away his saber and shouted, "Hurry up. His Majesty and the ministers are waiting." Li Zixuan nodded and walked towards the villagers, shouting, "Fellow villagers, His Majesty isn't here to punish me. He just summoned me for something. Uncles, please go home quickly." Niu Dahai shouted, "Young master, is it really okay? If His Majesty really wants to punish you, I, old Niu, will kneel in front of the palace gates and plead for young master's innocence. I believe that His Majesty wouldn't wrong a good person like young master. I want to go too." "Me too." A bunch of voices echoed from the side. Li Zixuan said helplessly, "Uncle Niu, it's really okay. Hurry up and bring the villagers back to the village." After calming everyone down, Li Zixuan followed Dugu Mao to the palace. After passing through the Vermilion Bird Gate and entering the palace, Li Zixuan looked around curiously. In his previous life he had been to the Forbidden City in Beijing a few times. However, he had never been to the ancient Chang, an imperial palace in Xi'an. Furthermore, even if he went, he wouldn't be able to see it. At the end of the Tang dynasty, when Zhu Wen attacked Chang, and he burned the entire city to the ground. Although the later generations repaired it, it was definitely impossible to restore it to its original state. As such, it was really not easy for Li Zixuan to see the original Tang dynasty imperial palace. Although Li Zixuan didn't know why Li Er had called him here, it was useless to worry about such things. It was better to look at the scenery of the palace. Furthermore, if Li Er really wanted to find trouble with him, the person who came would definitely not be Dugu Mao, but the officials from the Supreme Court. After a while, Dugu Mao brought Li Zixuan to the outside of Taiji Palace. Taiji Palace was built on top of 36 stone steps. Standing at the bottom of the steps, one could only see the upturned eaves. The auspicious beasts on the eaves, Xieji and Xieji, looked majestic under the faint sunlight. The pointed eaves that almost pierced through the clear sky were undoubtedly the embodiment of the supreme imperial power. Wait here for a while, I will go in to report. When you go in later, pay attention to your etiquette. Don't forget what I just taught you. Dugu Mao instructed. Thank you, General Dugu, I will pay attention. Li Zixuan cupped his hands in thanks. Along the way, other than teaching Li Zixuan about the palace etiquette, Dugu Mao didn't say anything else. Li Zixuan felt that Dugu Mao was angry about the matter of the golden pancake. In his heart he thought that he was indeed too rash. Not everyone loved money. The television dramas in his previous life had killed people. Dugu Mao nodded and went in to report. A quarter of an hour ago in Taiji Palace. Li Er saw Dugu Mao leaving and looked at Qing Yaojin. He asked with deep meaning, Jijia, if I remember correctly, didn't you just say that your family is also preparing to buy tens of thousands of chicken seedlings? Qing Yaojin stepped forward and answered, Your Majesty, I am indeed planning to buy tens of thousands of chicken seedlings. Li Er smiled and asked curiously, Oh? Jijia, why are you and Li Zixuan buying so many chicken seedlings? Qin Shubao and Yo Jinda and the other generals also looked at Qing Yaojin curiously. Qing Yaojin scratched his head and pretended to be ignorant. Your Majesty, I saw that my family's farmers were poor, so I gave them chicken seedlings for free and asked them to help raise the chickens. The eggs that they usually lay can be used to supplement their household expenses. Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and the other civil officials looked at Qing Yaojin in disbelief. Li Er also looked at Qing Yaojin suspiciously. He didn't believe that this fellow would have such meticulous thoughts. Is it really just because of this? Qing Yaojin hurriedly stepped forward and cupped his hands. Your Majesty, it is absolutely true. Li Er shook his head helplessly. His intuition told him that this matter was definitely not that simple. He made up his mind that when Li Zixuan came, he would definitely interrogate him properly. In fact, Qing Yaojin was wronged. He only followed Li Zixuan and raised chickens on a large scale. As for why Li Zixuan raised so many chickens, he didn't know either. Li Er looked at the officials and asked, Do you have anything else to report? At this moment, Yen Lide was about to walk out from the civil officials group. Who knew that another middle-aged official would be faster than him? That person walked out and bowed. Your Majesty, I have something to report. Li Er looked at the person in front of him and rubbed his head with a headache. He asked, What does Minister Wei want to report? In his heart he thought, I haven't done anything out of line recently, right? What is this Wei Xuanqing doing now? That's right, this person was Wei Zheng. This fellow didn't care who the other party was when he scolded people. Even Li Er had been scolded by him many times. Wei Zheng cupped his hands and said to Li Er, Your Majesty, I impeach Li Jingma's son, Li Zixuan. This child showed off his strange skills and made and sold a toy called a scooter. Countless children rode on it and played wantonly on the streets of Chang and city. Not only did it seriously disrupt the order of Chang and city, but it was also quite dangerous for those children. Your Majesty, please issue an edict to prohibit the sale of this item. When Li Er heard that Wei Zheng wasn't here to scold him today, he heaved a sigh of relief. When he heard that Wei Zheng was also here to impeach Li Zixuan, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. He thought to himself, a few days ago I was still thinking about how to cultivate this kid. I didn't expect this kid to be a troublemaker. Today he actually provoked two important officials to impeach him. Li Er was about to speak when he saw Dugu Mao come in. Your Majesty, Li Zixuan has been brought here. He is waiting outside the hall. Dugu Mao bowed to Li Er and said. Li Er nodded and said, Let him in. Then he looked at Wei Zheng and said with a smile, Just in time, this kid is here. Minister Wei, let's see how he explains it. Li Er was also looking forward to it. He had read a lot of information about Li Zixuan. In this hall, he was probably the one who understood Li Zixuan the most. Today he was finally going to see the real person. He wanted to see how this kid was like. However, even he didn't expect to see Li Zixuan under such circumstances. Chapter 88. Outside Taiji Palace. Li Zixuan was waiting for Li Er to summon him. Since he had nothing to do, he looked around. Of course, he looked at the row of palace maids leaning against the wall outside the main hall the most. These palace maids were mostly young and beautiful, and they were all wearing pink low-cut dresses. Li Zixuan had divine skills, so his eyesight was very good. From far away, he could see the white and tender buns in the air, as well as the deep ravine in the middle. This feeling was as if he was using a telescope to look at beautiful women. This was not Li Zishuan being shameless. It was just that he was bored standing here and he could not go to the pavilion to rest. Li Zishuan looked at this beautiful spring scenery, but in his heart he cursed. This Li Er really knows how to enjoy life, letting so many young and beautiful women wear such low-cut dresses to serve him. Li Zishuan was lost in his thoughts when he suddenly heard a sharp voice coming from the main hall. Summon Li Zishuan for an audience. Li Zishuan quickly and quietly entered the main hall. It was the first time he met Li Er, so it would be a lie to say that he was not nervous. This was a feudal society and the imperial power was supreme. If he made Li Er unhappy, it would be so easy to kill him. Therefore Li Zishuan was a bit cautious. "This humble citizen Li Zishuan greets your majesty." Li Zishuan bowed. Yes, it was only a bow and not a kneeling. The Tang dynasty did not kneel, so it was a bow. Before the Song dynasty, it was impossible for a county magistrate to kneel. In the Tang dynasty the emperor usually sat and the officials stood. Li Zishuan also didn't say anything like, "Long live the emperor, long live the emperor." On the way here, General Dugu told him in detail about the etiquette of meeting the emperor, so Li Zishuan did not make a fool of himself. "No need for formalities, rise." A dignified voice came from the main hall. Only then did Li Zishuan straighten his back and raise his head. Li Er saw that the young man before him had delicate and pretty features that were sharp and angular. His brows revealed a resolute look, and there was a unique kind of ethereal handsomeness. What surprised Li Er the most was that this was the first time this young man had met him, but he was neither servile nor overbearing, and there wasn't the slightest trace of fear in his eyes. Li Er secretly nodded. This young man could be considered a talent. One must know that during the Tang dynasty, one's appearance was the standard for selecting officials. Those who were too ugly would not be able to become officials. However, Qing Yaojin, Yu Qigong, Niu Jinda, and the other founding generals were exceptions. While Li Er was sizing up Li Zishuan was also secretly sizing up Li Er. He was very curious about this legendary Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty, and wanted to see what he looked like. He saw Li Er wearing a heavenly crown and a python dragon robe. The pearls hanging down were at the same level as his eyes. Under the illumination of the 99 candles, they shone in all directions. He looked like a singer from the later generations who threw flirtatious glances at him, making people dizzy. It was impossible to see what he looked like. This was probably the greatest effect of the heavenly crown. Li Zishuan was quite depressed. He secretly thought that Li Er was too petty, not letting others see what he looked like. Could it be that he was too ugly? If Li Er knew what Li Zishuan was thinking, he would definitely cut this little brat into 8 pieces. When Li Er was young, he was also a famous wanderer in the Taiyuan area. He was handsome and his martial arts were not bad. How could he be as unsightly as Li Zishuan thought? Li Er said in a deep voice, "Li Zishuan, do you know why I asked you to come here today?" "I don't know." Li Zishuan's mouth twitched. He secretly thought, how would I know? That cold-faced General Dugu Mao didn't tell me. How would I know? Li Er pretended to be strict and said, "Humph, since you don't know, I will tell you personally. Just now, Minister Yuan of the Taifu Temple accused you of wantonly buying chicken seedlings, causing the price of chicken seedlings and eggs to skyrocket in Jianghu. You are driving up prices, disrupting the market and affecting the people's livelihood. This is the first crime. In addition, Minister Wei accused you of showing off your skills and selling scooters. This scooter disrupts the order of Chang and affects the safety of children. This is the second crime. Li Zishuan, do you have anything to say?" Li Zishuan was shocked. He really didn't expect that the minister would make an issue out of these two matters. He thought quickly. After a moment, he stepped forward and bowed to Li Er. "Your Majesty, I have something to say." Li Er nodded and said, "Say it." At this time, Li Zishuan cupped his hands and asked the minister next to him, "May I ask which one is Minister Yuan?" At this time, Qing Yaojin pointed to Yuan Wendao, whose face was covered with blood, and said with a smile, "This is Minister Yuan." Li Zishuan glanced at Qing Yaojin. Qing Yaojin nodded at him meaningfully, making him feel at ease. Yuan Wendao stood up and said, "I am the minister of the Taifu Temple. What do you want?" Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Minister Yuan accused me of driving up prices. I have something to say. I need chicken seedlings, but the quantity is a bit large. I use my own money to buy what I need in the East Market. Minister Yuan, which law of the Tang Empire did I violate? Is there a law in the Tang Empire that the people can't buy chicken seedlings wantonly?" Yuan Wendao quibbled, "You are hoarding, driving up prices and disrupting the market. You have raised the price of chicken seedlings and eggs so high. How can ordinary people afford it? Li Zishuan walked to Yuan Wendao, looked into his eyes and said, Minister Yuan, chicken seedlings are not like grain and fodder. They are strategic materials. How can you say that they are hoarding? The so-called market is just supply and demand. The supply is less than the demand, so the price will naturally rise. Do you think that when I need something, I have to consider whether it will cause the price to rise after I buy it? If so, what is the benefit of this market to the people? What's more, Minister Yuan, you only see the price of chicken seedlings and eggs rising. The people can't afford eggs. But why don't you see that because of the rising price of chicken seedlings and eggs, there are tens of thousands of farmers near Chang, and who make extra profits by selling their own eggs? The world is full of profit. Where the supply is less than the demand, the market will naturally balance the supply and demand through the mutual circulation of goods in different areas. The market has its own regulation ability. If people forcibly intervene, it will only produce the opposite effect and make the market lose its vitality. Good, well said. Although Qing Yaojin didn't understand these market theories, he felt that Li Zishuan was very good at what he said. After hearing Li Zishuan's words, Fang Xianling was quite surprised. At this time he stood up and bowed to Li Zishuan. Your Majesty, Li Zishuan's words are rather reasonable, and this old subject also feels that it is time to reflect on the market management system of my great Tang. Li Zishuan looked at Fang Xianling gratefully. Although he didn't know the official in front of him, he was able to see the limitations of the current market system. Li Zishuan was grateful and admired him. The market in the Tang dynasty, as a commodity trading place, could not spontaneously form because of the certain development of the commodity economy in a certain place. It was also not a natural product or inevitable result of economic development. In the Tang dynasty, the right to set up and abolish the market was clearly owned by the government. This market system, which was completely dominated by the government, was certainly not conducive to the development of the market. It would only make the market gradually lose its vitality. Li Er didn't expect Li Zishuan to be so reasonable. What was even more unexpected was that Fang Xianling would stand up for him. This old subordinate of his was well read in the classics and history. He was far-sighted and had extremely high standards. He didn't expect him to agree with Li Zishuan's words. Today Li Er just called Li Zishuan over to see him. He didn't mean to punish him, but he didn't expect to be surprised. He nodded to Fang Xianling thoughtfully and said, Fang Xianling, let's talk about this later. Then he looked at Li Zishuan and said, in this case I won't pursue the crime of driving up prices and disturbing the market. But I have to ask, why did you buy so many chicken seedlings? Hearing Li Zishuan's question, Qing Yaojin also pricked up his ears to listen to what Li Zishuan would say. He was also very curious. Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. The question he didn't want to answer the most had come. Chapter 89. Taiji Palace. Li Zishuan and the other officials all looked at Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan immediately felt the pressure. If he wanted to convince Li Zishuan, he had to think of a proper reason. He could not be as vague as he had been in front of Cheng Chumo. Li Zishuan quickly searched for all kinds of suitable reasons in his mind. Suddenly he had an idea. He stepped forward and bowed. He bowed and said, reporting to your Majesty, there are two main reasons why I bought so many chicken seedlings. First, I saw that my family's farmers were living in poverty. They didn't even have enough meat to eat twice a year. The children in the village might not even have new clothes to wear during the new year. So, by providing the farmers with chicken seedlings and reducing their annual rent, I asked them to help me raise the chickens. Moreover, the eggs that the chickens lay can be used to supplement their household expenses and improve their lives. Second, my family opened a restaurant called Drunken Immortal. A month ago, they released a chicken that was very popular with the people of Chang, and I presume that all the officials already know about it. Next year, I plan to release 128 dishes with chicken as the main ingredient. These include braised chicken, stewed chicken with mushrooms, beggar's chicken, roasted chicken, sliced hibiscus chicken, multicolored shredded chicken, crispy chicken, spicy chicken, kung pao chicken, boiled chicken, roasted chicken wings, fried chicken, salt-baked chicken, fragrant concubine chicken, sweet and sour chicken, 3-cup chicken wings, honey ginger chicken, apple pineapple chicken, 100-flower phoenix wings, white-cut chicken, shredded chicken, cold shredded chicken, chicken skewers, iron plate chicken, chicken stir-fried rice, and so on. Li Zishuan quickly announced the names of the dishes in a fancy way. Qing Yaojin, Niu Jinda, Yu Qigong, and the other old generals listened with wide eyes. Although they had never eaten before, just hearing the names of these dishes made them salivate. This was especially true for the generals who had not eaten breakfast. It was almost noon and the court had not yet been dismissed. At this moment they were hungry. When they heard Li Zishuan's fancy list of dishes, they all stood where they were and swallowed hard. The civil officials were not much better. There were quite a few foodies among them. When they heard the names of these dishes that they had never heard of before, they closed their eyes and imagined how delicious these dishes would be. For a moment, the hall was filled with gulping sounds. Li Zishuan was also a little hungry after hearing what Li Zishuan said, but his mind was still clear. He frowned and asked, Li Zishuan, if you want to launch these famous dishes, you can just go to the East Market and buy chicken. Why do you have to go through so much trouble and raise chickens yourself? Li Zishuan was already prepared. He replied, Your Majesty, the dishes I mention have high requirements for the quality of the chicken. Previously, I had set up a very large chicken farm on the mountain behind my family's farmstead. The chickens that this humble one bought will all be raised on this mountain, allowing them to feed on the grass, insects, and rice bran on the mountain. Compared to the chickens raised by the villagers themselves, the free-range chickens on the mountain were more lively and active, and their ability to fly was stronger. This will lead to the compact muscle structure of free-range chickens, less fat, more fragrant taste, better nutrition, and better taste. In fact, there was one point that Li Zishuan did not mention in his heart. The free-range chickens could fly better, and their efficiency in catching locusts would naturally be higher. Li Zishuan had never raised chickens before. He was stunned by Li Zishuan's theory. In the end, he asked suspiciously, Are free-range chickens really as good as you say? Li Zishuan was still confident about this. He nodded and said, Your Majesty, it's absolutely true. Qing Yaojin swallowed his saliva and stepped forward to help. Your Majesty, I can testify about this. When I was still in Wagong village, I caught a few chickens that escaped from the villagers in the mountains. Those chicken wings were obviously longer and the taste of the chicken was better. Li Er nodded and said, Well, Li Zishuan, you have passed the first test. How do you explain Minister Wei's impeachment of you? Li Zishuan first heard about Wei Zheng from Han Yushi. He heard that he liked wine and was a master winemaker. On the other hand, there were many stories about Wei Zheng and Li Er. In the end, Wei Zheng became a famous minister and was ranked in the Lingyan Pavilion. Li Zishuan did not expect that the first time he met Wei Zheng, he would be scolded by the Tang dynasty's biggest troll. He turned around gloomily and looked at the civil officials, wanting to ask which one was Wei Zheng. No need to ask. I am Wei Zheng. What I said about the impeachment is true. What do you have to say? Wei Zheng saw Li Zishuan looking at the civil officials again and knew that he was looking for him. He did not wait for Li Zishuan to ask and directly walked out. As the Tang dynasty's #1 troll, when had he ever been afraid of anyone? Li Zishuan bowed respectfully. This junior greets Left Deputy Wei. This junior has a question. I wonder if Left Deputy Wei can answer this junior's question? What question? There's a blacksmith shop, and the kitchen knives they make are especially sharp. The world isn't peaceful, and many outlaws use this shop's kitchen knives to kill people and rob them. May I ask Left Prime Minister Wei, should the authorities punish the criminal or the blacksmith? Li Zishuan told Wei Zheng a story about whether it was a crime to kill or sell a knife. Wei Zheng said, Of course the murderer should be punished. Before he finished, he realized that something was wrong. Li Zishuan did not give him a chance to change his words. He smiled and said, Minister Wei, you are right. The same logic applies to the scooter. Why would Minister Wei punish me? Children playing with scooters may be dangerous and may disturb the order in the city. But Minister Wei should not set the relevant laws and limit the places where scooters can be used. Why would you find trouble with me? Wei Zheng was speechless. He could not think of a good excuse to refute. This kid is interesting. Zhang Wuji had an inexplicable smile. He bowed to Li Zishuan and said, Your Majesty, I think Li Zishuan's words are reasonable. The Curious Pavilion should not be guilty. I agree. I agree. In an instant, the ministers in Zhang Wuji's camp all agreed. The Curious Pavilion had 30% of the Crown Prince's shares. Li Qingqian had mentioned it to Zhang Wuji many times. Currently, Zhang Wuji was the most resolute supporter of the Crown Prince. Although the Curious Pavilion had nothing to do with the Crown Prince's foundation, if Wei Zheng's intention was to seal the Curious Pavilion, it would more or less damage the Crown Prince's reputation. Of course, Zhang Wuji would definitely not be the vanguard. He only needed to deal the final blow when the situation was clear. Li Zishuan nodded. He didn't put these small matters to heart. He brought them out to give Wei Zheng some face and prevent himself from being implicated. He didn't expect Li Zishuan to be able to turn the situation around. This kid was rather quick-witted. Of course, seeing Wei Zheng being defeated, Li Zishuan was secretly happy. He held back his laughter and said, "Since that is the case, Li Zishuan is not guilty." Li Zishuan quickly bowed and thanked him. "Thank you, Your Majesty." At this moment, Li Zishuan let out a breath of relief. He looked at Zhang Sun Wuji and didn't know why this person was helping him. He had to ask Qing Yaojin later. The imperial court was indeed a little complicated. Li Zishuan felt a little tired. As expected, he wasn't suitable for this scheming officialdom. Chapter 90. The situation in the imperial court had suddenly changed. Li Zishuan, who was originally charged with 2 crimes, actually managed to resolve the dangerous situation with just a few words, allowing him to escape danger. This quick-wittedness and calmness did not seem like a brat who had just entered the imperial court for the first time. Qing Yaojin, Qin Shubao, Niu Jinda, and the others all looked at Li Zishuan with admiration. Li Er felt that everything should be fine now, so he asked, "Does anyone else have anything else to report?" Unexpectedly, someone actually stood up at this time. It was Yen Lide. Yen Lide's mood today was really full of twists and turns. He had originally planned to ask for credit for Li Zishuan at the beginning of the imperial court. Who knew that Li Zishuan would be impeached one after another? He could not understand. Li Zishuan was just a commoner. Why would the big shots in the imperial court have the time to impeach him? In the middle he had thought of helping, but he had been obsessed with craftsmanship and architecture all his life. He was not good at scheming. What surprised him was that Li Zishuan had managed to turn the situation around by himself. Seeing that the situation was settled, he hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, this old subject has something to report." Li Er was just about to ask a casual question and then prepare to dismiss the imperial court. Today's imperial court had been going on for a long time. He did not expect Yen Lide to have something to report. Li Er pulled himself together and asked, "What is it, Yen Lide?" "Your Majesty, this old subject wants to ask for credit for Li Zishuan." Oh. Li Er was energized. Today's imperial court had been very interesting. Li Zishuan, a commoner, had almost become the main character of this imperial court. "Yen Lide, what credit does Li Zishuan have?" Li Er asked with interest. The other ministers also looked curiously at this young man. "Your Majesty, Li Zishuan invented a new component a few days ago called a roller bearing. This object can be installed at the connection points of all machinery and can greatly reduce resistance. Currently he has developed it and used it on carriages. Compared to the carriages with traditional bearings, this new type of carriage was more agile and had less resistance. After testing by the craftsmen who will supervise the construction, under the same amount of animal power, the new type of carriage can carry more than 80% of the goods. It is extremely beneficial for transporting provisions when 2 armies are at war." "Oh, is there such a thing?" Li Er stood up excitedly. He had fought in wars for more than 10 years and knew the importance of efficiency. Replying to Imperial Father, "There is indeed such a matter. When I first partnered with Li Zishuan to establish the Strange Interest Pavilion, he had already proposed the concept of roller bearings, and it was also approved by Minister Yan's son, Yan Xiaoning." At this moment, Li Qingqian jumped out to support his good friend. Li Er looked at Li Zishuan and then looked at Li Zishuan. He laughed and said, Good. Li Zishuan, we didn't think that you would be so talented at such a young age. You should be rewarded." Yen Lide continued. "Your Majesty, I'm not done yet. 3 days ago, Li Zishuan invented a new type of plow called the curved shaft plow and produced a batch yesterday. Not only does this plow save more energy, it is also more agile. After testing it yesterday, it has been proven that the curved shaft plow is at least 3 times faster than the long shaft plow we used before. I believe that the imperial court should promote the curved shaft plow to solve the problem of the lack of cattle in Tang." Emperor Li Er, who had always been calm, could not remain calm at this moment. He said in disbelief, "Official Yen, is there really such a magical plow in this world?" Yen Lide bowed and said, "Your Majesty, I am willing to guarantee with my life that this is absolutely true." Qing Yaojin also stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, I can also guarantee. Yesterday my family's Chonyo also went with Li Zishuan to the farmstead. He also saw it with his own eyes. This curved shaft plow is indeed faster and saves more energy. Even a man with slightly more strength can pull it." Hiss, as soon as Qing Yaojin finished speaking, the officials in the imperial court immediately became excited and all of them gasped. Previously, Yen Lide had said so much, but many of them did not have a direct understanding of the curved shaft plow. Now that Qing Yaojin said that people could actually pull the plow to plow the land, they were instantly shocked. To them, pulling pears to plow the land was simply a fantasy. Was this curved shaft plow really that magical? Li Er also felt that Qing Yaojin's words were a bit exaggerated. He looked at Li Zishuan and asked, Li Zishuan, is this curved shaft plow really that magical? Just now, when Yen Lied came out and said that he wanted to claim credit for himself, Li Zishuan was a little dumbfounded. Coming to Taiji Palace today was really like riding a roller coaster with ups and downs. It was King exciting. Li Zishuan took a long time to react. When he heard Li Er's question, he quickly replied, Your Majesty, it is true. Yesterday, hundreds of villagers in the Han village witnessed the speed of the curved shaft plow with their own eyes. I dare not hide anything. Also, the Chitsu Pavilion workshop has already started to produce the curved shaft plow. There will be more and more villagers who will be able to use the curved shaft plow. At that time, more people will know the superiority of the curved shaft plow. Good. Li Er could not help but say good. These days he had been worried about the problems of the villages around Chang, and for the spring plowing. He originally planned to transfer cattle from the north, but who knew that he would be robbed by bandits on the way. When he received the news, Li Er was so angry that his nose was crooked. However, he did not have the time to deal with the bandits because the spring plowing period was almost over. He had to hurry and transfer cattle from other places. These days Li Er was really sullen. Now that Li Zishuan had invented the more efficient curved shaft plow, all these problems were solved. Moreover, this thing could be regarded as a divine tool that benefited the country and the people. It was really too important. Li Er, who had been sullen for a few days, could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Can this curved shaft plow be mass-produced? Li Er was not overly excited. He knew that time was tight. The villagers were anxious for the spring plowing. Li Zishuan replied, Your Majesty, the structure of the curved shaft plow is not complicated. My workshop can make 100 or 200 of them in a day. However, the villagers are anxious for the spring plowing. My personal ability is limited and cannot satisfy the needs of all the villagers in a short time. I am willing to give the blueprint of the curved shaft plow to the imperial court and let them make it. This way the villagers will not miss the spring plowing as soon as possible. Firstly, the curved shaft plow did not make much money. Secondly, Li Zishuan did not have the ability to produce a large number of curved shaft plows at once. It would delay the spring plowing of many villagers. It seemed that it was better to give it to the imperial court. Li Er laughed and said, You are quite righteous. Not bad, not bad. Yen lied, This matter will be handed over to your Ministry of Works. During this time, order all the craftsmen to work overtime and rush out a batch of curved shaft plow. Yen lied quickly cupped his hands and said, Yes, Your Majesty. I will personally supervise. That would be best. But I will have to trouble you. Li Er nodded and smiled. Chapter 91. Inside the Taiji Palace. After Li Er finished explaining to Yen lied, he looked at Li Zishuan with mixed feelings. He had originally planned to transfer Li Zishuan into the army and nurture him. He never expected Li Zishuan to be so talented in machinery. Could it be that priest spirit void taught him all this? The roller bearings were indeed very useful. Li Er also planned to reward Li Zishuan with some gold and silver as a reward. However, the significance of the curved plow was too great. It was not an exaggeration to say that its merits were in the present and its benefits were in the future. In a feudal society, the rulers attached great importance to agriculture. If he only rewarded some gold and silver for this merit, it would seem that Li Er was stingy. Li Er pondered for a moment and said to Li Zishuan, I heard from Jianghu that you learned martial arts from priest spirit void when you were a child. Recently, you even created a strange object like the roller bearings. This is one merit. Today you presented the technique of making the curved plow, so that countless farmers would not miss out on the spring plowing. Your merits are in the country and its benefits are in the future. I'm very grateful. This is the second merit. In the imperial court, rewarding merits and punishing faults, making the best use of people's talents, this is the right that the heavens have bestowed upon me. It is also my life's ambition. Li Zishuan, tell me, what do you want? I will satisfy you. Damn, as long as one's IQ was not lacking, they would be able to tell that there was a trap in Li Er's words. If you really want to reward me, why don't you just say it out loud? Why do you need me to say it myself? If I say too much, you'll definitely be unhappy. If I say too little, won't I suffer a huge loss? Li Zishuan thought for a moment and simply pushed the question to Li Er. Your Majesty, my livelihood is in the Tang Empire. I have already deeply fallen in love with this land. These small contributions are what I should do. I really do not dare to covet your Majesty's reward. When Qing Yaojin heard this, he anxiously glared at Li Zishuan from the side. He secretly cursed that his brain was rusty. He actually did not want to reward such a good opportunity. Li Er frowned and said, "How can I not reward a merit? If this were to spread out, how would the commoners view me? How about this, Li Zishuan? Are you willing to work under Minister Yan at the Ministry of Works?" Yan Li's eyes lit up. He also had the same idea. With Li Zishuan's talent, it would be a pity if he didn't join the Ministry of Works. Li Zishuan immediately shook his head like a rattledrum. He didn't want to enter the imperial court and fight for power. Looking at the fate of Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Wei Zheng, and the others who fought bravely in Zhenguan's court, according to the records of later generations, these people committed suicide, had their properties confiscated, their families exterminated, and their corpses whipped. These people were all godlike figures and they couldn't avoid a tragic end. As a newbie in the bureaucracy, it was better for him to shrink his head and be an honest tortoise. Making a fortune in silence was the right thing to do. It would be best if he could get a position with a high rank, less responsibility and no management. If he went to the Ministry of Works, not only would he suffer but if he offended someone he would probably fall into a trap. He was very envious of Qing Yaojin's unscrupulous personality. He often made a scene in the imperial court, making everyone think that he was a simple-minded boor. As long as they didn't provoke him, he would be harmless to them. Therefore he was able to be a free and unfettered duke during Zhenguan's reign. This was why he was so awesome. Great wisdom disguised as stupidity. He never showed his talents but he lived for 100 years. After his death, he was conferred the title of longevity Lu Wang. He lived a rich life and survived 4 emperors. He could be said to be a weirdo in the bureaucracy. Li Zishuan saw Li Er's glare and quickly considered his words before explaining, "Your Majesty, I'm used to being lazy. I'm afraid that going to the Ministry of Works will delay Minister Yan's matters. Moreover, I've been away from home for 8 years and finally returned home. I want to be filial to my parents. Your Majesty, please grant my wish." Well, the banner of filial piety was brought out. What else could Li Er say? Even if he was the emperor, he didn't dare to openly disobey filial piety. Li Er pondered for a while and said, "If that's the case, then forget it. However, you have contributed to the country and can't not be rewarded. How about this? I'll confer you the title of Lantian County Baron and give you 200 households. How about that?" Li Er had spent a lot of money. Everyone in the imperial court was shocked. The imperial court's nobility was divided into 5 ranks: Duke, Marquis, Count, Viscount, and Baron. Li Zishuan was conferred the title of Baron this time. It was a leap from a commoner to a lord. Under the general trend of the country, the conferment of nobility was extremely cautious. The entire imperial court was thinking about how to reduce the number of nobles and reduce the rank of nobility. Li Zishuan was actually conferred the title of Baron with a mere curved plow. Qing Yaojin hurriedly gave Li Zishuan a look, telling him to quickly agree. He was really afraid that Li Zishuan would be stupid and refuse again. Li Zishuan didn't pay attention to Qing Yaojin's message. However, when he heard Li Er's words, he was overjoyed. He thought to himself that he had leaped from a commoner to a noble. There was no reason for him to refuse. He hurriedly bowed and thanked the emperor. "I thank your Majesty for your kindness." Li Er nodded with satisfaction and said, "If there's nothing else, the imperial court is dismissed." All the ministers bowed and saluted. "We respectfully send your Majesty off." "Haha, this old man really didn't misjudge you. You're promising." As soon as they left Taiji Palace, Qing Yaojin excitedly patted Li Zishuan's shoulder and laughed. After that, he looked at Qin Shubao and smiled proudly. "How is it, brother Qin? I told you before that this kid isn't a fish in a pond, right? Haha, old Qing have a good eye for people." Qin Shubao laughed and shook his head. He looked at Li Zishuan and said, "This old man heard from Jijia that your master is spiritual master Ling Su. Your martial arts are excellent and not below Jijia. However, I didn't expect you to be able to make such a thing that benefits the country and the people. His Majesty has granted you the title of Baron. Since you are greatly indebted to the country, you should serve the country well in the future. However, this old man has no chance to meet such an immortal like your master. It is a great regret in my life." When Li Zishuan heard Qing Yaojin call the person in front of him as Brother Qin, he had already guessed the identity of this person. At this time, when he heard Qin Xiong instructing him in the tone of an elder, Li Zishuan knew that he was treating him as a nephew for the sake of Qing Yaojin. He was moved and bowed respectfully to Qin Xiong. "This must be great General Qin. In the past, when I was in the mountains, I often heard my master say that General Qin seized 3 passes in the day and 8 strongholds at night. Your martial arts are rare in the world and you are the first pillar of our Tang Empire. I will remember General Qin's teachings and will not forget His Majesty's kindness." Qin Shubao was somewhat delighted. I didn't expect your master to know this old man. Haha, this old man will call you Xiao Xian for the time being. Since Jijie regards you as his nephew, you should also call this old man uncle to avoid estrangement. Li Zixuan hurriedly went along with it and called out to Uncle Qin. Qing Yaojin looked at Qin Xiong's sallow face and sighed. Alas, little Xian, it would be good if your master was still here. In the past, everyone in Jianghu knew that spiritual master Ling Su not only had great achievements, but also had great medical skills. He was not below Dr. Sunday. If he was still here, he might be able to cure Brother Qin's illness. When Li Zixuan heard this, he also looked at the unparalleled hero in front of him. Now he was stooping and coughing from time to time. Thinking that according to the track of history, this old man probably only had less than 10 years to live. He was really a hero past his prime. For a moment, Li Zixuan's eyes were also a little wet. Qin Xiong waved his hand magnanimously and said with a faint smile, Jijie, you are thinking too much. Life and death are predestined. Riches and honor are in heaven. I have been in the military all my life and killed countless people. Perhaps this is the retribution that I, Qin Xiong, should suffer. Chapter 92. In front of the stairs outside the Taiji Palace. Hearing Qin Shubao's words, Qing Yaojin's eyes instantly turned red. How can you say that? If there is really retribution, then I have killed as many people as you. The one who deserves to die the most is me. Qin Xiong scolded, Jijie, you are already so old. Why are you still acting like a child? Don't let the younger generation see you as a joke. I really don't care about it. If I can see the Tang Empire in peace and the people living and working in peace in my lifetime, I will be satisfied. Li Zixuan said at this time, Uncle Qin, why don't you ask Dr. Sun to take a look? My master also praised Dr. Sun's medical skills when he was alive. I think Uncle Qin just has a lot of internal injuries. Dr. Sun should treat you a little. Qing Yaojin's eyes lit up and he cried, By the way, His Majesty told me before that he would send Dr. Sun to the Qin mansion to take a look at my second brother these days. Second brother, you can't go out these days. Qin Xiong nodded with a smile. Li Zixuan thought for a moment and said, If Dr. Sun goes to the Qin mansion, please send someone to tell me. I was lucky to be saved by Dr. Sun in the Zhongnan Mountains. I haven't thanked him in person. Li Zixuan thought that he could ask Sun Simiao to take a look at Hu Jing and his brother. Qin Xiong nodded. At this time, Qing Yaojin pulled Li Zixuan and said, Come little Xian, this old man will introduce you to the elders. These are all good brothers who have gone through life and death with this old man. You should pay your respects. Li Zixuan hurriedly said yes and followed Qing Yaojin's footsteps to the people walking in front. Old fool Yuqi Nyo Sanlang, you two wait. Qing Yaojin shouted at the top of his voice from a distance. The two big men in front immediately stopped, turned around and glared at Qing Yaojin. Madman Cheng, in the next competition I must beat your stinky mouth crooked. You don't pay attention to the demeanor of an elder in front of the younger generation and talk nonsense. One of the ugly towering men said to Qing Yaojin unhappily. Qing Yaojin chuckled, Haha, wait till you can beat me, old Qing. Little Xian, come here, let me introduce you to two elders. This is your uncle Yuqi. His kung fu is only a little bit worse than this old man's, but it's not bad. Li Zixuan ignored the shameless Qing Yaojin at the side and hurriedly bowed respectfully to one of the later generation's door gods, Yuqi Jingda, and said, Greetings to Uncle Yuqi. This young one, Li Zixuan, pays respects to you. After Yuqi Jingda glared at Qing Yaojin, he hurriedly helped Li Zixuan up and laughed. Good. You're quite handsome. But for us men, it's useless to be handsome. You have to be able to pick up a sword and go on the battlefield. Previously, Madman Cheng said that you were actually able to fight him to a draw. You should spar with this old man some other day. Let's see if you are as powerful as Madman Cheng said. Li Zixuan almost vomited blood. Was Yuqi Jingda saying that he looked like a pretty boy? But compared to Yuqi Jingda, this tower-like man, his appearance was indeed a bit fair, Qing Yaojin said sarcastically. If everyone looked like a charcoal ball like you, whose family's daughter would dare to marry? Other than your two sisters-in-law, Black and White, who blindly took a fancy to you, wouldn't other girls jump into a well if they saw your King of Hell appearance? Yuqi Jingda was furious. Cursing people but not exposing their shortcomings, Qing Yaojin's words were 2F** King Wicked. Madman Cheng, you old thing, your mouth doesn't speak human language. Come and fight 300 rounds with this old man. As he spoke, he was about to go up and fight. On the side, Nyo Jinda hurriedly pulled him back. The younger generation is still here. What's with the two of you messing around like this? At this time, Qing Yaojin chuckled and pulled Li Zixuan over. Pointing at the dark-skinned, muscular man who was pulling Yuchi Jingda, he introduced, "This is your Uncle Niu. In the past we went through fire and water together many times. His battle formation skills are quite exceptional. You kid must follow him and learn well." Of course, Li Zixuan had heard of Niu Jingda's great name. This was one of the few fierce generals of the Great Tang. Li Zixuan respectfully bowed and said, "Greetings, Uncle Niu." Niu Jingda was obviously more composed than Qing Yaojin and Yuchi Jingda. He twirled his beard and smiled. "Good kid, no need to be so polite. You are truly a young talent. You were able to invent the curved plow so you can be considered the great benefactor of all the farmers in the world. Old Niu was also a farmer in the past. I know the severity of missing the spring plowing. With your curved plow, who knows how many fewer people will starve to death." Li Zixuan hurriedly said modestly, "Uncle Niu, you flatter me. I was just fooling around." Qing Yaojin came over and said, "Little Xian, you said before that you raised chickens to supply your restaurant with new dishes. Is that true?" Li Zixuan nodded and said, "That's true." Qing Yaojin slapped his thigh and shouted, "Then this time my family raised 30,000 chickens with you. When the time comes you will have to take them all. Old Qing have really invested a lot this time." Li Zixuan widened his eyes. He did not expect Qing Yaojin to trust him so much that he directly wanted to raise 30,000 chickens. This was such a big gamble. But this was also good. When the time came, the Qing family's farm would not have to fear the plague of locusts. Thinking of this, Li Zixuan smiled meaningfully and said, "Uncle Qing, when the time comes, you may find that the most precious part of your chickens is not the meat. You may not be willing to sell your chickens." "What do you mean?" Qing Yaojin was confused. "Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. Uncle Qing will naturally know when the time comes." Li Zixuan said with a smile. Yuchi Jingda could not help but scold Qing Yaojin. "You shameless old man, you actually want to take advantage of the younger generation. You've really lived like a dog all these years. Little Xian, you don't need to pay attention to him. This old man is actually very interested in the 128 new dishes that your drunken Immortal restaurant will release next year. When the time comes, you have to let this old man taste them in advance. Yes, this old bull is also interested in these new dishes. The chicken that your drunken Immortal restaurant released before is really the most delicious thing this old bull has ever eaten. When the new dishes come out, you have to send some to this old man to taste in advance." Li Zixuan hurriedly nodded and agreed. "Two uncles, don't worry. When the time comes, I will definitely send some to your residences. And this old man, you can't forget the old when you have a new person." Qing Yaojin immediately jumped out and added. Qin Xiong, who had just rushed over, was speechless. "Jijia, how come you don't know how to pay attention to the demeanor of an elder at all?" Inside the imperial palace. "Your Majesty, I heard that you conferred Li Zixuan the title of Baron today?" Empress Jiangsun asked curiously as she fed Li Er, who was lying on her lap, a piece of apple that she had cut. Li Er smiled gently and said, "What? Does Guanin's servant think that my reward is inappropriate?" Jiangsun hurriedly said, "I wouldn't dare. I was just asking casually." Li Er sighed. "Perhaps many people think that my reward is a bit too heavy. Haha, but how many people in the world know Li Zixuan's true value? This kid is far from being as simple as you think. We even suspect that what he said in court today about the reason he raised so many chickens was not the truth. After court was dismissed, I thought about it carefully and felt that there was something else going on. There seems to be something that doesn't make sense." It had to be said that Li Er's eyes were very sharp. He was almost close to the correct answer. Zhang Sun didn't understand and asked, "I heard Qing Qin say before that Li Zixuan invented the gnawing chicken and wrote Journey to the West. Now this book has spread throughout the palace. However, this child is only 14 years old. Is he really worth a baron?" Li Er stood up and frowned with his hands behind his back. "Actually, Li Zixuan's identity as spiritual master Ling Su's disciple is also worth a baron. Guanin's servant, you might not know what kind of immortal spiritual master Ling Su is. His disciple definitely won't be bad. I originally planned to send Li Zixuan to the army to gain experience, but today I found that this kid is very lazy. He has a lot of ability, but he would rather stay at home and wait for death. I might as well give him a baron first and drag him into court first. I will give him a good beating in the future. Jade can't be made into anything without being polished. I don't believe that this kid is so useless that he can't be helped up." Chapter 93. After bidding farewell to Qing Yaojin and the other old generals, it was already past noon. The morning court session had been going on for so long, but Li Zixuan didn't provide any food. He really wasn't a good boss. Li Zixuan could only go home hungry. Are you alright? Why did His Majesty look for you? He didn't give you any trouble, did he? As soon as he entered the door, Madame Li ran over and hugged Li Zishuan. Her two eyes constantly looked at Li Zishuan's body to see if her son was missing any parts. Li Jingma also stood not far away and looked over with concern. It was obvious that the husband and wife had been waiting in the courtyard for him to come back. They probably hadn't even eaten lunch yet. Brother, are you all right? When Lan Er heard the commotion in the courtyard, she ran out with her little legs. Behind her was a worried Tai Dan. Li Zishuan looked at the worried faces of his family members and couldn't help but feel a surge of warmth in his heart. Although he hadn't been in this world for long, he had received too much love and care from this small family. Mother, I'm fine. His Majesty didn't make things difficult for me. Let's go in and eat lunch. I haven't eaten yet. Front hall. Li Zishuan briefly told the two elders about what happened in the morning court session as he ate. Of course, he didn't mention the matter of Yuan Wendao and Wei Jing impeaching him. Since it was already in the past, there was no need to mention it and make everyone worry. Even so, the few people in the family were so shocked that their jaws dropped. You're saying that His Majesty made you a baron? Madame Li excitedly pulled Li Zishuan's arm and asked in disbelief. Li Jingma was also a little short of breath. He had been in business for many years and knew how lowly a merchant's position was. If what his son said was true, then who would dare to look down on him, Li Jingma? Li Zishuan's mouth was still stuffed. Seeing his mother constantly urging him, he hurriedly said, "It's true, mother. The imperial edict will probably be sent over in the afternoon. It's just that Lantian County is so big, I wonder where my fief will be? Who cares where he is? You brat, don't take it for granted. This title is the most important. Our family doesn't lack land. Hurry up and eat. You still have to receive the imperial edict in the afternoon." Li Jingma grumbled from the side. In fact, he was more excited than anyone else. His son had gone from a commoner to a baron. When the time came, the entire Li family would rise along with him. They would not be far from becoming a wealthy family. It was just that he couldn't bear to see Li Zishuan act like he was the victim of a bargain, so he couldn't help but say a few words. "Dad, aren't you going to the shop in the afternoon?" Li Zishuan asked curiously. In the past, at this time, Dad Li would usually be busy with his business. Li Jingma glared at him and said, "Why do you still care about business at a time like this? Do you think your father is as clueless as you?" Li Zishuan rubbed his nose awkwardly. "Wow, then Lan Er will be the baron's sister in the future. Does that mean she's also a high-ranking official?" Lan Er cheered at this time. Madame Li couldn't help but laugh and said, Yes. Our Lan Er will also be a high-ranking official in the future. Iron Egg congratulates Master on receiving the title of Baron. Iron Egg at the side also very sensibly bowed and congratulated him. Li Zishuan smiled and nodded. He asked casually, "Iron Egg, have you been slacking off these few days? How many words have you learned?" Lana rushed to say, "Brother, with Lana here, Brother Iron Egg doesn't dare to slack off. Lan Er has already taught Iron Egg more than 100 words these few days." Li Zishuan praised, "Not bad. In a few days I'll invite a teacher back. Lan Er, you should also learn some scriptures from Iron Egg. I don't expect you to become a scholar through scriptures, but I hope you can understand some principles of life from them." "Why does Lan Er have to learn too?" Lan Er pouted her small mouth and said unwillingly. Li Jingma and his wife watched the siblings bicker and didn't interrupt. Since Li Zishuan returned, Lan Er didn't need to worry about them anymore. After the meal, Li Zishuan was urged by his mother to go back to the west courtyard to take a bath. She said that to receive the imperial edict, one had to take a bath and change clothes in advance to show respect to the emperor. Li Zishuan snorted at this, but there was nothing he could do. This era's deep-rooted ideology of imperial power was supreme, and no one could change it. After taking a bath, Li Zishuan saw his mother's head maid, Qing'er, trot over and say, young master, young master, master and madam want you to hurry to the front yard." As the angel arrived, Li Zishuan said in surprise, "So fast? Then let's go quickly." When Li Zishuan arrived at the front courtyard, he saw that the incense table had been set up. Li Jingma was chatting with a middle-aged man with a pale face and no beard. When he saw Li Zishuan, he quickly waved for him to come over. Quickly come and say hello to Chamberlain Lu." Li Zishuan walked over and cupped his hands. "Greetings, Chamberlain Lu. You've worked hard to come here to announce the imperial edict." The eunuch smiled and returned the greeting. He said in a sharp voice, "This must be young Master Li. You're really young and talented. To be recognized by the emperor at such a young age, you have a bright future ahead of you. Young Master Li, you should hurry and receive the imperial edict. When he finished speaking, the eunuch stood facing the south with his back facing the north. Li Zixuan, Li Jingma, and the others also cupped their hands at the side. Chamberlain Lu coughed softly. The emperor of the Tang dynasty has decreed that there is a good son named Li Zixuan. Since he was young, he has been adhering to the virtues of good. He created roller bearings, created the divine plow. The eunuch recited the edict for the time it took to drink a cup of tea. Other than the beginning, Li Zixuan didn't understand what the ancient text was saying. He finally heard the words roller bearings and divine plow, which should be praising his achievements. Then he heard the words male of Lantian County. This is my title. But where is my fief? Didn't they say that there were 200 households in the fief? There should be 2 or 3,000 mu of land, right? Why didn't he hear anything? When Chamberlain Lu finished reciting, Li Jingma pressed Li Zixuan to the ground and kowtowed 3 times and 9 times. The eunuch smiled and said, "Congratulations, Lord Ju. You have been conferred the title of male at the age of 14. The day you become a marquis is just around the corner." When he finished speaking, his eyes were fixed on Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan's hair stood on end under the eunuch's gaze. He didn't know what was going on, but Li Jingma knew better. He quickly had someone bring over a tray with a dozen golden pancakes. Li Zixuan was speechless. He secretly praised his father for being so generous. At the same time, he also understood that the eunuch was trying to get money. He was still too inexperienced. Luckily, he had his father by his side to take care of him. It was true that having an old man at home was like having a treasure. Li Jingma handed the tray to Chamberlain Lu. He smiled and said, "Both of us are extremely grateful to have Chamberlain Lu deliver the edict. Now that we have received such good news, how can we let Chamberlain Lu return empty-handed? This is a small token of our appreciation. I hope Chamberlain Lu doesn't mind." Chamberlain Lu smiled and took the tray. He bowed to Li Zixuan and said, "Thank you, Lord Ju, for your reward." Li Zixuan nodded. This Tang dynasty eunuch wasn't bad. However, he was most concerned about where his fief was. Chapter 94. After the eunuch left, the Li residence became a sea of joy. Li Jingma and his wife held the imperial edict and flipped it over and over. From time to time they would whisper and laugh. Their joy was evident in their words. Li Zixuan estimated that if there was an ant on top of the imperial edict, Li Jingma would be able to catch it. "Father, have you seen enough?" His parents had been looking at it for almost an hour. Li Zixuan couldn't take it anymore. "What, your mother and I raised you. Now that you've finally made a name for yourself, why can't you look at it more?" Father Li was unusually happy today. It was rare that he didn't scold Li Zixuan. When Li Zixuan said that he was going to be knighted, Father Li was excited. However, he was still worried that something might happen. Now that the imperial edict was in his hands, Father Li's heart was finally at ease. He could laugh out loud. No, father, mother, you can look as long as you want. I just want to ask, where is my fief?" Li Zixuan scratched his head awkwardly. Who told him to not study Chinese? He didn't understand the imperial edict just now. He was at a disadvantage because of his lack of knowledge. Father Li glared at Li Zixuan. "Ignorant and incompetent. You can't even understand the imperial edict. Didn't Lu just tell you the location of your fief? You also said that you wanted to find a teacher for Lan, or I think you need a teacher to teach you." Li Zixuan was very embarrassed. Madame Li covered her mouth and laughed. Why are you so concerned about your fief? Coincidentally, according to His Majesty's edict, your fief is about 2,000 mu of fertile farmland in Plum Village in Lantian County. It's not far from the Han family village." Ignoring his father's scolding, Li Zixuan heard his mother's words. He opened his mouth in shock and asked, "Plum Village's farmland? Didn't Lu Shuren buy it?" Li Jingma snorted. "He spent money to buy it, but that doesn't mean it's his. If the imperial court wants to take it back, would he dare to not hand it over? However, the imperial court will also give him some compensation." Li Zixuan also knew that Lan had been bullied in the Han family manor. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Zixuan had already punished Lu Haojian severely, Li Jingma would have gotten someone to do it himself. Li Zixuan nodded in understanding and asked, "Father, then if the imperial court wants to take away our Han family manor's land in the future, will it be like Lu Shuren now?" Li Jingma nodded. "In theory that's true. However, you're already a baron. As long as you don't commit any crimes, the imperial court shouldn't casually take away the Han manor's land. As far as I know, all the civil and military officials in the court basically spend money to buy some land in other places other than their own fiefs. His Majesty usually doesn't take away their land. So that's how it is. In that case, I'll be in charge of 2 farmsteads in the future. That's more than 5,000 mu of land. I'll have to link the 2 farmsteads together and build a new feudal village. Li Zishuan thought happily. In a private room on the top floor of the Yunxi restaurant, a young master was holding a wine cup and sipping wine while looking down at the pedestrians on the street. A soft sound came from the door. Then, a middle-aged scholar in black carefully walked in and respectfully said to the young master, "Second young master." Without waiting for him to finish, the young master didn't even turn his head. A cold aura suddenly filled the room. Even though the middle-aged scholar couldn't see the young master's expression, he knew that he had said something wrong. He quickly slapped himself and corrected himself. "Young master." The young master then asked, "How did it go? Did Yuan Wendao's impeachment succeed?" The middle-aged man in black didn't dare to raise his head and whispered, "Young master, Yuan Wendao's impeachment failed. Li Zishuan was instead made a baron by His Majesty." What a piece of trash. The young master slammed the table and snorted angrily. "Please forgive me, young master." The man in black immediately kept quiet out of fear and quickly knelt down to beg for mercy. After a while, the young master picked up his wine cup and took a sip of wine. He said lightly, "Tell me what happened?" The black-clothed man then reported in full detail how Li Zishuan had rebutted Yuan Wendao and Wei Zheng's impeachment during the morning court assembly. After listening to the story, the young master closed his eyes and meditated for a long time before muttering to himself, "Oh, I didn't expect that Li Zishuan not only escaped this disaster, but also benefited from it. It's like this kid was sent by the heavens to go against me. Half a month ago when I was sent to take over Yunxi restaurant, that kid pushed out the chicken he ate at drunken Immortal restaurant. At first I thought he was just an ant and could easily kill him. I didn't expect that he would soon become friends with Cheng Chumo and the crown prince. The ant turned into a grasshopper and had the strength to fight. And now he was unexpectedly made a baron. This grasshopper turned into a tiger and had its own teeth. Things are getting more and more interesting, haha." The middle-aged man in black was ashamed. "It's my fault. Please punish me, young master." "Is there any use in punishing you? This young master will remember this matter. If you fail again, don't come back to see me." The middle-aged man in black hurriedly said, "Don't worry, young master. There won't be a next time." The young master nodded and asked, "Is Wang Eru still unwilling to come to Yunxi restaurant?" Reporting to young master, this subordinate offered twice the monthly salary of drunken Immortal restaurant, but Wang Eru is still unwilling to come. "Young master, this person doesn't know how to appreciate favors. Should this subordinate send someone to teach him a lesson?" The young master shook his head. "Times are different now. Now that Li Zishuan has been made a baron, if we go overboard it'll be easy to expose ourselves. Besides, even if we get Wang Eru to our Yunxi restaurant, Li Zishuan can still train a second Wang Eru. To me, Yunxi restaurant's business doesn't matter, but this young master isn't willing to lose to that person." The middle-aged man in black didn't dare to reply. The room fell into silence. After a short moment, the young master spoke and asked, "How many customers have we robbed from the drunken Immortal restaurant?" The middle-aged man pondered for a few breaths of time and answered, "About 30 to 40%, but I heard that the drunken Immortal restaurant has started to lower their prices." "Then we'll lower our prices as well." "That's right. Did Li Zishuan explain why he bought so many chicken seedlings during the morning court assembly?" The young master suddenly thought of something and asked. Reporting to young master, Li Zishuan said that he's raising so many chickens for the farmers to subsidize their expenses. Secondly, it's for the 128 chicken banquet that his drunken Immortal restaurant is going to launch next year. It said that their new dish requires free-range chickens. "Oomph, do you believe that?" The young master thought for a moment and snorted disdainfully. Young master, this lowly one feels that Li Zishuan's words are quite reasonable." The middle-aged man scratched his head and spoke in bewilderment. "You're a pig's head. Although I can't guess his true objective, I'm sure it's not just for this. Moreover, I don't think the emperor will believe it. Also, what's that good big brother of mine doing recently?" The young master first mocked the middle-aged man and then suddenly asked. He deliberately emphasized the words good big brother. Reporting to young master, the eldest young master hasn't made any moves recently. However, the eldest young master spent 500 strings of coins at the Strange Taste Pavilion yesterday to apply for a Red Supreme membership card. This lowly one doesn't know what the eldest young master's intentions are. The middle-aged man replied respectfully. This good big brother of mine is probably interested in my sworn enemy, isn't he? The young master snorted coldly and the room fell into silence again. Chapter 95. From tomorrow onwards he would be a happy person. He would feed the horses, chop firewood and travel around the world. From tomorrow onwards he would care about food and vegetables. He would have a house that faced the sea. He would have a house, land and a title. He would finally have a place to settle down in the Tang dynasty. Thinking about this, Li Zixuan felt extremely relaxed. He lay on the bed and did not want to get up. He even wanted to spend the rest of his life eating and waiting for death. After all, he would not be able to use up all the money at home. That's right, Li Zixuan had no ambition and was content with his wealth. What was the point of earning so much money? He was not going to raise a flag or gather people to rebel. The money at home was enough for him to use for a few lifetimes. Young master, it should be Lord Ju. It's time to get up. Xiaoxi entered the room and said with a face full of smiles. It was just that she was not used to being called Lord Ju. The little girl realized that she had said something wrong and was a little flustered. However, the joy in her eyes could not be hidden. Li Zixuan teased, Xiaoxi, what's the occasion today? Why are you so happy? No, nothing. Xiaoxi was a little flustered as she gathered the hair in front of her forehead. Hey, if you don't say it, I won't get up today. Originally it was just a casual question. However, looking at the little girl's expression, it was obvious that something was wrong. Li Zixuan acted shamelessly. Yeah. Lord Ju, how can you be like this? Xiaoxi had a new understanding of her young master's shamelessness. Li Zixuan was speechless at the little girl's exaggerated reaction. He was just teasing her and did not act like a hooligan. If you are not used to being called Lord Ju, then continue to call me young master. I feel uncomfortable hearing it. Xiaoxi, tell me quickly. What good thing did you encounter? Did you pick up some money? Xiaoxi hesitated for a moment before saying embarrassedly, Madam said this morning that all the servants in the residence will have their allowance doubled for the next 3 months to celebrate young master's conferment. Xiaoxi, you really picked up some money? Half of your extra allowance is due to me. Xiaoxi, you have to thank me. Xiaoxi also felt that the young master's analysis made sense, but she couldn't think of how to thank him. She said awkwardly, Young master, you don't lack anything. Xiaoxi can't think of how to thank you. Hearing this, Li Zixuan said sneakily, Who said that I, your young master, don't lack anything? I've lacked calcium since I was young and I've lacked love when I grew up. After he finished speaking, he stared at the little girl's small chest with some bad intentions. Tiske, it was really quite big. Young master, you rogue. Xiaoxi could feel Li Zixuan's perverted gaze. She screamed and ran away while covering her face. Sigh, this little girl really can't handle teasing. Li Zixuan shook his head helplessly. He could only get up and put on his clothes. Shopkeeper Lu is here today? Li Zixuan went to the front hall and was about to eat breakfast when he saw Shopkeeper Lu talking to Old Man Li. Greetings to Lord Ju. Congratulations to Lord Ju for your bright future. Shopkeeper Lu didn't dare to be as casual as before. When he saw Li Zixuan enter, he quickly stood up and respectfully bowed to Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan's current status was different from before. He couldn't be disrespectful. Uncle Lu, in any case we've worked together before. Why are you acting so distant now? Uncle Lu, you should just call me young master or little Xian. There's no need to be reserved. My father and I remember the contributions you've made to the drunken Immortal Inn. Li Zixuan could clearly feel that Shopkeeper Lu's attitude wasn't right today. However, he understood after thinking about it. He wasn't someone who liked to put on airs. Although he had a noble title now, to him, this title was just a coat to protect himself and his family. It wasn't a tool to put on airs. When Shopkeeper Lu saw that Li Zixuan's attitude towards him was still as cordial as before, he was very touched. One had to know how lowly merchants were in this society. Which noble would be willing to treat them as equals? Young master, I'm indebted to you for thinking so highly of this old man Lu. In the future, this old man Lu will definitely take care of the drunken Immortal restaurant. Shopkeeper Lu's eyes became moist as he spoke. Li Jingma smiled and comforted him. Shopkeeper Lu, sit down and talk. Although my Xin'er is now a baron, our Li family is still the same Li family. Xin'er, and I won't forget an old man like you who has contributed greatly to the Li family. Shopkeeper Lu cupped his hands and said, Old master is benevolent and righteous. Li Zixuan sat to the side and picked up the millet porridge his mother had prepared for him. Along with the pickled vegetables, he slurped down the porridge. As he ate, he asked, Uncle Lu, why did you come here today? Old man Li glared at Li Zixuan when he saw his rude eating manners. Shopkeeper Lu didn't mind at all. In his view, Li Zishuan didn't treat him as an outsider. Old man Lu was very pleased. When he heard Li Zishuan's question, shopkeeper Lu hurriedly replied, "Young master, Old man Lu is here today to discuss the Drunken Immortal restaurant with Old Master." "So what if it's the Drunken Immortal restaurant? Didn't I ask Uncle Lu to lower the price before?" Li Zishuan curiously asked. "Young master, we did lower the price of the chicken we ate as per your instructions. We also recovered 20% of the customers we lost. But today the Yunxi restaurant lowered the price again. Their chicken is now only 450 copper coins per serving," shopkeeper Lu said with a bitter expression. Li Zishuan frowned and muttered, "They want to fight until the end. They want us to fight to the end. We can't lower the price of this chicken any further. There's no need to fight a price war with them anymore. Father, do you know who the owner of the Yunxi restaurant is?" Li Jingma thought for a moment and said, "I don't know who their owner is. I've never heard of their owner, but I do know their shopkeeper. His name is Xiaoying and he's a nobody. He only became the shopkeeper of Yunxi Pavilion 2 years ago. However, the Yunxi restaurant seems to have some backing. In the past, there were quite a few local ruffians who made a scene there and drank and reneged on their debts." Li Zishuan's frown deepened. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Seems like the Yunxi restaurant has some backing. Looks like this Yunxi Pavilion has quite the background. Uncle Lu, don't bother about them for now. Just run your business as usual. I still have some matters to attend to. Once I'm free, I'll teach Wang Eru a few new dishes. While I'm at it, I'll also bring the Drunken Immortal restaurant a divine wine that no one has ever tasted before." Old man Li glanced at his son suspiciously. Shopkeeper Lu, on the other hand, was abnormally excited. Since young master wants to take action, then this old man Lu is completely at ease. "Alright, there's one more thing. Wang Eru previously told me that the Yunxi restaurant wanted to poach him with a higher price, but Wang Eru didn't agree." Li Zishuan was angered to the point of laughing. "The Yunxi restaurant is really pushing us hard. They're unscrupulous. Uncle Lu, Eru is a good seedling. Don't mistreat him. Tell him to follow this young master and work hard. Don't think about anything else. I can give him anything that others can give him. I can even teach him to make many new dishes that others can't make. Let him weigh the pros and cons." Shopkeeper Lu hurriedly nodded and said, "Yes, young master. Don't worry. Old man Lu, feel that Eru is quite reliable. Then young master, old master, I'll go back first." Li Zishuan nodded. Chapter 96. Li Estate's Front Hall. It's fine if Drunken Immortal's business isn't good, but why do you care so much? Our family doesn't lack money. You're already a baron, so how can you work in the kitchen?" After manager Lu left, Li Jingma looked at his son who was slurping down his breakfast and couldn't help but ask. He couldn't understand his son's actions. In his eyes, although Drunken Immortal's business was good, it wasn't as noble as his status as a baron. His son was a baron, yet he wanted to work in the kitchen. Old man Li felt that it was beneath his status. Li Zishuan swallowed his food and smiled. "Oh, father, you're looking down on cooks?" Li Jingma shook his head. "That's not it. When I was young, I was a peddler. How could I look down on others? I'm just worried that you'll be impeached, saying that you don't care about the dignity of an official." Li Zishuan curled his lips in disdain. "Let whoever wants to impeach me. I don't believe that His Majesty will punish me for such a small matter. Besides, those who impeach me, if they have the ability, don't eat anything from our strange taste pavilion for the rest of their lives." Li Jingma helplessly shook his head. He could only follow his son's wishes. After breakfast, Li Zishuan went to the Strange Taste Pavilion's workshop. Inside the workshop, everyone was busy and in full swing. Moreover, there were clearly more craftsmen here compared to the last time Li Zishuan was here. "Faubert, how many curved plows can we produce in a day?" Li Zishuan had someone find Faubert and asked. "Young master, this old man has recruited 52 new craftsmen. Our workshop's production capacity has more than doubled. We can now make 300 curved plows in a day." Faubert's face was glowing. There was no trace of the lethargy of an old man on his body. Instead, one could feel his high fighting spirit. Li Zishuan smiled and nodded. "Not bad. Faubert, if you meet skilled craftsmen in the future, feel free to recruit as many as you can. Our family has a lot of money, so you don't have to worry." Currently, Strange Taste Pavilion's products were in short supply. Li Zishuan really wanted to expand the workshop, but he didn't know any craftsmen. He could only ask Faubert to hurry up and recruit more craftsmen. Even someone as indifferent as Uncle Fu's mouth twitched when he heard this. This was the first time he had met such a rich and willful boss. "Oh, that's right. Uncle Fu, I handed the blueprint of the curved plow to the Imperial Court yesterday. The Imperial Court will produce it vigorously. This way the pressure on our workshop will be reduced a lot. You can spare some people to continue producing the scooters? Li Zishuan patted his head. He had almost forgotten about this. Faubert was slightly surprised when he heard this, but he understood and nodded. When he heard about the price of the curved plows, he knew that Li Zishuan didn't plan to make money from them. He was relieved. As for Li Zishuan handing over the design of the curved plows to the Imperial Court, Faubert thought that it was natural. This was because the curved plows could only be popularized with the power of a country. That's good. This old man will spare some people tomorrow to specialize in producing scooters. And Faubert, you said that our workshop can already produce roller bearings. Then you should hurry up and use the roller bearings on the scooters and release the second generation of scooters as soon as possible. Because our previous scooter would probably be imitated by others in a short period of time. By the way, you can also produce a batch of skateboards without handrails on the basis of the scooter. This is quite suitable for young people to play with. Li Zishuan thought for a while and instructed. Faubert was speechless. Although this boss in front of him was very talented in machinery, why did he always want to have fun? However, he couldn't say anything and could only nod in agreement. Faubert, the workshop has some time recently. Help me build a carriage. The carriage needs to use our workshop's newly developed roller bearings. I also brought the blueprint over today. Li Zishuan excitedly took out the blueprint of a luxurious carriage that he drew last night. This luxurious carriage was based on the Queen of England. Australia spent a lot of money to build a luxurious diamond carriage for the Queen when she attended the opening ceremony of Parliament. In his previous life, this carriage was also known as the Golden Carriage. It was designed by Jim, and 50 of the best craftsmen spent 10 years to build it. Of course, Li Zishuan abandoned the appearance of a nouveau riche. He used a low-key dark red color for the exterior of the carriage. For safety reasons, the carriage was sandwiched with iron plates. The original Golden Horse carriage had 6 hydraulic shock absorbers. With the current industrial standards, it was still impossible to do so. Li Zishuan could only add some springs to the chassis for shock absorbers. Of course, roller bearings were used on the wheel axles. The interior of the carriage had a sofa, a table, a small bathroom, and a water storage room. Although it was small, it had all the essentials. Li Zishuan's idea was beautiful, but Faubert suffered. Faubert had lived for more than half of his life, but he had never seen so many novel things. Young master, what is this thing? Faubert pointed at the springs in the blueprint and asked. Li Zishuan took a look and explained, this is called a spring. It is made by pulling an iron wire loop by loop. A large number of springs can be added to the chassis of the carriage to reduce the vibration of the carriage. Metal springs existed for a long time in the Bronze Age. Strictly speaking, the inventor of springs should be the British scientist Hooke. There were no metal springs left in ancient China, so let's just assume that there were none. With Li Zishuan's explanation, Faubert understood. He smacked his lips and sighed, young master, your idea is really ingenious. Then what is this? This is a sofa. In the future we can also make it as a separate piece of furniture and sell it. The sofa is made of leather wrapped with springs and some soft padding. It is mainly used to reduce the vibration of the carriage. After all, there are many places in Tang that are not easy to travel on. Just relying on the chassis of the carriage to reduce the vibration is not enough. Li Zishuan explained the structure and function of the sofa to Faubert. Faubert opened his eyes wide and looked at Li Zishuan with a strange expression. He was a bit disappointed that his boss did not live up to his expectations. His boss was talented, but he did not use it on the right path. He always thought of ways to enjoy himself. The number of ways he used was amazing. Faubert thought that if the person in front of him was his son, he would definitely give him a good beating. Li Zishuan felt a bit uncomfortable being stared at. He quickly coughed and said, Ahem, Faubert, can the workshop make this carriage? Faubert calmed down and thought for a while before answering, it should be possible. But it will take some time, about 10 days. Li Zishuan said happily, then I will have to trouble Faubert. It doesn't matter if it takes a long time. Let the craftsman accumulate some experience in making this kind of carriage. When the speed is up, our Strange Taste Pavilion will also sell this carriage. Faubert could only nod in agreement. What else could he say when he had such a master? Chapter 97. East Market, Strange Interest Pavilion. After Li Zishuan left the workshop, he wanted to go to Strange Interest Pavilion to take a look. When he arrived at the East Market, he could see a long line in front of Strange Interest Pavilion from afar. Everyone in the line was whispering to each other. It was very lively. Hey Zhao Lao Air, why are you here today? Why can't I be here? Wu Lao-san, I say you people are too unkind. You didn't even tell us that you had such a good plow. If I hadn't seen that kid Mei Jun plow yesterday, I would still be in the dark. A scar-faced man scolded. Hey, you can't blame me for this. I also heard from the sister-in-law of the child's mother's cousin's eldest uncle yesterday afternoon. Our Liujia village is so far away from your plum village. I can't possibly go over and inform you, right? Sai, actually the people from the Hanjia village were the first to know about the curved plow. We all came too late. That's right. However, this curved plow was invented by their main family's young master. Sai, I heard that their main family's young master was conferred the title of Baron yesterday. No one will dare to bully the Hanjia village in the future. I also heard about this. I just don't know where this lord's fief is. If it's in our plum village, then our plum village's villagers will have good days. I heard that this lord is very good to the villagers of the Hanjia village. Not only did he pay them to help him brew fruit wine, he also provided them with free chicken seedlings to raise and reduce their rent. Bah, you're dreaming. Why don't you say that the lord's fief is in our Lujia village? Wu Lao-san shouted. Sai Zhao Lao Air, I heard from my uncle who works in the Yamen that Lord Li's fief is in Plum Village. The Yamen has already sent people to your village's Lujia village to negotiate. They said that they want to take back the land and give it to Lord Li. A young man couldn't help but interrupt. Han Ergo, are you telling the truth? Zhao Lao Air excitedly grabbed the young man's shoulder and shouted. Ouch, it hurts, it hurts. Second Uncle Zhao, let go of me first. Everything I said is true. It was my uncle who said it himself. The young man grimaced in pain and hurriedly promised. Zhao Air's face turned red. He put down Dog Han's shoulder, turned his head and laughed at Wu Lao-san. Ah, old third Wu, it's my turn to be lucky this time. I'm going to be Lord Ju's family's farmer in the future. When that time comes, you'll definitely not be as rich as me. Ah, are you envious? Jealous? Are you King going to bite me? His big face that was smiling like a chrysanthemum, coupled with the scar on his face, looked particularly terrifying and mocking. Wu Lao-san shouted angrily, Sika Zhao Lao-san, you King bastard. You're asking for a beating. Li Zishuan's hearing was very good. He could hear their conversation from afar. He shook his head with a smile and ignored them. He passed through the crowd and entered through the back door of Strange Interest Pavilion. There were very few people from the Han family manor in the crowd today, so no one recognized him. Oh, young master. I know it's Lord Ju. You're here? Sun Huayuan, who was busy at the front desk, heard the servant's report. He quickly put down his work and ran up to the second floor. He greeted Li Zishuan enthusiastically. Li Zishuan nodded slightly and gestured for Sun Huayuan to sit down. Shopkeeper Sun, I'm sure you've heard that I've submitted the blueprint of the curved plow to the imperial court. From tomorrow onwards, half of the workshop will continue to manufacture the scooters. Shopkeeper Sun, when the time comes, you can set up another team to sell the scooters. Sun Huayuan was pleasantly surprised. That's great. Don't worry, Lord Ju. I'll arrange it well. Although the curved plow was popular, Strange Interest Pavilion didn't make much money. In comparison, Sun Huayuan was more willing to sell the scooters. This was a good performance. Li Zishuan continued. The workshop should be able to develop the second generation of scooters in the next 2 days. Compared to the first generation, the second generation scooter uses our workshop's exclusive technology. It's more flexible and faster. Shopkeeper Sun, you can have people copy some flyers tomorrow to encourage people to apply for a membership card. Later on, we'll introduce more comprehensive products. Sun Huayuan happily nodded. Yes, Lord Ju. Don't worry. I guarantee that when the time comes, everyone in Chang and will know about our second-generation scooters. Li Zishuan nodded with satisfaction. After chatting with Sun Huayuan for a while, Li Zishuan thought that he had told him everything he needed to tell him, so he left the Strange Interest Pavilion and went home. Duke Lu's mansion. Master, the price of the chicken shoots in Chang and has risen to 115 coins. Should we continue to buy them? The old housekeeper of the Qing mansion worriedly reported to Qing Yaojin. So expensive? Qing Yaojin was also shocked. He secretly cursed the merchants in Chang and for being treacherous. Although he was a duke, he wasn't as rich as Li Zishuan. The Duke Lu's mansion didn't have any extra food. Facing the high price of 115 coins, Qing Yaojin was a bit hesitant. However, he couldn't help but think of Li Zishuan's meaningful words after yesterday's morning court. Uncle Cheng, when the time comes, you may find that the most precious part of your chickens isn't the meat. You may not be willing to sell your chickens. Qing Yaojin frowned. Now he understood that Li Zishuan raised so many chickens. It wasn't as simple as what he said in court. There must be more to it. Qing Yaojin thought of Li Zishuan's godlike master. He clenched his teeth and made a decision. Buy, continue to buy. Housekeeper Liang, when the gate of the eastern market opens, you go there. Bring more people with you and act separately. Li Zishuan got a new piece of land yesterday. I think he will continue to raise chickens on his land. The price of the chicken shoots will only get more and more expensive. Try to be ahead of them and buy all the chicken shoots in the eastern market. Try to get 30,000 chickens as soon as possible. Anyway, that kid's family doesn't lack money. Let them buy later. As Qing Yaojin spoke, he burst into laughter. In his heart, he was silently praising himself for being quick-witted. Housekeeper Liang also felt that Qing Yaojin's words made sense. He quickly bowed and left. It had to be said that Qing Yaojin's speculation was very accurate. At this time, Li Zishuan was at home. He asked housekeeper Wang to continue buying chicken shoots. Uncle Wang, how many more chickens do we need from the 80,000 in the Han village? Housekeeper Wang took out a small booklet and looked at it. He said, Young master, with the ones we bought today, we are less than 10,000 chickens. I think we can get them by tomorrow. Li Zishuan said happily, Not bad. We will have 80,000 chickens by tomorrow. You can continue to buy. I will go to Plum Village tomorrow and see how many chickens the farmers can raise. Conservatively speaking, we need at least 70,000 more. Housekeeper Wang widened his eyes and said, Young master, the price of a chicken shoot in Chang and has risen to 115 copper coins. Do we still need to buy so many? So expensive? It was almost double the initial price of 70 copper coins. Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and asked, Uncle Wang, how much will it cost to gather all 80,000 chickens for the Han family village? Housekeeper Wang silently calculated for a moment and answered, Young master, it will cost about 13,000 strings of cash. A string of cash in the Tang dynasty was only 800 copper coins. Therefore, it was reasonable to ask for 13,000 strings of cash for 80,000 chickens. Li Zishuan nodded. It was still within the range he could afford. He said, Uncle Wang, continue to buy. We can still afford it. Although housekeeper Wang did not understand, he still nodded. Chapter 98. The next day. After Li Zishuan finished his breakfast, he called for Iron Egg and asked, Iron Egg, come with me to the Han village today. You've been here for so long, it's time for you to go home. Iron Egg was happy to hear that. After being here for so long, he was indeed homesick, so he said, Thank you, master. Brother, I want to go too. Lan immediately shouted. Li Zishuan and Iron Egg had both left, so it was meaningless for her to stay at home alone. Li Zishuan thought about it. If he let one sheep go, he would let a flock of sheep go as well. So he nodded his head indifferently. Li Zishuan carried Lan and rode the big white horse at home. Iron Egg didn't know how to ride a horse, so Li Zishuan asked Sanbao to get him a little donkey. Just like that, the three of them rode 2 horses and headed to the Han village. Greetings, Lord Ju. Greetings, Lord Ju. As soon as they entered the Han village, many farmers who were working in the fields hurried over to greet Li Zishuan. Among these people there were old people and young adults. Now that Li Zishuan had become a Lord Ju, the farmers of the Han village were even more proud. Li Zishuan didn't put on airs. He smiled and greeted everyone one by one, then brought Lan and Iron Egg to the small courtyard of the Han village. When they passed by Old Hu's house, Li Zishuan heard the sound of goo from afar. It was abnormally noisy, so he looked over and found that the courtyard door was wide open. Other than the Hu siblings, there were 8 or 9 children inside. Li Zishuan also found Ernyo, who had reported to him when Lan was captured. Li Zishuan was curious, so he said to Iron Egg, bring Lan to your house first. I'll come later. Iron Egg replied, Yes, master. Li Zishuan led the big white horse towards Old Hu's courtyard. Ernyo, you have to treat these chickens as your friends. Have some patience. Then, pay attention to the rhythm when sure enough and I call the chickens. You'll be able to learn it very quickly. In the courtyard, Hu actually gently gathered the hair on her forehead and squatted on the ground, patiently explaining to Ernyo and the other brats the essentials of making the chickens obedient. It had been a while since they last met, and Hu's complexion was much better than the last time. Moreover, she looked more energetic. It should be because her family's life had improved recently. Ernyo scratched his head and said naively, Thank you, sister. I'll try again with Zhu Zi and the others. At this time, Hu Zhen smiled happily and said, Hee Ernyo, don't be in a hurry. Take your time. Young master is here. Sure enough, When Hu saw Li Zixuan who had just entered the door, he suddenly jumped up and shouted excitedly. He knew that the reason why the siblings were so popular in the village was entirely because of Li Zixuan's help. Therefore he was very grateful to Li Zixuan. When Hu Zhen heard her brother's cheers, she quickly stood up and looked at the door. Although she couldn't see, she could feel it. She rushed in the direction where Li Zixuan was standing and bowed slightly. She smiled sweetly and said, "Greetings, Lord Ju." That sweet smile was like a pure lotus blooming, decorating the entire farmhouse courtyard. When the other brats saw Li Zixuan, they quickly imitated the adults and bowed. "Greetings, young master." "Greetings, young master." "Greetings, Lord Ju." "Greetings, Lord Ju." The brats all addressed him differently, and it was a mess. When Li Zixuan saw that Hu Zhen and her brother were living so happily, he was also very gratified. He took a package from the horse's back and took out a bag of snacks. He handed it to Ernyo and shouted to the brats, "All right, everyone come over and share something to eat. I'll talk to Hu Zhen and Hu Zhen for a while. Jinjin, you two come out." The brats excitedly surrounded Ernyo and shared the snacks. No one in the village was willing to buy such exquisite food. Hu Zhen and Hu Zhen followed Li Zixuan out of the courtyard. "Jinjin, tell me, how have you been recently?" In front of the courtyard, Li Zixuan found a large rock and sat down. The Hu siblings stood on both sides of him. "Yes, young master." Hu Zhen softly agreed and began to talk about some of the things that happened in the Han village after Li Zixuan left last time. Ever since Li Zixuan had made that strange request last time, although the villagers of the Han family manor were too embarrassed to come over and learn this strange skill from the two children, the adults of each household had all rushed their own brats over to learn this skill. One had to know that if they learned it, they could receive a reward of 500 copper coins. This was not a small amount of money. It was enough to buy 2 new sets of clothes for their children for the new year. Thus, the small courtyard of the Hu family had almost become the village's school. The Hu siblings were naturally the teachers of this school. Those children who learned the ability to train chickens were naturally praised by their parents when they returned home. They were provided with good food and drinks, as if they had obtained good results in the school. Those brats who couldn't learn after a few days when they returned home, their parents would feel that they were not as good as the children of other families. Naturally, they couldn't avoid being beaten up. Just like those brats who didn't do well in the exams, they wouldn't have a good ending when they returned home. Just like this, the Hu siblings became the leaders of the brats in the Han village. Even the adults in the village had to smile and greet them when they saw them. In these few days, Hu Jin really made some good friends. She became more cheerful and talkative. When Hu Jin saw that her brother was happy, the smile on her face became more and more. There was a bit more vitality that a young girl of her age should have, and she was no longer as lethargic as when Li Zixuan first saw her a few days ago. After hearing this, Li Zixuan was very happy for the siblings. "Well, not bad, Jin. I hope that you will always be so happy." "All right, how many people have you taught now?" Hu Zhen said proudly, "Young master, we have taught 45 people, he. Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Well, you two have done well. In the next few days I should be able to find Dr. Sun Simiao. When the time comes, I will ask him to come over and take a look at you too." Hearing this, Hu Zhen's little face was full of surprise. She said in disbelief, "Young master, you said that you would find a famous doctor to treat me and Zhen. Are you talking about Dr. Sun?" Li Zixuan nodded. Then he remembered that Hu Zhen could not see, so he quickly said, "Yes, it's Dr. Sun De Zhen. Have you heard of Dr. Sun?" Hu Zhen said with a face of admiration, "Of course I have. I admire people like Dr. Sun who saves people and helps the injured without asking for anything in return." Li Zixuan did not expect Hu Zhen to be a loyal fan of Sun Simiao. He asked half-jokingly, "Have you ever thought that if your eyes are cured, Dr. Sun wants to take you as his disciple? Would you be willing?" Hearing this, Hu Zhen's face was first excited, and then a trace of sadness flashed across her face. She shook her head and said, "Young master, you must be joking. I'm not talented and I am a woman. How could Dr. Sun be willing to take me as his disciple?" "Aha, can't women learn medicine?" Li Zixuan shook his head and did not want to argue. After chatting with the siblings for a while, he went to the small courtyard of the Han family. Chapter 99. The sun was high in the sky. Li Zixuan finally arrived at the Han family's courtyard. From afar he could hear Lan and Iron Egg's noisy voices. "Sister Yushi, Lan wants to eat the chicken stewed with mushrooms from last time. Sister Iron Egg wants to eat gnawed chicken. You brat, gnawed chicken is so expensive. How can you eat it every day?" This was Han Lijing's voice. A few days ago, he had gone into the city to ask about the price of the gnawed chicken. After finding out, Han Lijing's heart ached. The last time Li Zixuan came to their house, Iron Egg had eaten a lot of gnawed chicken. Li Zixuan smiled, pushed open the courtyard door and walked in. Han Lijing was chopping firewood in the courtyard. When he saw Li Zixuan, he quickly went up to him and said with a smile, "Lord Zhu, you're here." After saying that, he quickly took the reins from Li Zixuan's hands. Li Zixuan waved his hand and refused. He tied the big white horse to a big tree in the courtyard and replied with a smile, "Uncle Han, don't call me Lord Zhu. Uncle Han, don't call me Lord Zhu. It's fine if others call me that. You and my father are old friends and I'm Tai Dan's master. You can call me Little Xian or Young Master." Han Lijing saw that Li Zixuan treated people as politely as before after becoming a baron. When he heard Li Zixuan's sincerity, he felt warm in his heart. He smiled and said, "Hee, then young master, please come in and have a seat. It's hot outside." Li Zixuan smiled and nodded. He said so much to Han Lijing because he didn't want his relationship with his family to be too estranged. "Yushi, young master is here. Hurry up and prepare the food. Don't let young master wait too long." Han Lijing shouted into the kitchen. "Got it, father. It'll be ready soon." Han Yushi's pleasant voice came from the kitchen. Seeing that her brother had come, Lan came into the house and played with Li Zixuan intimately for a while. Then she could not help but go out with Iron Egg. Once the little girl went to the countryside, she became even wilder. She felt that the farmstead was much more fun than Chang'an. Inside the house, Han Lijing saw Lan and Iron Egg go out. He sighed with emotion. Iron Egg's mother passed away a long time ago. This boy has been used to being wild since he was young and doesn't know any etiquette. He must have caused a lot of trouble for Master and Madam in young Master's house. This old man really feels sorry for him. Li Zixuan shook his head and said, "Uncle Han, what are you talking about? Since I have already accepted Iron Egg as my disciple, my parents have long treated Iron Egg as one of their own. What trouble is there to speak of? Moreover, I see that Iron Egg has a good character. With a little training he will be a promising talent." When Han Lijing heard Li Zixuan's words, he could not hide the smile on his face. Any father would be happy to hear someone praise their son. "Haha, as long as that boy doesn't cause trouble for young master." "Uncle Han, I came here this time because I want to go to Plum Village. You should know that the fief that His Majesty gave me is in Plum Village. How much do you know about Plum Village?" After chatting for a while, Li Zixuan got down to business. Han Lijing nodded and said, "Young master, we are all neighbors, so of course I know. Plum Village's Lu Qingfeng was a scholar in his early years. He can be considered a person of virtue and prestige in Plum Village. I have some friendship with him. The previous owner of Plum Village was Lu Shiren. Young master, you already know this. Lu Shiren was rich but heartless. He brought disaster to the village. Lu Qingfeng was angry with him, but he did not dare to say anything. Plum Village's farmers not only had to bear high rent, but they were also exploited. Although I don't like Lu Shiren's actions, I can't do anything about it. But this time, Plum Village has become young master's fief. I think the people of Plum Village will be overjoyed if they know about it." Li Zixuan was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, "Good and evil will happen. There is a cycle of reincarnation. Lu Shiren will receive the retribution he deserves. Uncle Han, take me to Plum Village in the afternoon. I want to see the situation there. Also, I plan to imitate the Han village and open a chicken farm in Plum Village. It can be considered as increasing the income of the farmers." Han Lijing sighed and said, "Young master is really benevolent. Father, young master, it's time to eat." At this time Han Yushi's shout came from outside. Then Han Yushi walked in with a plate of dishes. Of course she was followed by two little tails. After not seeing her for a long time, Han Yushi became more and more radiant. The joy between her eyebrows made her beautiful face even more moving. Although it was not the first time he saw Han Yushi, Li Zixuan was still mesmerized by her peerless appearance. He was a little dazed for a moment. Ahem. Han Lijing coughed softly twice. Li Zixuan was instantly awakened and his face turned red in embarrassment. He was even caught staring at Han Lijing's daughter in front of him. No matter how thick-skinned Li Zixuan was, he still felt a little embarrassed. Han Yushi put down the plate and hurried out, planning to go to the kitchen to get the rest of the dishes. Just now, she also noticed Li Zixuan's stunned gaze and felt a little happy in her heart. In the morning when Iron Egg and Lan came over early, she found out that Li Zixuan went to Hu Jing's house and would come over in a while. Then she did not know why, but when Lan and Iron Egg went out to play, she secretly went back to her room to dress up. Just now she called Li Zixuan young master, and not Lord Zhu. because she had some ulterior motives. After the news of Li Zishuan's knighthood spread throughout the Han family manor yesterday, Han Yushi was happy for Li Zishuan in her heart, but also a little sad that the gap between her and Li Zishuan's status was getting bigger and bigger. But when she thought of how she had ignored her father's dissuasion and resolutely agreed to help Li Zishuan brew wine, Han Yushi could not bear to give up at that time. She secretly decided that even if she could not be with him in the future, she would cherish the days they had now and treat him well. She would not regret it in the future. Therefore, when Han Yushi called Li Zishuan young master, just now, she also wanted to numb herself and not let herself think about the gap between their statuses. When the dishes were served, everyone sat down. Only then did Li Zishuan notice that the dishes on the table today were a little unusual. Other than the pheasant stewed with mushrooms from last time, there were also leek scrambled eggs, wood ear fried meat, fried shredded chicken and stir-fried spinach, cabbage. These stir-fried dishes or fried vegetables were only available in the Li family and would not be available outside. Yushi, how do you know how to cook these dishes? Li Zishuan could not help but ask. Han Yushi was a little embarrassed as she combed her hair and said softly, the last time I stayed at young master's house, Yushi saw that the cooking method at young master's house was a little unusual. Out of curiosity, I went to ask your kitchen maid, Auntie Zhao, and only then did I know that you could cook in this way. So, Yushi went home and tried cooking a few times and found that the taste was not bad. Later, Yushi thought of some other dishes that could be stir-fried with a big fire. Just nice, I can use these new dishes to treat young master today. Li Zishuan smelled the fragrance of these stir-fried dishes and gave a thumbs up. He praised, not bad, not bad. Just smelling this aroma is enough to stimulate one's appetite. Yushi, you are really clever. Han Lijing chuckled and said, young master, you don't know. When my Yushi cooked at home for the first time, old Han, almost swallowed my tongue. Cooking like this, the taste is really too good. Lan could not wait to pick up her chopsticks and try the leek scrambled eggs. The little girl immediately narrowed her eyes and exclaimed, it's really too delicious. Brother Lan doesn't even want to go home. I want to eat Sister Yushi's dishes here every day. Everyone was amused by these innocent words. Li Zishuan also picked up his chopsticks and started eating. He realized that Lan was not exaggerating at all. The taste of these stir-fried dishes was basically comparable to some of the big restaurants in his previous life. It was even more delicious than the ones made by Auntie Zhao at home. Han Yushi's culinary skills were simply superior. Li Zishuan tasted some of the flavors from his previous life in these dishes. For a moment, his appetite was stimulated. He ate a total of 4 bowls of rice before he put down his bowl and chopsticks in satisfaction. However, in his heart, he thought that if he could marry this fairy-like and clever girl, he would have accumulated 8 lifetimes of virtue. Han Yushi saw that Li Zishuan was eating happily. She could not help but feel a little sweet in her heart. Her efforts over the past few days had not been in vain. She had just said it was simple, but in order to come up with these new dishes, only God knew how much effort she had put in. However, from the results, all her efforts were worth it. She had already taken the first step and captured Li Zishuan's stomach. Chapter 100. After lunch, Li Zishuan sat in the front hall and happily drank the chilled fruit wine that Han Yushi had taken from the ancient well. He was chatting with Han Li in the house. There was no helping it. The weather had been a little abnormal recently. It was just May and the weather had started to heat up. The afternoon sun was especially scorching. Even though Li Zishuan had internal energy and was immune to both heat and cold, he didn't want to be exposed to the scorching sun. He could only wait for the sun to warm up a little before going to Plum Village. After all, it was less than 2 li away from the Han Manor. Lan, this crazy girl wasn't afraid of the sun. She followed Iron Egg to the manor to play with Dinyo and Ernyo. Li Zishuan wasn't too worried. Now that everyone in the manor knew that Lan was his sister, there shouldn't be anyone who was blind enough to bully Lan. Li Zishuan didn't know that while he was enjoying the cool air in the Han Manor's courtyard, there were many manor owners in Plum Village who were exposed to the scorching sun. Many manor owners gathered at the entrance of Plum Village. Everyone was sitting under a big tree and chatting with each other while looking into the distance as if waiting for something. Big Mouth May, is what you said true? Why isn't Lord Ju here yet? A tanned old man with bare arms was fanning himself with a straw hat as he asked casually. Mei Jun quickly nodded and said with certainty, Fourth Master, I wouldn't dare to lie about this. I went to the Han Manor this morning and my brother-in-law personally told me that Lord Ju came to the Han Manor. Think about it, our manor is so close to the Han Manor and it's Lord Ju's fief. Lord Ju will definitely come and take a look. I say, Mei Laosi, why are you in such a hurry? It's such a hot day. Won't you let Lord Ju rest for a while? An old man was lying on a bamboo mat and enjoying his eldest grandson fanning him with a cattail leaf fan. When he heard Mei Laoxi's words, he couldn't help but rebuke him. "Hey, second brother Lu, I'm just anxious. When I heard that Lord Ju's fief was in our manor yesterday, I was so excited that I couldn't sleep well the entire night. Our manor's good days are coming," Mei Laoxi hurriedly explained when he heard the old man's reprimand. "TSK, look at you." The old man on the ground was the second master Lu Wanshan, whom Mei Jun had met in the East Market a few days ago. This man was a man of virtue and prestige in Mei Village. His elder brother was the village chief Lu Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng was just a scholar with a weak personality. In the past, when he saw Lu Shuren and his son bullying the villagers, he did not dare to speak up. However, second master Lu was not like his elder brother. He was a fearless master. As soon as he saw Lu Shuren and his son bullying the villagers, second master Lu would directly pick up his walking stick and hit the heads of the father and son. In his opinion, he had 7 sons, all of whom were tall and strong. If they really fought, he would not be at a disadvantage. Taking a step back, he was already so old. Could it be that Lu Shuren and his son could beat him to death? One had to know that in ancient society, people were very respectful to the elderly. If Lu Shuren really dared to beat second master Lu to death, it would be a very serious case. The father and son's lives would not be spared. Therefore, second master Lu's reputation in Mei Village was even higher than his elder brother, Lu Qingfeng. It was not an exaggeration to say that he could rally hundreds of people at a single call during critical times. Yesterday, when Zhao Lauer of Mei Village brought back the news that Li Zishuan was in theft and that his fief was in Mei Village, the entire village was in an uproar. One had to know that the Han Manor situation was not much different from Mei Village's. After the Li family took over the Han Manor, they reduced the rent. The Han Manor was able to provide for food and clothing. The overall situation was slightly better than Mei Village's. Recently, Li Zishuan had taken over the Li family's authority and personally managed the Han Manor. Not only did he increase the income of the villagers by purchasing wild fruits, he also reduced the rent by letting the villagers help raise chickens. Furthermore, the eggs that the chickens laid would belong to the villagers. It was said that after the reduction, the annual rent of many villagers was only 10%. This was amazing. There was probably no other village with such favorable conditions in the entire Tang dynasty. As the neighboring village of the Han Manor, the villagers of Mei Village were envious. They secretly hated that they were not born in the Han Manor. Now, Mei Village had become Li Zishuan's fief. The entire village would probably be able to enjoy the same treatment as the Han Manor. When the news reached the village yesterday, Lu Wanshan was the first to jump out. Ignoring Lu Qingfeng's obstruction, he shouted in the village, "Lu Shuren, get out of Mei Village." Lu Shuren's land was about to be taken away by the imperial court, so he, second master Lu, had nothing to be afraid of. He rolled up his sleeves and fought. If he did not vent this anger, he would not be satisfied even if he died. Second master Lu's prestige in Plum Village was very high to begin with. With his shout, how could the villagers who were usually bullied by Lu Shuren hold themselves back? In an instant, hundreds of villagers responded to his call. Hundreds of villagers scrambled to follow him, majestically charging towards Lu Shuren's mansion. "Lu Shuren, get out of Mei Village. Get out of Mei Village. Get out of Mei Village." Outside Lu Shuren's mansion, hundreds of villagers shouted in unison. Their shouts shook the heavens, frightening Lu Shuren and his son. The father and son hurriedly ordered their servants to block the door with all their might. However, they hid inside the house, trembling as they waited for the villagers to disperse when they were tired of shouting. Outside the mansion, second master Lu saw that Lu Shuren had become a coward. They could not pry open this turtle's shell, so he took the lead and threw stones at Lu Shuren's house. The other villagers followed suit, picking up things that were convenient for them and throwing them at Lu Shuren's house. What was strange was that someone even used leaves to wrap cow dung and threw it in. As night fell, the villagers could not stay there forever. They all dispersed, agreeing to come back the next day. Lu Shuren and his son hurriedly packed their belongings in the night, including the compensation given to them by the government. After packing the gold and silver into boxes, the father and son took a few guards with them. They did not even care about the dilapidated mansion and escaped through the night. When second master Lu brought people to the Lu residence this morning, they naturally did not find anything. Second master Lu spat at the door of the Lu residence in disdain and left. When it was close to noon, there was news that Li Zishuan might come to Mei Village. Other than those who had worked today, all the villagers were excited to welcome the new master of Mei Village at the entrance of the village. Second master Lu naturally followed along. That day he followed behind Mei Jun and also bought a curved plow. When he returned home he tried it out. It was indeed very useful. Therefore he was both excited and curious about the new master of Mei Village. At this time, although the sun was scorching and the heat was unbearable, no one was willing to leave. Many people were looking forward to the good days ahead under the trees. It seemed that their families would not starve anymore. They could even sew new clothes for their children during the new year. There were also some farmers who were telling their children how benevolent the new Lord Ju was. Perhaps in the future they might have eggs to eat every month and meat to eat during the new year. Those naughty children listened and unknowingly drooled for a long time. Chapter 101. It was around 2 o'clock in the afternoon in modern times. Li Zishuan noticed that the sun was not as hot as it was at noon, so he went to Plum Village with Han Lijing. After all, he still had a lot of things to do there. If he was a few hours later, he might not be able to make it back in time. He had also asked Han Yushi if she wanted to go with him. After all, it was pleasing to the eye to have such a godlike person by his side. However, Han Yushi refused. It was not that she did not want to accompany Li Zishuan, but she still had to gather some girls from the same village in the afternoon to brew the fruit wine. The fruits near the Han family manor had been picked clean these days. The brewing of the fruit wine was also at the final stage. Han Yushi really could not leave. As for Lan Er and Iron Egg, they had already gone somewhere. Li Zishuan could only bitterly endure the hot sun with Han Lijing and go to Plum Village. Hey, look, isn't that Han Tianhu from the Han family manor? A young man sat on a big tree at the entrance of Plum Village. He sat high up and could see far. He was the first to see Li Zishuan and Han Lijing. It really is Han Lijing. Then who is the young man beside him? Could it be Lord Li? Nonsense, how can Lord Li be so young? Also, how can Lord Li go out without an attendant? It's Lord Li. I saw him at the entrance of Strange Interest Pavilion last time. Lord Li is here. Lord Li is here. Second Master Lu was lying on the bamboo mat and was about to fall asleep. Suddenly he heard the cheers of the crowd. The old man quickly climbed up from the bamboo mat and followed the crowd with his eldest grandson to look in the direction of the sound. Li Zishuan saw the black mass of people at the entrance of the village from afar and was shocked. He thought that there were villagers gathering to cause trouble. He quickly quickened his pace with Han Lijing, wanting to find out what was going on. Greetings, Lord Li. Welcome, Lord Li. Greetings, Lord Li. Welcome, Lord Li. As soon as he reached the entrance of the village, Li Zishuan was shocked by the uniform cheers. Young master, I'm afraid that the villagers of Plum Village know that you're coming and have gathered at the entrance of the village to welcome you. Han Lijing reminded from the side. Li Zishuan nodded and looked at the group of men and women, old and young. Many of them were emaciated, their faces yellow and their bodies emaciated. Those bare-chested burly men were bright red from the sun and were covered in sweat. Some of the children were also sweating profusely. They hid behind the adults and looked at him timidly. It was obvious that this group of people had been waiting under the scorching sun for a long time. Li Zishuan felt very uncomfortable in his heart. He secretly blamed himself for coming so late. He didn't want to wait for others or make others wait for him in both his previous and current life, so he couldn't bear to have these villagers wait for him like this. He hurriedly walked forward. Uncles and aunties, sorry to keep you waiting. When Li Zishuan shouted, he used a bit of his inner strength, and the excited and noisy crowd immediately calmed down. Li Zishuan continued. I don't know how everyone knew that I was coming, but I don't want everyone to welcome me like this. I can't bear it. Seeing that many of you are sweating profusely from the sun, I'll make it short. Once you're done, you can go back to your own homes, okay? Okay, Lord Ju, please tell us. We're all listening. Yes, Lord Ju, please tell us. Li Zishuan gestured with his hands and said in a clear voice, then everyone listen up. From today onwards, Plum Village will be my fief. You will no longer be bullied by Lu Shiren. From today onwards, Plum Village will enjoy all the preferential treatment that the Han family manor enjoys, including the mountain fruit business and the reduced rent for raising chickens. From today onwards, as long as you work hard, your days will only get better and better. Thank you, Lord Ju. Lord Ju is merciful. When the crowd heard the promise that they had been waiting for, they all cheered excitedly. Previously, they had only privately guessed that Plum Village might enjoy the same benefits as the Han family manor. Now that they heard Li Zishuan's promise personally, they finally felt completely at ease. Some of the old farmers who had suffered so much couldn't help but cry. Second Master Lu secretly nodded his head in the crowd. Based on Second Master Lu's experience in reading people, this Lord Ju was a good young man with good character. It seemed that Second Master Lu would be able to enjoy his later years in peace and not have to fight with the landlord every day. Li Zishuan let them vent their emotions before continuing. Okay, that's all I have to say. Next, if there are any of you who don't understand the benefits of the Han family manor, you can come and ask Han Lijing, who is beside me. If you understand clearly, please go to Plum Village's Lu Lijing to register how many chickens you can raise in your house. I'd like to remind everyone to act according to their ability and don't simply report numbers. Is Lu Lijing here today? I'm here. Lord Zhu, I'm here. A frail old man with a crooked back walked out from the crowd. Li Zishuan frowned. This Lu Lijing had too much of the aura of a Confucian scholar and lacked the domineering aura of Han Lijing. It was no wonder that trash like Lu Shuren could ride on the necks of all the Plum Village's villagers and defecate and piss unscrupulously. Li Zishuan's tone was a little serious. Lu Lijing, I won't pursue the past matters. However, from today onwards as the village chief, you must ensure that all the farmers in Plum Village will no longer be bullied by outsiders. Otherwise, there's no need for you to continue as the village chief. Lu Lijing's face turned red when he heard Li Zishuan's words. He cupped his hands and said, You're right, Lord Zhu. I was weak in the past and have indeed let these farmers down. Second Master Lu saw his elder brother being reprimanded and couldn't help but want to jump out and plead for Lu Qingfeng. However, after thinking about it, he held himself back. His elder brother's personality was indeed too weak and needed to be changed. Is Second Master Lu here today? Li Zishuan nodded and decided to give Lu Lijing a chance. Then he looked at the crowd and asked. On the way here, Han Lijing had also told him about the famous Second Master Lu in Plum Village. He admired and had a good impression of this Second Master Lu who was somewhat chivalrous in Jianghu. Since he had confirmed that the new Lord Zhu was sincerely looking out for the good of the farmers, there was nothing for him to do here. Second Master Lu was about to leave when he heard Li Zishuan calling for him. The crowd immediately opened up a path for Second Master Lu. This was Second Master Lu's unparalleled influence in Plum Village. Second Master Lu walked out and cupped his hands at Li Zishuan. This old man is not worthy of being called Lord Zhu. Lord Zhu, please call me Lu Wanshan. Although Second Master Lu had a tough personality, he was not someone who did not know what was good for him. If others respected him, he would respect them tenfold. Li Zishuan shook his head and smiled. I heard that Second Master Lu is chivalrous and often stands up for the farmers. I'm very impressed. In the future, Second Master Lu will be the deputy village chief of Plum Village. I will report this to the imperial court. I hope that Second Master Lu can manage Plum Village with Lu Lijing in the future. Second Master Lu wanted to refuse, but seeing Li Zishuan's sincerity, he hesitated for a moment and finally nodded in agreement. Then I thank Lord Zhu for your trust. I will not let you down. Li Zishuan nodded and said to Lu Lijing, register the farmers now. I will go to the farms and take a look. Before I leave, give me the registration results. Lu Lijing quickly bowed and agreed. Yes, Lord Zhu. Li Zishuan then shouted to the crowd, uncles and aunties, if you want to register, quickly come to Lu Lijing to register. After you are done, quickly go home. Don't get sick from the sun. Everyone agreed. Li Zishuan saw that there was nothing for him to do here, so he bid farewell to Han Lijing and entered the village alone. Chapter 102. The sun was setting in the west and a cool breeze blew. Li Zishuan had already finished touring the entire Plum Village by himself. Of course, there were no incidents of him getting lost or meeting a beautiful woman by chance. After all, how could there be so many beautiful women in the countryside? Han Yushi was just a special case. Plum Village was surrounded by mountains and rivers. The environment was very elegant. After Li Zishuan finished touring the village, he even had the thought of living here in seclusion. Shaking his head, he got rid of this unrealistic thought. Li Zishuan came to the village entrance and took the statistical booklet that Lu Qingfeng had made for the villagers. Then he returned to the Han family manor. After arriving at the Han family manor, Li Zishuan asked Han Lijing to inform some villagers to go to Plum Village tomorrow to guide them in the construction of the chicken farm. Li Zishuan returned to the Han family manor alone. The Han family manor's manor. Hong Ling, quickly bring 3 people to wash the wild strawberries. Okay, Sister Yushi. Xiang, bring 4 people to wash and cut these hawthorns. Sister Yushi, Xiang will go now. Wen, go get some water, sugar, and distilled yeast. Okay. The moment Li Zishuan entered the manor, he felt as if he had come to a country of women. The manor was full of young and lively girls, making the surrounding air seem fresher. This was the first time he saw Han Yushi personally making wine. He saw her use a hairband to tie up her long hair. Her sleeves were also rolled up high, revealing two slender white jade-like arms. She was squeezing some juice, mixing some distilled yeast and sugar and pouring it into the wine jar. Her movements were so elegant. Her every move was poetic. While she was busy with the work in her hands, she directed the girls to do their jobs and work together. The manor seemed to have become her battlefield, and she was the female general of the battlefield. Perhaps it was because of the hot weather, but there were already beads of sweat on Han Yushi's nose. Some traces of sweat could also be seen on the clothes on her back. Every time she bent down, the thin white dress outlined her beautiful figure. See no evil, see no evil. Li Zixuan hurriedly turned his face away and coughed twice. Only then did Han Yushi and the other girls realize that Li Zixuan had already entered the door. Greetings, Lord Zhu. All the girls stopped what they were doing and bowed to Li Zixuan. Han Yushi gave him a smile. Young master, you're back. When Li Zixuan heard this, he felt a little strange. It was as if a wife was greeting her husband who had just returned from afar. Shaking his head to get rid of the wild thoughts in his mind, he hurriedly smiled at the girls. There's no need to be so courteous. Carry on with your work. Don't delay it because of me. After saying that, Li Zixuan walked straight to Han Yushi. Although the other girls returned to their original positions and continued with their work, their eyes secretly glanced over from time to time. Which girl didn't yearn for love? Li Zixuan was handsome and had a high status. He was young and rich. It would be a lie if they said they weren't moved. However, they all understood that in terms of beauty, all of them added together couldn't compare to Han Yushi. Now they were looking at Li Zixuan and Han Yushi with gossipy gazes. All the girls wanted to know if Han Yushi, the most beautiful girl in the Han family manor and even the surrounding villages, could capture the heart of this young Lord Zhu. Of course, in their hearts, they really hoped that Han Yushi and Li Zixuan would end up together. Because then, this young Lord Zhu would be the son-in-law of the Han family manor. The Han family manor would continue to have good days in the future. Yushi, you've worked hard. Come and wipe your sweat. Li Zixuan tenderly handed over a handkerchief. He wasn't used to wearing it on his body. He felt that only women would wear handkerchiefs. However, every time Xiaoxi helped him pack his clothes, she would put a washed handkerchief on his waist. After a long time, Li Zixuan was too lazy to correct her. He didn't expect to use it today. He wanted to personally wipe Han Yushi's sweat. However, he remembered that this was ancient times. If he did so, it would be too presumptuous. Not only would it ruin a girl's reputation, Han Yushi would probably ignore him in the future. It had to be said that even though Li Zixuan had been in a relationship in his previous life, he was still a novice when it came to understanding women's thoughts. Until now, he still couldn't see Han Yushi's feelings for him. Han Yushi hesitated for a moment. She shyly took the handkerchief and thanked him. Then she gently wiped the sweat on her face and said, "Young master, this is the last batch of fruit wine. The previous batch of fruit wine can already be taken out of the cellar. When will it be sent to you?" Li Zixuan muttered. How much was the last batch of fruit wine? Han Yushi thought for a moment and replied, there were a total of 80 jars. Each jar was about 40 pounds. Li Zixuan nodded and said, then tomorrow, ask your father to call a few young men and send the last batch of fruit wine to my house. Yushi, are you free tomorrow? After the wine is sent over, we will start mixing the wine. Do you want to come together? Finally, she could help the young master. Han Yushi was a little excited. She quickly replied, yes, young master. Today's last batch of fruit juice and wine can be put into the cellar after mixing. That's all. Li Zixuan happily said, that's good. At this moment, Lan and Iron Egg came back. The little girl was sweating all over, but her face was filled with a happy smile. Li Zixuan was a little speechless. His little sister's temper was getting wilder and wilder. Master. Brother? The two little guys greeted Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan nodded. Seeing that it was getting late, he said goodbye to Han Yushi. Iron Egg stayed. Li Zixuan asked him to go to the city with Han Yushi and the others tomorrow. As soon as he got home, Li Zixuan immediately went to the study. He wanted to draw a set of distillation equipment. A complete set of distillation equipment was divided into two parts, the distillation pot and the condenser. Li Zixuan planned to make the distillation pot with pure copper. First, copper had a good thermal conductivity. Second, copper was a catalyst for some esterification reactions. Third, copper had a good resistance to the acidity of the raw wine. Fourth, copper could make butyric acid, hexanoic acid, decanoic acid, lauric acid, and so on form insoluble copper salts and precipitate them, so that these unpleasant acids could be removed. As for the condenser part, Li Zixuan planned to use a clay pot to fire it. because in this era the process of firing glass was not mature. Li Zixuan knew the general formula, but he did not have the time to study it. With the help of his super strong mental strength, he drew a set of distillation equipment in less than an hour. He did not miss a single detail. Then he quickly went to the workshop before the door was closed. He asked Faubert to help him make a set of distillation equipment before noon tomorrow. Faubert looked at the blueprint. It was not difficult, so he agreed. Li Zixuan breathed a sigh of relief. When he returned home, he bumped into Wang Zhong and Sanbao, who came back from the East Market. Wang Zhong immediately asked for forgiveness. "Young master, I did not buy many chicken seedlings today. This old servant has failed in his duty. I have let young master down." Li Zixuan was surprised. "What?" Wang Zhong told Li Zixuan about how the Qing family's housekeeper brought a lot of people to the East Market and bought all the chicken seedlings in less than a quarter of an hour. Li Zixuan pondered for a moment and understood the ins and outs of the matter. He shook his head and laughed. "Uncle Wang, you don't have to buy the chicken seedlings for the next 2 days. Let the Qing family buy them first. Oh right, the Plum Village still needs 70,000 chicken seedlings. Uncle Wang, you can buy them all in the future." "But, young master." Wang Zhong reached out his hand and stopped. Li Zixuan waved his hand and said, "Uncle Wang, it's okay. Our family is not lacking in money. It's fine if we buy them a few days later." Qing Yaojin's guess was right. The Li family was not lacking in money. Since Qing Yaojin was willing to take advantage of Li Zixuan, it meant that he did not treat Li Zixuan as an outsider. Of course, Li Zixuan would not be calculative. Chapter 103. In a private room on the top floor of Yunxi Pavilion. Inside the room, the young master was fiddling with the wine cup in his hand and casually asked, "Our Yunxi Pavilion has already made a move. Is there no movement from the drunken Immortal restaurant?" The middle-aged man respectfully replied, "Young master, there is indeed no movement from the drunken Immortal restaurant. Neither Li Zixuan nor manager Lu has made any special moves." "Then what has Li Zixuan been doing recently? Does he not care about his restaurant's business?" "According to the reports from my subordinates, Li Zixuan has been busy with his new fief. Today he even went to Plum Village and Han Village." "Oh right, young master, Li Zixuan has asked the villagers to pick some fruits. It seems that he wants Han Tianhu's family to help him brew wine." "What kind of wine?" the young master curiously asked. "Young master, this subordinate guesses that it should be the fruit wine that Han Tianhu and his daughter brewed. Our Yunxi Pavilion has also bought some before and the taste is indeed very good. However, Li Zixuan bought it at a high price and the father and daughter stopped supplying it to us." The young master stood up and muttered with a frown. "Could it be that Li Zixuan plans to use this wine to fight against our Yunxi Pavilion? No, this young master reckons that their wine is not that simple. Immediately send a flying snake to the Han village and bring back a jar of their wine." "Yes, young master." The middle-aged man bowed and was about to leave. The young master suddenly thought of something and suddenly shouted, "Wait!" The middle-aged man quickly turned around and said, "Young master, do you have any other orders?" The young master thought for a moment and said, "We have to plan for both sides. Tomorrow, go and invite Xia Xingyuan from the western part of the city to our Yunxi Pavilion as a chef. Not only do we have to imitate the drunken Immortal restaurant's dishes, but we also have to create our own specialty dishes." The middle-aged man hesitated and said, "Young master, this Xia Xingyuan is an imperial chef from the previous dynasty. I'm afraid it won't be easy to invite him." The young master sneered and said, "Hee, if you can't invite him, can't you use money to threaten his family? Do you still need this young master to teach you what to do?" "Yes, young master, this subordinate knows what to do. By the way, I heard that the Qing family has been following Li Zixuan and buying chicken seedlings on a large scale. Reporting to young master, there is indeed such a thing. As a result, the price of chicken in Chang and has risen to 115 copper coins per chicken." The young master proudly said, "Since they are stupid and have a lot of money, and they want the chicken seedlings so much, you can go to my second uncle today and borrow several big boats. You can go to Jiangnan through the Grand Canal and buy 80,000 chicken seedlings. You can ship them to Chang'an and sell them to the two families. This way we can also make a lot of money. When the time comes, we will have more confidence to defeat my good big brother." The middle-aged man exclaimed in admiration, "Young master is truly far-sighted. This subordinate admires you. What are you flattering me for? Hurry up and do your job." The young master impatiently waved his hand and scolded. However, from the flash of joy in his eyes, it could be seen that he enjoyed the flattery very much. After the middle-aged man left the room, The young master looked out of the window. Then he seemed to have thought of something unhappy. His face was ferocious as he said hatefully, "My good big brother, this time I will definitely not lose to you." Chang and City Azure Dragon Lane. In the backyard of a luxurious mansion, there was a young girl in gorgeous clothes. She was riding a scooter and playing happily. Not far away in the corridor, there was a young master in white who was looking at the little girl with a smile on his face. Eldest young master, just now in the streets and alleys of Chang and City, some pieces of paper suddenly appeared. On them were notices about the Strange Interest Pavilion. A young servant in green clothes quickly came over and reported to the young master in white. This young servant was Lu Yun, who had applied for a Red Supreme membership card in the Strange Interest Pavilion a few days ago. "Let me see it." The young master in white withdrew his gaze and turned around to take the notice in Lu Yun's hand. After a while he smiled and said, "Second-generation scooter? This Strange Interest Pavilion is really interesting. Scooter, curved shaft plow, it's really interesting. Lu Yun, take this young master's membership card tomorrow and buy Meng Air a so-called second-generation scooter. This young master wants to see how different this second-generation scooter is from the first generation." Lu Yun didn't understand his young master's strange behavior recently, but he didn't dare to ask. He quickly bowed and said, "Yes, young master." The young master in white nodded slightly, but when he saw that Lu Yun hadn't left, he frowned and said, "What, do you have something to say?" A trace of struggle flashed across Lu Yun's face. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, "Reporting to young master, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it." The young master in white said unhappily, "If you have something to say it quickly. Don't dawdle." Seeing that the young master was unhappy, Lu Yun quickly said, "Young master, as far as I know, the second young master has taken a lot of measures recently to consolidate the position of the Yunshi house in Chang and City. Seeing that the Yunshi house is about to dominate Chang and City, eldest young master, why are you still what? Still idle around and have nothing to do, right? Forgive me, young master, I didn't mean that. I'm just worried that if this goes on, young master will lose the family trial this time and lose the power." When Lu Yun heard what the young master in white said, he hurriedly bowed and explained in fear. The white-clothed man sighed, but he didn't blame Lu Yun. He said slowly, "You all think I haven't done anything? Okay, it seems that I haven't done anything yet." Lu Yun was almost choked to death by the young master in white's sudden change in topic. The young master in white was embarrassed for a while before he recovered and said, "I haven't done anything yet because the time isn't right yet. This second brother of mine has a very extreme personality. He has always liked to be brave and ruthless, and he is competitive. Some of the elders in the family even agree with his way of doing things. But you all don't understand. Now that the world is settled and the people are united, if we big families still can't see the situation clearly and put on a high and mighty posture and keep fighting with others, we will only make countless enemies. In the end, everyone will push the wall when it is down. At that time, the Li Tang royal family will definitely be happy to see it and hit us when we are down. At the end of the Sui dynasty, all of you were afraid of the slightest thing and didn't dare to jump out to fight with the Li family to seize the country. Now that the world is stable, all of you jump out one by one. Aren't you tired of not dying fast enough?" The young master in white was a little angry as he spoke. In the end, he couldn't help but hit the railing angrily. Lu Yun saw that the young master in white lost his composure and hurriedly comforted, "Young master, please calm down." The young master in white calmed down and continued, "In a time of peace and prosperity, blindly being brave and ruthless can't be done. Cooperating with others to win is the smart thing to do and the way to survive." Lu Yun heard this and said in surprise, "Young master, do you want to cooperate with Li Zixuan? I'm afraid the family won't agree, right?" The young master in white snorted angrily and said angrily, "Humph, a bunch of stubborn old men never willing to lower their arrogant heads and can't see the situation at all. However, this is only a small trial in the family. All the decisions are up to me. The family has no right to interfere." Lu Yun heard the young master in white's rebellious words and hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to say anything. The young master in white stood in place. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. In the end, he snorted angrily and left with his hands behind his back. Chapter 104. Li Zixuan didn't know that there were two brothers who were constantly thinking about him. He had been tired for the whole day, so after taking a shower, he fell into a deep sleep not long after lying on the bed. Han Village, Han family courtyard. It was late at night and the moon was dark and the wind was strong. A black shadow floated over the wall and landed on the ground without making a sound. The black-clothed man looked around, then bent down and carefully sneaked into the wine cellar on the west side of the courtyard. A moment later he came out with a jar of wine in his arms. His feet lightly tapped the ground and he was about to soar into the sky. Suddenly his feet sank and then a huge force came. He saw a tall and burly old man lift him up and smash him against the courtyard wall with all his strength. "Who are you, sneaking around like this? Tell me your name." Although Han Lijing was already sound asleep, his many years of military life still made him vigilant. At night he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He immediately turned over and saw a black shadow in the courtyard about to leave. He quickly went forward and grabbed the person's ankle and threw him against the courtyard wall. When the black-clothed man was about to hit the wall, he pulled out the soft sword at his waist and poured his internal energy into it. The soft sword made a sound and instantly straightened. The black-clothed man hurriedly pressed the soft sword against the wall to cushion the impact. The soft sword suffered a huge impact and was quickly pressed into an arc. The black-clothed man took advantage of the momentum to do a beautiful somersault in the air and landed steadily. "Oh, I didn't think that there would be an expert in this remote village." After the black-clothed man landed, he looked at Han Lijing and said in a neutral tone. His voice was feminine and ear-piercing. The most disgusting thing was that when he spoke he even raised his thumb and middle finger. Han Lijing listened to his voice and looked at his actions. Instantly, his hair stood on end and goosebumps appeared all over his body. "Who are you? What do you want in my house in the middle of the night?" Han Lijing trembled and shouted. "Hee." The black-clothed man laughed. This made Han Lijing so disgusted that he almost threw up his dinner. At this time, he heard the black-clothed man say in a coquettish voice, I just came to borrow a jar of wine from you. Why are you being so fierce? You hurt me just now. Alright, I won't talk nonsense with you anymore. I have to go." After saying that, he twisted his thumb and middle finger, lightly twisted his snake waist, stomped his feet on the ground and fled far away like a gust of wind. Han Lijing also wanted to chase, but his left leg had an old injury so it was inconvenient for him to move. Moreover, this black-clothed man's Qinggong was extremely high, and Han Lijing himself was not proficient in Qinggong, so he could only stand in the same place helpless. "Father, what happened?" Han Yushi heard a sound in the courtyard, so she put on her coat and came out to investigate. Han Lijing shook his head and comforted her. "It's okay. Yushi, go back and sleep. Tomorrow I will accompany you to Chang'an City." Today the man in black was of unknown origin. Han Lijing smelled a trace of danger. Thinking that his daughter was going to Chang, and to deliver wine tomorrow, Han Lijing was somewhat worried and decided to accompany his daughter. "And father, then daughter will go to sleep. Father should also rest early." Han Yushi did not see anything unusual, so after she finished speaking she directly turned around and went back to her room to rest. The next morning, after Li Zixuan finished his breakfast, he asked Faubert to bring people to buy various kinds of wine, and then he went to the west courtyard to practice. Previously his Taishin Sutra showed signs of breaking through to the 6th level, but as he was busy with mundane affairs these days, the feeling of breaking through in his body disappeared. This made him very depressed, so he decided to work hard today. He wanted to use the sword to refine the true qi in his body. However, someone did not let him do as he wished. He had just practiced for a while when Ching Chimo came to his door. "Ha, little Xian, I haven't seen you for a few days and you have been conferred a title. You have to treat your brother to a few drinks." Cheng Chimo laughed loudly and walked into the west courtyard. This fellow was now a frequent guest of the Li family, and there was no need to report his entry. All the servants in the residence knew that he was the son of Lu Guogong, and no one dared to stop him. Li Zixuan put away the wind-chasing sword and came up to him with a smile. "Brother Chonyo, you can't say that. Look, your younger brother has been conferred a title. As his elder brother, shouldn't you treat your younger brother to a big meal to celebrate?" Cheng Chimo was suddenly speechless. He scratched his head and muttered, "That seems to be the case." Li Zixuan looked at him and found it funny. He thought that since he had nothing to do, it would be fun to tease this fellow. So he continued, "Then tomorrow Brother Chonyo will treat us to a big meal at the drunken Immortal restaurant. How about it?" Cheng Chimo was instantly embarrassed. He knew his family situation very well. His father had just taken out 4,000 to 5,000 strings of cash to buy chicken seedlings, and Li Er had docked 3 months of his father's salary. This was one disaster after another. Old Cheng's family was currently living a tight life, waiting for old Li to give them a salary. Cheng Chimo did not have much pocket money left, so he was too embarrassed to look for his friends. When he heard that Li Zixuan had been conferred a title, he thought that he would be able to freeload a good meal here. Who knew that he would be defeated by Li Zixuan? This instantly turned awkward. However, what kind of person was Qing Chimo? He did not care about things like face. He chuckled cheekily and said, "Hee hee, that's great. Little Xian, I'll take you to the Yunxi restaurant for a big meal tomorrow. I heard that they invited the imperial chef from the previous dynasty, Xia Xingyuan, to cook there. I'll treat you and you'll pay. How about it?" When Li Zixuan heard the first half of his sentence, he thought that the sun had risen from the west today. This fellow actually took the initiative to treat him to a meal? When Li Zixuan heard Qing Chimo say that he would pay for the meal, Li Zixuan staggered. He wanted to slap his size 42 shoes on Qing Chimo's size 38 face. Of course, Qing Chimo probably didn't know how big a size 38 was. Li Zixuan said unhappily, "Get the F***ck out of here." After the brothers teased each other for a while, Li Zixuan brought him to the front hall and asked someone to serve tea and snacks. At this moment he suddenly remembered what Qing Chimo had said and asked, "Chonyo, you just said that the Yunxi restaurant invited the imperial chef from the previous dynasty?" Qing Chimo did not eat much in the morning. As he ate tea and snacks he stammered, "That's right. That imperial chef from the previous dynasty lives not far from my house. When I came over this morning I heard them talking about it. Sigh, if it weren't for the fact that I'm short on money, I would have gone to try that imperial cuisine." As Qing Chimo spoke, his saliva was about to drip out. He quickly turned his grief into appetite and ate the tea and snacks on the table with all his might. Li Zixuan was speechless. He had previously guessed that the Qing residence's finances might be a little tight recently. After all, taking out a few thousand strings of coins all at once would hurt most people. Moreover, if it weren't for the fact that their family was short on money, Qing Chimo would not have taken the initiative to take advantage of them and buy the chicken seedlings first. However, he had never imagined that Qing Chimo would be in such a miserable state. He was actually so poor that he came here to freeload. However, the matter that Qing Chimo mentioned had attracted his attention. The Yunxi restaurant had been making a lot of moves recently, and it was obvious that they wanted to stir up trouble. With the imperial chef's reputation, they would probably attract a lot of diners. Fortunately, his cocktail was almost ready. He had full confidence that it would definitely beat that imperial chef. "Haha, brother Chonyo, you don't have to be envious of the imperial cuisine. In the end, it's just some old tricks. Our drunken Immortal restaurant will also be releasing a few new delicacies and a new wine. I guarantee that it will be the best wine in our great Tang. When the time comes, this little brother will invite you to try it." Li Zixuan chuckled. Hearing this, Qing Chimo's eyes lit up. He automatically filtered out the so-called new dishes. What he cared about the most was the new wine that Li Zixuan mentioned. As a descendant of a military leader, there was no one who did not like wine. "Little Xian, is this wine really as good as you say it is? Big brother is very picky when it comes to wine. I won't drink unless it's a famous wine," Qing Chimo said arrogantly. Li Zixuan snorted in his heart. It was already good enough that the old Qing Chimo could afford wine. Qing Chimo was still panting here, but he was still his brother. He still had to give him some face. Li Zixuan said cooperatively, "Chonyo, don't worry. Choax, don't worry. When my master was alive, he loved to drink this kind of wine the most. Do you think this wine tastes good?" Hearing this, Qing Chimo felt as if his heart was being scratched by 100 claws. He looked forward to this new wine even more. He had heard the legend of spiritual master Ling Su from his father countless times. In his opinion, this kind of wine that even immortals love to drink should be considered an immortal wine. "Little Xian, where is this wine? Big brother can't wait. Quickly take it out and let me have a taste." Li Zixuan shook his head and laughed. "This wine is a kind of mixed wine. It hasn't been mixed yet. I plan to start mixing it when the ingredients are delivered." Qing Chimo said excitedly, "That's great. Big brother has nothing to do today. I'll wait here for you to mix the wine. Haha, I can even taste the wine for you for free." This guy was really shameless. He obviously wanted to freeload the wine, but he said it in such a dignified manner. Li Zixuan's face was full of black lines. However, he didn't know how to drink. Letting Qing Chimo taste the wine on the side was a good idea. He just hoped that this guy would be more reliable when the time came. Chapter 105. Chang and City Li Mansion. Li Zixuan couldn't do anything about a certain thick-skinned person who refused to leave. However, Han Yushi wasn't here yet, so he definitely couldn't brew wine. Thus, Li Zixuan dragged Qing Chimo to the west courtyard to spar with him. F***ck, I'm not coming. Stop fighting. You're F***king abusing your position to avenge your personal grudge. How can this be? We agreed to spar. How can we give up halfway? Then you have to suppress your skills to the same level as mine. Otherwise we won't fight. That makes sense. Then I'll suppress my skills to the peak of the body forging realm, just like you. 15 minutes later. F***CK, I'm not coming. I'm not coming even if you beat me to death. Xiaoxian, you pervert. I'll never spar with you again. Hey Choax, I haven't seen you for a few days. Your skills have improved. Get up quickly. I'll suppress it to the middle stage of the body forging realm. Let's go again. I'm not coming. I'm not coming today. Although Li Zishuan suppressed his skills, his swordsmanship was too advanced. Cheng Chumo tried his best, but he could only be abused. In less than 15 minutes, Cheng Chumo was beaten to a pulp. He lay on the ground and refused to get up no matter what. Oh wow. Brother Choax is a mangy dog. How embarrassing. Lanur came to the west courtyard to play with her brother. She saw Cheng Chumo lying on the ground with a bloody nose and a swollen face. The little girl didn't mind the commotion and ran over to mock Cheng Chumo. Cheng Chumo was embarrassed. He quickly got up from the ground and pointed at Li Zishuan. Lanur, look at how overboard your brother is. He's bullying the weak just because he's skilled in martial arts. Don't you feel ashamed to have such a brother? Of course not. Brother Chonyo, on the other hand, you can't even defeat my brother. How embarrassing. Lanur jumped to Li Zishuan's side and happily pulled on Li Zishuan's arm. She playfully made a face at Cheng Chumo. Cheng Chumo instantly received 100,000 critical hits. Alone in the wind, he was in a mess. What do you mean by even your brother can't beat me? Cheng Chumo really wanted to carry the little girl over and teach her the general knowledge of Jianghu. He wanted her to understand that there were not many people among the younger generation in Jianghu who could defeat Li Zishuan. At this time Wang Zhong walked in. After nodding at Cheng Chumo, he said to Li Zishuan, "Young master, I bought all the baijiu and put it in the cellar at home. Previously, Manager Fu sent someone to deliver some equipment. This old servant saw that young master and young master Cheng were sparring, so this old servant didn't come to disturb you." Faubert was now in charge of the Strange Taste Pavilion workshop. The people in the residence usually called him Manager Fu. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Thank you, Uncle Wang." At this time Xiao He ran over and bowed. "Young master Han Lijing and Miss Han are here." Li Zishuan's spirit was lifted. He quickly turned around and said to Cheng Chumo, "Brother Chonyo, you go in and tidy up. I'll go to the front yard to receive them. Now that all the ingredients for the new baijiu have been gathered, we can make the new baijiu soon." Cheng Chumo couldn't wait and waved his hand. "Go go." When Li Zishuan arrived at the front yard, he found his father chatting enthusiastically with Han Lijing. Previously, he had heard from his father that when he was young, he had encountered a group of bandits in the Qinling Mountains. Fortunately, he had received Han Lijing's help and was able to avert the danger. After that, his friendship with Han Lijing had never broken. Madame Li was holding Han Yushi's hand and chatting happily. Li Zishuan really wanted to go over and listen to what they were talking about. They were actually chatting so happily. "Master." Iron Egg came over and greeted him. Li Zishuan nodded and walked over to Han Lijing. He cupped his hands and said, "Uncle Han, you've worked hard. But why did you come personally?" Han Lijing stood up and replied, "Young master, a thief came to our house last night and stole a jar of baijiu. This old man was worried that something would happen to Yushi on the road today, so I came over." Li Zishuan immediately stood up and asked with a frown, "What happened? Uncle Han, quickly tell me." At this time, Li Jingma also looked over with a serious expression. Han Lijing then recounted the events of last night's confrontation with the wine thief. Li Zishuan pondered for a long time but still couldn't figure out the thief's intentions. He could only frown and say, "That's right. Uncle Han, this person's kung fu is strong, but his purpose is unknown. I'm afraid his purpose is not as simple as stealing wine. Uncle Han, you and Yushi should be careful when you go out recently." Han Lijing nodded. The few people in the house chatted for a while. Li Zishuan brought Han Yushi and Iron Egg to the west courtyard to prepare to mix the baijiu. Naturally, Han Lijing was accompanied by Li Jingma. He had to stay for lunch at noon. Cheng Chumo had just gone to get a basin of water to wash the dust off his face. At this time he saw Li Zishuan and Han Yushi walking over side by side. The two of them were slim and graceful. The man was like a jade tree in the wind, and the woman was like a beautiful flower in the water. They were really a match made in heaven. Cheng Chumo was not a novice in love. When he saw Li Zishuan and Han Yushi looking at each other with some affection in their eyes, he knew that they must have an affair. This fool hurriedly went forward and winked at Li Zishuan. he said wretchedly. Little Xian, where did you kidnap this beautiful girl from? Why didn't you introduce her to your big brother? Han Yushi instantly blushed and lowered her head to count ants. Li Zishuan glared at Cheng Chumo angrily. Don't talk nonsense, Chonyo. This is Han Lijing's daughter, a master winemaker. She is the most important person for the new wine I want to mix. If you offend her, be careful that you don't have any wine to drink. Yushi, this is Cheng Chumo, the eldest son of Lu Guogong and my brother. Don't treat me like an outsider. When Cheng Chumo heard this, he wanted to give himself 2 big slaps. He quickly licked his face and said with a fawning smile, Oh, Miss Han, don't be angry. I was just talking nonsense. It was a joke. Don't take it to heart. Han Yushi did not expect Lu Guogong's son to be such a lively clown. She quickly said, Young Master Cheng, you are too serious. Yushi did not take what you said before to heart. Cheng Chumo breathed a sigh of relief and said, That's good, that's good. Xiaoxian quickly mixed the wine. I can't wait any longer. Li Zishuan nodded and led Han Yushi and Cheng Chumo to a side room in the west courtyard. Li Zishuan handed the cocktail recipe to Han Yushi and said, Yushi, these are the various ingredients needed for the cocktail. As for the ratio between the various ingredients, you can estimate it. First, make a cocktail with a mild temperament. Tai Dan and I will purify the liquor with a higher concentration. Then you can use the liquor to make some strong cocktails. One must know that the most prominent feature of cocktails was that there were many varieties and different concoctions. There were mild cocktails suitable for women, such as Angel's Kiss, Summer Night's Tenderness, Pink Beauty, and so on. There were also strong cocktails suitable for men such as Killer, Tequila, Scorpio Palace, and so on. Currently, the materials he had were only enough to make some mild cocktails. Therefore, Li Zishuan planned to obtain some strong alcohol through distillation and use it to make strong cocktails. Han Yushi held the cocktail recipe and nodded. Then she sat down and began to meditate on how to make it. Li Zishuan brought Iron Egg to a room inside. This room used to be a kitchen. Li Zishuan had it transformed into a brewery. The brewing equipment sent by Faubert was also in place at this time. Now everything was ready. All that was left was the east wind. Chapter 106. Li Residence, West Courtyard. In a makeshift workshop, Iron Egg was making a fire. Li Zishuan was pouring white wine into the distillation pot and paying attention to the temperature in the pot. Master, can we get stronger wine if we heat it up? Iron Egg asked curiously. Li Zishuan saw that he had time now, so he decided to teach his cheap disciple some scientific knowledge. Of course we can't get stronger wine just by heating it. Iron Egg, have you boiled water before? Yes, of course I have. Then have you noticed that after boiling water, if you continue to boil it, the water in the pot will become less and less? Yes, master, it's true. Li Zishuan nodded and continued, Actually, the reason why the wine we are drinking is not strong is because there is too much water and too little alcohol. Oh, master calls the intoxicating thing in the wine alcohol. What master needs to do now is to steam out the water in the wine to make the wine more concentrated. Do you understand? Iron Egg nodded thoughtfully and then asked doubtfully, Then master, will you steam out the alcohol as well? Li Zishuan praised, Iron Egg, you asked a good question. This is the most important part of distilling wine. In fact, compared to water, alcohol is more volatile at a lower temperature. Well, in other words, if we steam them together, the alcohol will be the first to come out. Then we add a pipe with cold water to the back. The alcohol will become liquid when it is cold. Do you understand? The boiling point of alcohol is around 75 degrees. It can only be liquefied when the temperature drops below 75 degrees. At around 50 degrees, the evaporation rate is very fast. Therefore, the condensed alcohol must be cooled to below 50 degrees in the condensing pipe. Generally, it will only flow out when it is cooled to around 30 degrees. Of course, there are also ways to cool it at a lower temperature. Iron Egg shook his head in confusion and said, Master, Iron Egg understands what you said, but when you said that the evaporated alcohol will turn into liquid when it enters the pipe, this Iron Egg doesn't quite understand. Li Zishuan patted his forehead and helplessly explained to Iron Egg that the solution vaporizes when it is hot and the steam liquefies when it is cold. Iron Egg finally understood. Okay, don't be distracted. You still have a lot to learn in the future. Now focus on the fire and pay attention to the temperature. Yes, master. Half an hour later, the condenser's thin pipe finally began to slowly flow of concentrated liquor. Suddenly, a strong aroma filled the entire room. Wow, it smells so good. Master, this wine smells much better than the wine my father usually drinks. Iron Egg sniffed at the side and said excitedly. Li Zishuan smiled faintly, not denying it. Little Xin, what kind of liquor is this? It smells so good. Cheng Chumo, who was outside the room, smelled the strong aroma of the liquor and immediately rushed in. This guy didn't know how to write the word polite. As he spoke, he came up to take away the wine jar under the condenser. Li Zixuan hurriedly stopped him. Stop, this first distilled liquor is poisonous. You can't drink it, ugly ox. This guy really didn't care about his life. Although the first distilled liquor had a high alcohol concentration and smelled very good, it contained a large amount of aldehydes, esters, ketones and other substances with low boiling points. Drinking these substances could cause blindness or even death. Cheng Chumo said in disbelief, how can there be poison in the liquor? Don't lie to me. Hurry up and let me taste it. Don't be so stingy. Li Zixuan was too lazy to pay attention to this guy who didn't care about his life. He saw that more than 2 caddies of the first liquor had flowed out, so he replaced it with an empty jar. He took the jar with the first liquor and prepared to pour it out. Cheng Chumo saw through his intention and was anxious. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't beat Li Zixuan, he would have definitely snatched it. Li Zixuan poured the first liquor in the courtyard. Cheng Chumo stood there reluctantly and sniffed the remaining liquor aroma in the air. He muttered with a look of pity, wastrel, wastrel. Li Zixuan ignored him and turned back to the room. 2 hours later, Li Zixuan came out with a jar of high alcohol concentration and placed it on the table next to Han Yushi. He looked at Han Yushi and asked, Yushi, how is it? Have you figured out the ratio of the ingredients? Han Yushi nodded and pushed a glass of red wine over. She said, young master, after many attempts, I found that the wine with this combination is easier to drink. Try it. Li Zixuan looked at the wine and hesitated. Han Yushi smiled and said, young master, don't worry. This wine won't get you drunk. Li Zixuan then picked up the wine glass and took a sip. There was the sourness and sweetness of the mountain fruit in his mouth. After tasting it carefully, there was a faint wine fragrance, mellow and sweet. Li Zixuan nodded with satisfaction. Han Yushi was indeed a genius in the field of winemaking. He only gave her a list of ingredients, but she actually figured out the ratio of various ingredients by herself. She was really amazing. Well, not bad, not bad. Yushi, you are really amazing. Just mix according to this ratio. When Han Yushi heard Li Zixuan's praise, she immediately felt that her hard work was worth it. She quickly agreed in a low voice and continued to mix the wine. At this time, Cheng Chumo walked in and looked at Li Zixuan bitterly. Then he suddenly caught a glimpse of the cocktail that Han Yushi had made. He immediately became spirited and shouted, Miss Han, is this the new wine you made? Quickly let me, a wine taster, taste it for you. Han Yushi couldn't help but laugh. Li Zixuan couldn't do anything about this thick-skinned person. Cheng Chumo poured himself a glass of cocktail, then held it in his hand and praised, well, just by looking at the appearance I can tell that it's not bad. Miss Han, Xiaoxin is really lucky to be able to find you. These words were a little ambiguous. Han Yushi's pretty face blushed. Li Zixuan glared at him and said angrily, hurry up and drink. Even good wine can't stop your mouth. Cheng Chumo laughed, picked up the wine, took a sip, smacked his lips and then drank it all in one gulp. Cheng Chumo sighed and said, Miss Han, the taste of your wine is very novel. I have never drunk such wine before. Well, anyway, it's very delicious, but it's a little boring. It can't be compared to the wine that Xiaoxian poured out just now. Han Yushi smiled and said, young Master Cheng, this wine can also be matched with stronger wine. Please wait a moment. When Li Zixuan saw that Han Yushi had started to mix the wine again, he pulled Cheng Chumo out and said, Chonyo, come over and help me carry some things. Well, don't you know how to ask the servants in your house to help you? Have you ever heard that if you want to drink good wine, then hurry up and follow me? Cheng Chumo could only follow unhappily. Li Zixuan dared to treat Lu Guigong's son as a servant. Li Zixuan asked Cheng Chumo to come over to help him carry a bag of saltpeter. Although it wasn't heavy, it was free labor. It would be a waste if he didn't use it. He didn't want this guy to be bored and picky again. Last night, Li Zixuan asked his father to help him purchase a few saltpeter mines. He didn't know how his father was doing. Li Zixuan wanted to get some ice cubes. If he didn't add ice cubes to the strong cocktail, it would burn the stomach. With ice cubes, it would be more comfortable to drink. Chapter 107. By the time Li Zixuan and Cheng Chumo returned, Han Yushi had already prepared a pot of strong cocktail. Cheng Chumo could smell the aroma of the wine from afar. He threw the bag of saltpeter onto Li Zixuan's shoulder and walked in impatiently. Li Zixuan really wanted to pull this guy over and give him a good beating. Hey Miss Han, is this the strong new wine you were talking about? Smells so good. Wait for me, old Cheng, to taste it. When Li Zishuan came in, he saw Cheng Chumo pouring him a full glass of wine. Then he couldn't wait to raise his head and pour it into his mouth. Li Zishuan couldn't stop him in time. This was strong wine. Sure enough, after drinking a glass of wine, Cheng Chumo's neck turned red to the tips of his ears. He quickly put down the glass, bent down and started coughing violently. His face suddenly turned as red as a monkey's butt. Cough, cough, little Shen, this wine is really, really strong. But I, old Cheng, like it. Cough, cough. Li Zishuan and Han Yushi looked at each other, speechless at this joker. Inside a room in Yunshi restaurant. Young master, this is the wine that Flying Snake took from Han Tianhu's house. This subordinate has seen it and it's exactly the same as the one they sold to our restaurant. The young master seemed to be in a good mood today. After hearing the middle-aged man's report, he turned around and opened the wine jar. He sniffed the fruit wine inside and said, "This wine tastes good. The taste is not bad. But if Li Zishuan wants to make a comeback with just this mountain fruit wine, isn't it a little too whimsical?" The middle-aged man respectfully said, "Young master, you're right. You're right, young master. Now that our Yunshi restaurant has invited Xia Xingyuan to cook, our business has become even more booming. I've counted the number of customers that came this morning. It's almost the same as the number of customers that came in a day. Furthermore, the customers who ate here were full of praise for Xia Xingyuan's culinary skills. This subordinate believes that it won't be long before our Yunshi restaurant becomes the #1 restaurant in Chang'an." The young noble proudly chuckled and said, Not bad. Now that Xia Xingyuan has come to our side, release his granddaughter. Only then can he work wholeheartedly for our Yunshi pavilion." "Yes, young master." The young master nodded. After a moment he asked, "Did anything happen to the Flying Snake at the Han village yesterday?" The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Don't worry, young master. Flying Snake's illusory cloud movement technique is unparalleled in Jianghu. Looking at the current Jianghu, there are not many people who can catch up with him. However, when he left last night, he was discovered by Han Tianhu. This subordinate told him not to cause any trouble, so he immediately escaped without exposing his identity." The young master nodded when he heard that and said, "You did well. This is indeed not the time to complicate matters. However, this Han Tianhu was quite capable, to be able to detect this. You can't underestimate him in the future. You can't make the same mistake twice." "Yes, young master. You've been doing well recently. This young master has seen it all. When I win the clan competition and take control, I will definitely treat you well." After giving a slap, he would give a carrot. The young master understood this principle. The middle-aged man happily said, "Thank you, young master." Yongla Lane, Li residence. In the front hall it was lunchtime. A few maids brought in all kinds of delicacies and placed them on the dining table. Li Jingma invited everyone to take a seat. Of course, Cheng Chumo, who was slightly tipsy from drinking in the backyard, was among them. This fellow had originally come to freeload. Now that he saw such good wine here, how could he still walk? Thus, the Li residents had an extra pair of chopsticks for lunch. "Father, Uncle Han, how can there not be good wine when there's good food? Wait a moment, I'll bring the new wine that we just made this morning for you to try." Li Zishuan nodded. Li Jingma then went to the west courtyard to get the wine. Han Lijing looked at his daughter in surprise. He said in surprise, "Yushi, you've made the wine so quickly?" Han Yushi nodded and said, "We've already made the initial mix. I'll try again in the afternoon to see if there's a better mix ratio." A moment later, Li Zishuan came back with 2 jugs of wine. "Xin, it's not like we don't have wine at home. Why do you have to make the wine yourself?" Madame Li saw that her son had been busy the entire morning just to make wine. She felt a little sorry for him. In her opinion, the family had endless money to spend, and she didn't need her son to think of ways to earn money. Now that her son had been conferred a title and had status, he only needed to enjoy life at home. There was no need to do all this. Li Zishuan knew that his mother felt sorry for him. She wanted him to be a second-generation rich kid who just ate and waited for death. However, in this era there were no cell phones, no television and no computers. Idling every day would probably make him sick. He had no choice but to find something for himself to do. "Mother, the wine that I made is not available on the market. You'll like it once you try it." Madame Li hurriedly waved her hand and said with a smile, "Xin, I don't drink wine." "Mother, don't worry. This wine won't make you drunk. The wine that I poured for you is specially made for people who don't know how to drink," Li Zishuan said as he brought over a glass cup. After filling it to the brim, he brought it to his mother. In this era, although the glass-making process was not mature, it was still possible to buy some glass-making products from merchants at a high price. The Li family was a wealthy family, so it was natural for them to have such luxury goods. Madame Li was originally wondering why there would be wine specially made for people who didn't know how to drink wine. However, when she saw the bright red mixed wine in the glass cup in front of her, her gaze was instantly attracted by the beautiful color. What wine is this? The color is really beautiful. Mother, try it first. I'll tell you later. This child? Madame Li smiled helplessly. She picked up the wine cup, opened her red lips and tried to take a sip. She slowly swallowed, then closed her eyes and savored it carefully. After a while she opened her eyes and praised, this wine is really good. It's soft and mellow and it leaves a fragrance in the mouth. It has the sweetness of the mountain fruit and a hint of the fragrance of white wine, but it's not as spicy as white wine. It's very suitable for women to drink. Quickly tell me the name of this wine. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Mother, I named this wine Gentle Village. What do you think, Mother? Madame Li nodded in agreement and said, and not bad. This name is very appropriate. Mother, Lan wants to drink it too. When Lan saw the brightly colored wine and heard her mother praising it, the little girl immediately begged with her eyes wide open. No, Lan, you're still young. You should drink the mountain fruit wine. Li Zishuan was the first to object. Although the alcohol content of this cocktail was very low, it was still wine. Lan was still young and drinking alcohol was not good for her body. Stinky brother. Lan pouted and looked unhappy. Madame Li rubbed her little head, feeling a little funny. Father, Uncle Han, this is another type of wine. It's specially prepared for you. It might be a little stronger, so you should drink it slowly. She was still a child and her temper came and went quickly. Li Zishuan ignored the spoiled Lan and picked up the other pot of wine, pouring a cup for his father and Han Lijing. What kind of strong wine have I not drunk before? You're making it sound so serious. Father Li did not take his son's words to heart. Han Lijing saw that the top of the cup was emitting traces of cold air, and there were a few pieces of ice in the cup. He instantly exclaimed, Young master, why are there ice cubes in the cup? At this time, Li Jingma also noticed the abnormality in the cup. He was also a little surprised. We don't have an ice cellar in the residence, right? Where did you get these ice cubes? Cheng Chumo calmly ate and drank on the side, not finding it strange at all. He secretly despised the two of them for making a fuss over nothing. This fool had completely forgotten that when he saw Li Zishuan produce a few ice cubes from the water in the west courtyard, his expression was much more surprised than Li Jingma and Han Lijing. Father, Uncle Han, this is the method of making ice that I learned from my master. Try this wine first. Only then did the two of them suppress the surprise in their hearts. They picked up the wine cup and took a light sniff. Immediately, an extremely strong aroma of wine and mountain fruits entered their nostrils. Han Lijing praised Li Jingma. Master, just by smelling it, I can tell that this wine is not ordinary. Li Jingma also nodded in agreement. Of course he had this bit of knowledge. The two of them put away their contempt and took a sip. They could not help but exhale comfortably. Amazing, this old man has drunk wine all my life, but I've never drunk such a strong and mellow wine. It's really too satisfying. Li Jingma could not help but pat the table and praise. Han Lijing also sighed and said, The fragrance of this mountain fruit has become more mellow after being fermented by the strong wine. The coldness of the ice can also suppress the spiciness of the strong wine. Young master, the wine that you have mixed is really wonderful. Cheng Chumo also poured a cup. He had not drunk enough in the west courtyard just now. At this time, after he heard Han Lijing's sigh, he immediately gave a thumbs up and shouted, Yes, that's the feeling. Han Lijing, you said what I wanted to say. Mrs. Li and Han Yushi quickly covered their mouths and laughed. Li Zishuan automatically filtered Cheng Chumo's shameless words and smiled at Han Lijing. This wine is all thanks to Yushi. I only know the ingredients in it. The ratio of each ingredient was researched by Yushi. At this time, Mrs. Li also said from the side, Han Lijing, you have a good daughter. Yushi is not only dignified and beautiful, but she is also clever and skilled. She knows everything. Whoever can marry such a beautiful woman in the future will have to cultivate 8 lifetimes of good fortune. She had always been very satisfied with Han Yushi. She was charming and had a good figure. She was good at giving birth. Unfortunately, her son was a blockhead. After so long, he still had not taken the girl down. She could only be anxious at the side. When Han Yushi heard Mrs. Li praising her, she was shy and happy. She lowered her head and did not dare to speak. Han Lijing quickly said, Old madam, you are too kind. At this time, Li Jingma asked, Xian, what is the name of this wine? Li Zishuan replied, Father, I named it Drunken Immortal. What do you think? Li Jingma pondered for a moment and nodded. Drunken Immortal, it is very appropriate. This wine has a strong aftertaste and can easily intoxicate people. Xian, a few days ago you told me that you wanted to make a new thing and sell it in the Drunken Immortal house to compete with the Yunxi house. Was this wine you were talking about? Li Zishuan replied, Yes, this is the land of tenderness and the Drunken Immortal. Father, what do you think are our chances of winning if we use these two wines to compete with the Yunxi house? Li Jingma stroked his beard, pondered for a moment, and then said with unusual certainty, In my opinion, once these two new wines which have never appeared in the Tang Empire before, are released, the whole Chang and city will be shaken. Our Drunken Immortal house has a 90% chance of winning. Chapter 108. Li Zishuan was even more confident now that the intoxicated immortal and gentle village had received everyone's approval. However, Li Zishuan's next words immediately poured a bucket of cold water over his head. Xianxia, the imperial court has regulations that forbid private workshops from making wine as they please. Due to the extreme shortage of food during the Tang dynasty, the imperial court had placed extremely strict restrictions on private winemaking. Private winemaking without a permit from the imperial court would result in confiscation and imprisonment. When Li Zishuan heard his father say this, he was instantly dumbfounded. Only then did he remember that there was indeed such a saying in ancient times. But on second thought, what he was doing was concocting wine, so it shouldn't be within the limits of the imperial court, right? Father, this child's wine is blended with wine sold on the market. It shouldn't be considered private winemaking, right? Li Jingma thought for a moment before shaking his head. Xian, although this is barely acceptable, it's inevitable that people will use this as an excuse in the future. You have a noble title now, so it's not good to lose the big picture for a small gain. Li Jingma cautiously maintained his point of view. He felt that wealth was far less important than the stability of a noble title. What's so difficult about this? Little Xian, our family used to have a winemaking workshop that has everything needed for winemaking. That workshop has a winemaking permit from the imperial court. Little Xian, why don't you move your new winemaking workshop there? Cheng Chumo saw that Li Zishuan was in a difficult position and suddenly had an idea. He slapped his thigh excitedly. If Li Zishuan agreed, then their Qing family would never lack wine in the future. Now that he had drunk the intoxicated immortal, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to drink any other wine. Li Zishuan's eyes lit up. Cheng Chumo was usually quite amusing, but at crucial moments he was quite reliable. However, he was still somewhat hesitant. Chonyo, your idea is good, but I don't know what Uncle Cheng is thinking. If Uncle Cheng is willing, our family can fork out money to buy your winemaking workshop. Hey, we brothers don't need to talk about money. I'll go back and tell my father. My father will definitely agree. Cheng Chumo was thinking about his family's winery. Since it had been in a slump, he might as well give it to Li Zishuan to make wine. When the time came, not only would Li Zishuan owe him a favor, but the Cheng Chumo also believed that his father would definitely agree. Li Zishuan muttered, Of course you can't refuse to pay. How about this? Your family uses this workshop to enter the partnership, and I'll give you 10% of the new wine shares. How about that? No matter which era it was, the winemaking industry was a profitable business. This was especially true for monopolized wines. The profits were even more shocking. For example, Mao Tai in his previous life had a gross profit margin of 97%. The company's share price had once risen to more than 500, becoming the most expensive stock in China's stock market. Tenderness and Drunken Immortal undoubtedly held a monopoly in the Tang dynasty. It was very difficult for others to imitate them. In the future, the profits from these two wines would undoubtedly be astronomical. Therefore, giving the Qing family 10% of the shares was definitely generous. Cheng Chumo could also see the huge profits from this new wine. He clapped his hands excitedly and said, Since Xiao Xian is so generous, I won't refuse. I'll go back and tell my father in the afternoon. After the matter was settled, everyone ate and drank freely. After the meal, the guests and the host enjoyed themselves to the fullest. Li Zishuan asked someone to send the drunk Cheng Chumo back. He, Han Yushi, and Iron Egg returned to the west courtyard to continue mixing wine. Young master, where did you drink so much? In Duke Lu's residence, housekeeper Liang saw Cheng Chumo staggering back with two servants. He hurriedly went up to support Cheng Chumo. The two servants said goodbye to housekeeper Liang and left. I'm not drunk. Uncle Liang? You. Cheng Chumo's mouth and eyes were crooked. He pushed housekeeper Liang and spoke nonsense. At this moment Qing Yaojin came back from outside. He saw Cheng Chumo as if he was fished out of a wine jar. He frowned and said, "Where did this little bastard drink so much wine? Did he go out to fool around again?" Housekeeper Liang hurriedly replied, "Master, I don't think so. Just now I saw the two servants who sent the young master back. They seemed to be from Li Zishuan's residence." Qing Yaojin glared and said angrily, "This little bastard went to Xiao Xian's house to eat and drink and didn't invite me. How dare he?" After scolding, Qing Yaojin was still angry and kicked Cheng Chumo twice. Recently the price of chicken seedlings in Chang and had skyrocketed. Even the Duke Lu's residence could not support it. However, Qing Yaojin was a man of his word. He said that he would buy 30,000 and he would buy 30,000, not one less. As a result, the meals in the Duke Lu's residence were tasteless, not to mention drinking wine. Cheng Chumo was still in a daze when he felt someone kicking him. He immediately cursed, which, little bastard, dares to kick this young master. I will beat you to death, you little tramp. Housekeeper Liang almost burst out laughing when he heard this. However, when he saw Qing Yaojin raise his hand to beat Cheng Chumo, he hurriedly stopped him. Master, the young master is drunk and talking nonsense. Please don't bother with him. Help this little bastard back to his room. When he sobers up, I'll deal with him." Qing Yaojin snorted angrily and left hatefully. Today the Curious Pavilion was a different scene. Yesterday, Sun Huayuan asked someone to copy a few hundred copies of the second-generation scooter's promotional tabloids. Then, he sent a servant to deliver these tabloids to the members of the Curious Pavilion. At that time, when those people applied for membership cards, they all left their addresses. It had to be said that Sun Huayuan's move was somewhat immoral. Those who could afford a scooter were generally from well-off families. Their children were more or less literate. When these children saw the tabloids of the second-generation scooter, they thought that the scooters they bought before were already very fun. Wouldn't the second-generation scooter be even more amazing? Moreover, if their children all played with the second-generation scooter in the future, how embarrassing would it be if they played with the first-generation scooter? Therefore, many parents were disturbed by their children early in the morning. They were all cursing the Curious Pavilion in their hearts. They were a professional scammer. One scam after another. However, complaining was useless. The children at home didn't want to listen. They could only obediently go to the Curious Pavilion to buy the second-generation scooter for their children. However, this time the Curious Pavilion was more humane. They actually arranged 8 channels for members. Those who had membership cards quickly bought them. When they saw the long line for non-members, those who bought the scooter inexplicably felt a sense of superiority. In their hearts, they felt that the membership card was worth it. This was like the difference between RMB players and civilian players in a game. RMB players used money to buy time, while civilian players could only spend a lot of time grinding for equipment. Of course, the Curious Pavilion's unreasonable system where the rich were the bosses also caused some people to protest. However, most people also chose to get a membership card. It wasn't expensive anyway. In a short period of time, the number of members of the Curious Pavilion increased dramatically. Chapter 109. Evening, Duke Lu's mansion. In the side hall. Father, that's all. I've told you everything I need to say. Cheng Chumo rubbed his buttocks and said with a thin face. He recalled that when he had just woken up, his father looked at him as if he wanted to eat him. He was a little scared. He still didn't understand why his father wanted to kick him as soon as he saw him wake up. If it wasn't for housekeeper Liang stopping him from behind, his buttocks would have been kicked to mush. Could it be that he went out to drink and didn't bring his father along, so his father was angry? Cheng Chumo, who really couldn't find the reason, could only curse in his heart. Of course, this guy didn't remember that when he was drunk, he called his father a little bastard and a little tramp. If he knew, he definitely wouldn't dare to stay at home. Qing Yaojin sat on the stool carelessly, looking at Cheng Chumo with a bit of killing intent. After listening to his son talk about the Cheng family's workshop being given to Li Zishuan to brew new wine, he asked, "Is the land of warmth and drunken immortal brewed by little Xian really that delicious?" As soon as he heard about the drunken immortal, Cheng Chumo's buttocks immediately stopped hurting. He excitedly slapped his thigh and shouted, "Father, you don't know, but the drunken immortal is strong and mellow. It's really too strong. I've never drunk such strong wine before. Moreover, there are ice cubes in it. The cold air of the ice cubes is just enough to suppress the spiciness of the wine. It's really too damn refreshing to drink. Father, what's wrong with you?" As Cheng Chumo spoke, he felt that the surrounding air was a little cold. He looked carefully and found that his father was looking at him with a somewhat unfriendly gaze. Qing Yaojin stood up and slapped the back of Cheng Chimo's head. "You little bastard, you secretly drank good wine without thinking about your father. You're not allowed to eat tonight. You'll reflect on your mistakes behind closed doors." Qing Yaojin said hatefully and was about to leave. When he heard Cheng Chimo describe the wine to the heavens, he almost drooled. But the more he wanted to taste it, the angrier he was. This stupid son of his was too unfilial. Cheng Chimo rubbed the back of his head. He thought to himself that he was stupid, and his father still hit him on the head every day. No wonder none of the sons in the Cheng family were smart. When he saw that Qing Yaojin was about to leave, he hurriedly asked, "Hey father, should we take out our family's winery and cooperate with Xiaoxian?" "Nonsense, of course we have to cooperate." Qing Yaojin, who had just walked out of the door, grumbled. The wine that even Li Zishuan's master liked to drink would definitely be popular in the whole of Chang, and when it was sold, 10% of the shares would be a lot of money, far more than the value of their winery. No matter how they thought about it, their family had gained a big advantage in this business. In the afternoon, Han Yushi mixed the wine with Li Zishuan for a while. After finally determining the best ratio of various ingredients, she went home with Han Lijing. Li Zishuan was a little reluctant. He felt that when he was with Han Yushi, time passed too quickly. But she was a girl, and it was not appropriate for her to stay in his house without special circumstances. Li Zishuan could only silently watch Han Yushi's back and sigh alone. Alas, although the beauty was beautiful, she was still not his. Li Zishuan really wanted to sing the song "Love You Is Hard to Say" at this moment. It was difficult for him to confess to a beauty in person, who asked him to be an otaku. If they had mobile phones to chat with each other, Li Zishuan would definitely have the courage to take the initiative to pick up girls. Mrs. Li saw her son's dejected look and quickly pushed Li Jingma's arm to make him look over. Li Jingma asked softly, "Madam, what's wrong with Xian'er?" Mrs. Li rolled her eyes at him and said softly, "Are you stupid? Can't you see that Xian'er has grown up and wants to get married?" Li Jingma's jaw dropped when he heard that. After a while he said in shock, "Madam, you're saying that our son and Han, you just realized it now? She'll lower your voice. Our son's skin is very tender." Mrs. Li was speechless at her husband's EQ. She secretly wondered if her son was so slow in the field of relationships. Could it be that he inherited it from his father? "Dad, Mom, what are you guys talking about?" Li Zishuan turned around and saw his parents mumbling something to each other. He couldn't help but ask curiously, It's nothing. Today's weather is really good. Go to your thing." Li Jingma coughed dryly and pulled Mrs. Li to the east courtyard, leaving behind a confused Li Zishuan. In the east courtyard's living room. "Madam, you're saying that Xian'er has taken a liking to Han Yushi?" Li Jingma sat on a stool and asked with a concerned expression. "How could it be fake? Only a blockhead like you wouldn't be able to see it. I'm guessing that all the servants in the manor have seen it." Hee. Old Man Li laughed awkwardly. Mrs. Li rolled her eyes and said with a sigh, "Old master, our Xian'er isn't young anymore. It's time to talk about marriage." A few days ago, Xian'er was conferred a noble title. Many matchmakers heard the news and came to talk about marriage. I didn't dare to casually agree. Xian'er is a very opinionated child. As his parents, we can't just randomly matchmake him. Li Jingma nodded in agreement. "Madam, you're right. According to what you said, you're planning to help Xian'er go to Han Lijing's house to talk about marriage?" Mrs. Li said angrily, "Xian'er takes after you in this aspect. If he continues to dawdle like this, when will we be able to hold a fat grandson? Seeing that other children are already married at this age, how can I not be anxious as a mother?" Li Jingma said awkwardly, "What does this have to do with me?" Mrs. Li said angrily, "How is it none of your business? Back then, how long did you make me wait before you married me? If it wasn't for my mother asking someone to remind your father, were you planning to wait until I'm old before marrying me?" Li Jingma immediately felt ashamed and hurriedly interrupted, Madam, we're talking about Xian'er. Don't stray from the topic. Let's continue talking about Xian'er." Mrs. Li snorted in dissatisfaction and continued, "So, I'm planning to ask a matchmaker to ask Han Lijing's opinion in a few days. I see that Miss Han doesn't hate our Xian'er, so this marriage is more or less possible." Li Jingma said hesitantly, "Madam, is this Miss Han really suitable for Xian'er? After all, she's just. Mrs. Li didn't wait for Old Man Li to finish and slammed the table. Her phoenix eyes were filled with anger. "Just what? Just a peasant girl? You've just become a baron's father and you're already having prejudice against family backgrounds? Then one day, Will you chase me out of the house and marry a rich family's daughter? Li Jingma's face was covered in sweat. He was flustered and hurriedly said, Madam, your husband definitely didn't mean that. Definitely not. Your husband also thinks that Han Lijing's daughter is quite good. Madam is really wise to let you make all the decisions. Humph, that's more like it. Mrs. Li sat down in satisfaction, but the corner of her mouth raised into an almost undetectable smile. This book was very difficult to write because swordsmen aren't full-time workers and are very busy every day. But even under these busy circumstances, swordsmen still manage to never stop updating. While others are sleeping, I'm writing. Swordsmen are using their health in exchange for a wonderful story. It's going to be published tomorrow. I hope that you can subscribe 2 chapters to support it. If there aren't many people reading the original version, it's easy for it to be unpublished. Piracy is the main reason why there are so many unpublished books. I hope that everyone can come to QQ or Qidian to support Yiha. Actually, it's not expensive. It only costs you 20 cents a day. If it falls on the ground, you probably won't pick it up. Do you think that swordsmen can't even exchange it for 20 cents of encouragement? In addition, it's actually beneficial for you to read the original version. Chivalrous Assassin would always send it out without checking it because he's in a rush. After sending it out, he would check and correct the typos. After I've corrected it, the original website will show that there are no typos. On the other hand, the pirated website won't update it. They'll only grab the first version and won't continue to update it. This will greatly affect your reading experience. Also, reading the original version will allow you to interact with swordsmen. If you have any characters that you want, you can tell them in the comments section. If the swordsmen feel that it's okay, they will add it into the book. The price you need to pay for it is only 20 cents a day. You can't even bear to spend 20 cents? Swordsmen really want to write this book well and finish it. Because I like some of the characters in the book very much, I sincerely hope that readers can come to QQ or Qidian to support the original version. Swordsmen will definitely repay you with more wonderful stories. Chapter 110. The next day. Early in the morning, Cheng Chumo, like an idiot, stepped on a skateboard that was specially developed for young people by the Strange Interest Pavilion workshop and wobbled to Li Zishuan's door. His flashy appearance attracted a lot of attention along the way. Of course, he didn't buy this skateboard from the Strange Taste Pavilion. Firstly, Cheng Chumo didn't have much pocket money right now. Secondly, he didn't have the patience to wait in line. He got this skateboard through the back door. Now, everyone in Chang'an City knew that he and Li Zishuan were so close that they almost wore a pair of pants together. Therefore, Sun Huayuan directly gave him a skateboard. This guy obviously forgot the pain after the scar healed. Last time he fell so miserably on the skateboard. Now he immediately started to walk around on the skateboard again. Li Zishuan saw Cheng Chumo in the yard with the skateboard. For a moment he almost thought that he had traveled back in time. Cheng Chumo's appearance was really too out of place. Hee Xiaoxian, I realize that the skateboard you're selling this time is better than the one you gave me last time. Cheng Chumo proudly patted the skateboard in his hands. Now that he had this thing, he didn't even want to ride a horse when he went out. Obviously, this thing was much more convenient than riding a horse. Li Zishuan curled his lips. This time, the skateboard from the Strange Taste Pavilion was connected by roller bearings. Of course, it was better than the one he took out last time. Chonyo, you're using this. Aren't you afraid of falling again? Li Zishuan joked. Hee Xiaoxian, you're underestimating me. How could I fall twice in the same place? Anyway, bragging didn't cost him anything, so Cheng Chumo decided to show off. Li Zishuan shook his head and ignored him. Cheng Chumo remembered his purpose for coming here today. He said, Little Xian, my father agreed yesterday. The winery is yours. You can use the craftsmen inside without worry. They have all signed a contract with my family. They won't sell out our secret recipes for no reason. Li Zishuan was overjoyed. That's great. I'll ask Faubert to make a dozen more sets of distillation and purification equipment. We'll move all the winemaking equipment over there as soon as possible. We'll try to officially start mixing tenderness and drunken Immortal in large quantities within the next 2 days. He was indeed worried about the confidentiality of the new wine's formula. Now that Cheng Chumo could solve the problem, it was for the best. Last night, his father had also told him that he had already bought 2 saltpeter mines. Now he didn't have to worry about ice cubes anymore. Cheng Chumo quickly nodded his head like a chick pecking at rice. Yes. We have to do this as soon as possible. Little Xian, how much do you want to set the price for this wine? Cheng Chumo couldn't wait for Li Zishuan to go to his winery right now. That way, when he and his father wanted to drink, they could directly go to the winery and get a pot of wine. Drinking their own wine didn't cost them any money, right? Li Zishuan had already considered the price of the new wine. Last night, he had learned about the wine market of the Tang dynasty from Li Jingma. The most expensive wine of this era belonged to Jianan Braised Spring and Yingzhou Rich Water. A bushel would cost more than 100,000 yuan. This wasn't an exaggeration. There was a shortage of food in the Tang dynasty. Wine was generally expensive and famous wines were even more so. Li Bai once wrote in A Difficult Journey, "A bushel of golden wine is worth 10,000 yuan, while a jade plate is worth 10,000 yuan. Jianan Braised Spring was a famous wine. A bushel of wine in the Tang dynasty was equivalent to 10 liters, and 1 liter was equivalent to 1.25 caddies. The price of a caddy of Jianan Braised Spring was about 600 to 700 yuan in modern times. Of course, this was only based on the exchange rate of copper coins to gold and silver. However, there was a problem that couldn't be ignored. The prices of goods in the early Tang dynasty were extremely cheap. A bushel of rice could be bought for 3 to 4 copper coins. If it was converted to gold in modern times, 1 yuan could buy 6 kilograms of rice. Therefore, if one were to compare the prices of the time, the copper coins used for 500 grams of Jianan Braised Spring were equivalent to the purchasing power of 15,000 yuan in modern times. Only a tycoon like Li Bai would be able to afford it. His good friend Du Fu, in his later years when he was poor and destitute, he could only drink 300 copper coins a bucket of inferior quality wine. Otherwise, how could Du Fu write a poem like, "Come early, drink a bucket of wine, have 300 copper coins"? Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and said, "Chonyo, I plan to set the price at 2 strings per liter for our tender village. I plan to set the price at 5 strings per liter for the Immortal drunken wine. What do you think?" The alcohol concentration in the tender village was lower, so it could be sold at a cheaper price. However, the Immortal drunken wine used distilled and concentrated alcohol. Just the cost alone was much higher, so the price couldn't be cheap. These words were earth-shattering. Cheng Chimo opened his eyes wide and said in disbelief, "I say, Xiaoxin, have you gone crazy thinking about money? 5 strings per liter? Why don't you go rob a bank? Who would be willing to drink such expensive wine?" Li Zishuan shook his head and said, "Don't tell me you think that the Immortal drunken wine isn't worth that much?" Upon hearing this, Cheng Chimo couldn't help but recall the taste of the Immortal drunken wine. The moment he recalled it, his gluttonous bug was hooked. He smacked his lips and said with difficulty, "The taste of the Immortal drunken wine is indescribable. I'm afraid that we won't be able to find such a good wine in Tang. However, the price of 5 strings per liter is too high. Ordinary people really can't afford to drink it." Li Zishuan smiled and said, "This wine is not for ordinary people to drink in the first place. Moreover, the wine used in the Immortal drunken wine is a famous wine that has been concentrated several times. 3 caddies of Jianan roasted spring is only enough to condense 1 caddy of the raw spirit we need. After mixing in other ingredients, the cost of 1 liter of Immortal drunken wine is more than 3 strings of cash. Therefore, the price of 5 strings per liter isn't expensive." After Li Zishuan said this, Cheng Chimo understood. He quickly said, "It seems that it's not expensive. Let's set it at this price." The Cheng family also had 10% shares in the winery. The more the Immortal drunken wine made, the more money they would get. After agreeing on the price of the new wine with Cheng Chimo, Li Zishuan sent someone to inform Faubert of the workshop to get another 20 sets of distillation equipment. Then he brought Cheng Chimo to the drunken Immortal Inn. The conditions to launch the new wine were ripe. He needed to inform manager Lu. Cheng Chimo followed Li Zishuan because he wanted to have a free meal at the drunken Immortal Inn. "Uncle Lu, why is it so quiet here today?" Li Zishuan walked into the drunken Immortal Inn and was shocked to find that there were only 3 or 4 tables of people eating in the main hall on the first floor. "Sai, young master, you don't know. Although the Yunxi restaurant launched the nibbling chicken to compete with us in the past, there were still some diners who were willing to stay and eat at our drunken Immortal Inn. But yesterday they found an imperial chef and launched many famous imperial dishes. Our already few diners became even fewer. Now those who are willing to eat here are those who live close to us." Manager Lu frowned and sighed as he poured out his grievances. The drunken Immortal Inn's performance was not good. He was somewhat ashamed to meet his boss. Li Zishuan patted Manager Lu's shoulder with a smile and comforted, "Uncle Lu, don't worry. I've brought a few new things to the drunken Immortal Inn. The drunken Immortal Inn will soon become popular again." Cheng Chimo, this clown, also winked and said, That's right. Shopkeeper Lu, you can rest assured. I, Old Ching, guarantee that in 2 days the drunken Immortal restaurant will be hard to find, haha." Apart from Li Zishuan, perhaps no one was more confident than Cheng Chimo in the land of warmth and Immortal drunken Immortal Inn. Chapter 111. Drunken Immortal Restaurant. Cheng Chumo sat alone in the main hall of the first floor, waiting for something in boredom. He was waiting for Li Zixuan. More accurately, he was waiting for Li Zixuan's new dishes. As there were not many customers in Drunken Immortal Restaurant today, Li Zixuan did not plan to go to the private room upstairs. When Li Zixuan told manager Lu that he had brought a few new things to Drunken Immortal Restaurant, he did not only refer to Gentle Fragrance and Drunken Immortal. He also wanted to teach Wang Eru a few new dishes to compete with Yunxi Restaurant's palace delicacies. Inside the kitchen of Drunken Immortal Restaurant. Eru, do you have pork here? Li Zixuan wanted to make some red braised pork first, but he remembered that in the transmigration novels he had read in his previous life, the pigs of the Tang dynasty were not castrated and were extremely smelly. The pigs were seen by the nobles as cheap meat that only the commoners could eat. Lord Ju, of course we have pork. Wang Eru replied curiously. Li Zixuan was a little surprised. Then go get me 4 pounds of pork belly. Yes, Lord Ju. A moment later, Wang Eru walked over with a large piece of pork belly. Lord Ju, do you think this is enough? Li Zixuan nodded and leaned over to smell it curiously. He then frowned and muttered, there's no smell. This doesn't make sense. Wang Eru was dumbfounded. Lord Ju, what are you talking about? What do you mean? Nothing. Eru, was this pig castrated when it was alive? Li Zixuan changed the topic. Wang Eru laughed foolishly. Hee, Lord Ju, this is a sow. Li Zixuan was speechless. Then are all the boars sold in the East Market castrated? Li Zixuan held back the words that were about to come out of his mouth and continued to ask. Wang Eru laughed and said, Hee, Lord Ju, look at what you're saying. Of course they've all been castrated. If this boar wasn't castrated, how smelly would it be? Li Zixuan slapped his head. Sure enough, the stories in those transmigration novels were all lies. Some authors were simply irresponsible. According to historical records, castrated pigs appeared as early as the Western Zhou dynasty. The Book of Changes, Big Beast Hexagram, had a saying, the teeth of a castrated pig are auspicious. It meant that castrated pigs were no longer aggressive, and their teeth were not to be feared, so it was auspicious. The reason why pork had declined to become a cheap meat was due to specific historical reasons. After the fall of the Western Jin dynasty, a large number of nomads from the north went south. After more than 300 years of war, they first unified the Sui dynasty and then the Tang dynasty. Although the Li clan that founded the Tang dynasty was Han, they had already been heavily Hu. The royal family was like this, and so were the nobles and bureaucrats who could afford meat. The Hu naturally preferred to eat mutton, and pork gradually declined. It wasn't until the northern Song dynasty when Su Shi invented dongpa pork that pork became popular again. Since pork didn't have that kind of fishy smell, Li Zixuan planned to make a few more famous pork dishes. He had been in the Tang dynasty for so long, but he had never eaten pork before. The Li clan was a wealthy clan, so of course Mrs. Li wouldn't let her son eat pork. 2 hours later, Li Zixuan looked at the 4 famous pork dishes in front of him. Red braised pork, red braised lion's head, dongpa pork and twice cooked pork. He nodded with satisfaction. The only thing lacking was that the Tang dynasty didn't have vermicelli, so he couldn't make pork stewed with vermicelli. Eru, I heard that Yunxi restaurant offered twice the price to poach you. Why didn't you leave? Li Zixuan saw that Wang Eru was tired and sweating, so he asked casually. When Wang Eru heard this, his expression immediately became serious. He was no longer laughing and joking like before. He used his sleeve to wipe the sweat off his face and bowed his fat body seriously. Lord Ju, although I, Wang Eru, didn't study, I definitely can't do something ungrateful. In the past, I was just an ordinary cook. Lord Ju, you thought highly of me and taught me how to make gnawing chicken. Later on, shopkeeper Lu also increased my salary by a lot. My wife and children at home all have new clothes to wear. My mother also has meat to eat. All of this was brought to me by Lord Ju. If I were to do something ungrateful, would I, Wang Eru, still be human? Not only me, but there are so many chefs in Drunken Immortal Restaurant. If one of them dares to betray Lord Ju, I, Wang Eru, will be the first to fight him to the death. Wang Eru became a little emotional as he spoke. Every word he said was powerful and resonant. Li Zixuan was also a little touched by this simple man. He quickly patted Wang Eru on the shoulder to calm his emotions and said, Don't worry about it. You're a good man. Don't worry, you won't suffer if you follow this Lord Ju. Your family's days will only get better and better. Wang Eru nodded heavily and said, Lord Ju, Eru understands. Li Zixuan brought a few servants and brought out the 4 pork dishes. Of course, there was also a pot of iced Drunken Immortal wine. This was something that Cheng Chumo took from his house. According to him, How could there be no good wine in drunken Immortal restaurant? Little Xian, what meat is this? Why is it so fragrant? Cheng Chumo was like a shameless dog. He used his nose to sniff around the plate. Li Zishuan quickly pushed him away. He was afraid that this idiot's saliva would fall into the plate. If that happened, how could he eat? This is all pork. Choax, you don't eat pork, right? Ah, this is pork? How can pork be so fragrant? Cheng Chumo said in disbelief. That's right, this is all pork. Our Lord Ju's eldest son definitely wouldn't eat this cheap meat, right? Li Zishuan ridiculed. Cheng Chumo immediately shouted, bullshit, I don't care what kind of meat this is. This is such fragrant meat. Even if it was rat meat, I would still eat it. F***ck, will this bastard die if he doesn't spoil my appetite when eating? Li Zishuan really wanted to kick him out. Uncle Lu, come and try this meat and this wine. In 2 days, our drunken Immortal restaurant will release this. Li Zishuan called out to shopkeeper Lu. Shopkeeper Lu was already drooling from the side. When he heard this, he immediately thanked him excitedly. Thank you, young master. The three of them sat down. Shopkeeper Lu tactfully poured a cup of wine for Cheng Chumo and himself. He knew that Li Zishuan didn't drink, so he didn't pour it. As soon as this drunken Immortal was exposed to the air, an extremely rich wine fragrance immediately filled the entire hall on the first floor. The fragrance was so strong that it even overshadowed the dompa pork and other famous pork dishes on the table. The few diners sitting next to him were already craving after smelling the aroma of the pork when it was served. At this time they smelled the rich aroma of the wine. They put down their chopsticks one by one and looked over, swallowing their saliva. They wanted to come over and ask for something to eat, but they all knew Li Zishuan. He was a Lord Jew. They really didn't dare to offend him, so they could only look on enviously from the side. The hall suddenly fell into a strange silence. At this time, the sound of the diners swallowing their saliva was particularly ear-piercing. Li Zishuan looked up and saw the desire and fear in the diners' eyes. Only then did he understand. He said to shopkeeper Lu, Uncle Lu, there are still some dishes in the kitchen that haven't been filled. Go and ask someone to share some with these diners. Also, give each of them a cup of our wine. These are the most loyal customers of our drunken Immortal restaurant. This meal is my treat. Li Zishuan's words were very loud. The diners all heard it. When they came back to their senses, they all cupped their hands and thanked him. Thank you, Lord Ju. We will definitely come to this drunken Immortal restaurant often in the future. Yes. We will definitely come here often in the future. Lord Ju is really generous.